Dámy a pánové, vítajte. Prečo to nejde, hao? No lebo ste nedočkaví a neviete počkať. Trošku som meškal, 2 minútky som meškal, podľa mňa celkom v pohode. Vítajte, čauko všetci, let's go, let's go, čauko Rostek, čauko Biggie Mike, čauko Mr. Force a Matej, vítajte všetci, vítajte. Čau Matis, nazdar, ahoj Oryx, čauko Lukáš, vítajte všetci, MG Mati, Krištof, vítajte na Kiku, zapol som Kik aj YouTube, súčastia chat, takže ideme bombice, po dlhej dobe máme inak stream na YouTubeku. Celkom dlho nebol stream na YouTube, čo som pozeral tak, že, nastavím tú kameru, tá kamera je nejak divne. Hop, možno takto. Aha, tam mal... Sorry, ja som mal zle nastavený zvuk chat. Teraz ste práve ohluchli skoro všetci podľa mňa. Ja som mal zle nastavené OBS-ko. Práve ste skoro ohluchli podľa mňa. Ospravedlňujem sa, už by to malo byť v pohode. Čau Zixi, nazdar Zixi. Simír, ďakujem, 49 mesiacov člena. Ďakujem Simír, ďakujem. Čauko všichni, čauko Mišike, čauko Playfan, Matej. Predtým, ako uvediem ešte väčší úvod chat, tak na stránke Event Brawl Stars si môžete ísť rýchlo natypovať výsledky. Myslím, že... A už to nejde, GG chat. Ja som to už meškal, už to začali totiž. Dá sa ešte prediction. Tu môžete získať totiž všetky tieto odmeny, keď ste to nezískali ešte. Ja už mám skoro všetky odmeny. A prediction som už asi zmeškal chat, takže... Bohužiaľ. A? Môžeme ešte ne. Takže keď pôjdete na stránku chat, tak stále môžete prediction zdať. Ja vám to pošlem do chatu. Na Kik aj na YouTube. Keď sa tam prihlásite, tak môžete dať prediction a získať odmeny, tí čo ste to ešte neurobili. Takže normálne si takto rozkliknete profil a dáte prediction now. Takže idem to rýchlo toto natypovať. No, food chat, Heretics a Navi, dal by som Heretics asi. Humble, ja neviem ani čo je za tým, Madrid. Totem alebo Novo, asi Totem určite. Heretics Food, Foodko dáme. Repli Totem, Humble je láska. Humble proti Food. Tak toto dávam chat, tak toto potvrdzujem ja. Asi mi to je nejak extra... Celkom jedno mi to je, lebo kúkajte koľko mám bodov, ja mám 1500 bodov už teraz, takže už mám všetky odmeny splnené a ďalší týždeň sa odomknú ďalšie odmeny, takže... Ja už mám všetky odmeny, ja to už nemusím ani pozerať chat, ja už to teraz môžem vypnúť. Ja už to teraz môžem vypnúť. Ja to stihol? Jo, ešte sa to dá stihnúť. Jak moc veríš Humble? Lebo Humble je najlepší tým! Humble je srdcovka. To musí veriť Humble. Ahoj Barčo! Nazdarek! Čauko Baru. Humble musíš veriť predsa. Mati sem tuto poslal na pánové 26 mesiacov. Čau Mati. Nazdar, díky za 26 mesiacov. Food win zase, ne, Food nevyhrá. Foodko akože je dobrý tým, ale Humble, to bola minulý mesiac, Humble iba to podcenil. Humble je stále najlepší tým. Veríme v Humble. Nazdar Maxik. Ahoj Nederit. Něco s Mikem máš asi? Mik? Něco s Mikem mám? Pu? Raz, dva, tři? Good? Bzuči? Počkej, ja si to na odposlech. Raz, dva, tři? Nebzuči, ne? Je v pohodě? Čauko Adamek, salámek. Nebzuči, ne? Nemyslíte to Já vypnul songu teď, chat, hej. Vypnul jsem songu. Nebylo to songa náhodou? Nebo? Ještě předtím? Aha. Čau, Shadowman. Ahoj, nejaký tipy na Franka? Fú, Frank teraz není moc dobrý brawler, popravde. Bzučí mik? Ne. Ale možno tým, že občas sa dotknem káblu alebo niečo. Neviem. A malo by to byť OK. Už dobré? OK. Jednou chvíľu to bzučilo, už ne? OK. Čo novýho? No novýho mám nic. Novýho mám to, že som včera byl skemnutý o 500 korun chat. Jak získam ty odmeny? Běž na stránku Brawl Stars Event a rýchlo tam natipuj výsledky. A za sledování pak získáváš odmeny. Tyhle tu odmeny můžeš získat. Všechny. Tyhle tu všetky věci můžeš získat. Zadarminko. Za sledování. Budou tam nějaké otázky počas streamu vyskakové a tak. A za to potom dostaneš odmeny. Takže tak. Já si tu otvorím chat asi na druhém okně. Celý chat. No. Typovat se dá i během toho, typovat se dá i během toho. Je to tak. A plus jen když budeš dávat MVP, tak to dáš? To taky. Stačí to sledovat v podstatě, no, povedané. No, nového mám to, že som včera bol skemnutý o 500 korun. No, poviem vám to, hej. Mal som normálne včera smenu za barom v e-sport-aréne. Čakaj. Zatiaľ to tu mutneme. Mal som smenu za barom v e-sport-aréne. No a typek taký prišiel za mnou a ma poprosil, či nej som autom náhodou v e-sport-aréne. Že či ho nezveziem, že mi zaplatí 500 korun. Proste akože bolo to nejak 20 km od Plzne. No tak som mu povedal, že tak prečo nie? Tak som ho išiel odviesť. Nevypýtal som si peniaze skôr, teda akože pred jazdou, ale až na konci jazdy, jakéby. No a hodinu a pol sa sedeli v aute a hodinu a pol mi nevedel poslať 500 korun. No, lebo najprv som mu dal QR kód, on mi poslal 500 korun na účet, ale tá platba ako keby neprišla hneď. Lebo akože insta platby v dnešnej dobe sú už normálne. Že pošleš peniaze a hneď ti prídu. No ale mne neprišli, tak lebo on to mal v pendings a tam môže dať odvolať tú platbu. No tak som mu povedal, že nech to pošle nejak inak. Nech to dá cez donate alebo niečo, ne? No. No ale ešte predtým, ako som mu povedal, že nech to dá cez donate, tak tá platba bola v pendings kvôli tomu, že Capek nemal ani korunu na účte. No ja som mu posielal tiež peniaze na jeho účet, že aby sme si to overili a typek mal proste... Ja som mu poslal 1 korunu na overenie a tá 1 koruna mu prišla hneď na účet. No. Ale on na účte bol pravdepodobne, typek bol v mínuse na účte, takže ja keď som mu poslal korunu na účet, tak tá koruna sa mu ani nepričítala na účet. Proste mal 0,000 korún českých. No tak som mu povedal, že či nemá nejaký iný účet, on že má Revolut. No tak som mu poslal link na donate, kde posielate normálne, zaplatíte Apple Payom alebo tak. No a v skratkosti, proste bol to dlhý príbeh, ale v skratkosti typek som zistil, že typek nemal ani na Revolute, ani 200 korún nemal. No ja som mu povedal, že nech sere na 500 korún, nech mi dá 200 korún, aby sa mi zaplatila aspoň tá cesta, ne? No a typek nemal ani 200 korún, tak som strávil, bol to mega dlhý príbeh, to nebudeme rozprávať celý. A sedeli sme v aute hodinu a pol a nakoniec som nedostal vlastne ani 1 korunu chat. A som mu povedal, že nech sere na to, že keď nemá peniaze, tak proste mal to povedané na začiatku a nezdržoval ma. Typek ma proste brutálne zdržoval a nakoniec z neho vyťahnem, že nemá ani korunu, hamo. Proste nemal ani hotovosť, nemal ani korunu, ani nič. Takže, nič. Proste som bol nasratý včera večer, jak lázen. A to ešte, ideme pozerať. Čauko, Jadik Pála. Čauko všetci, čo prišli. No wait. Čo je a tlačítko? Čauko na duška, čauko na duška. Musím ten stream sledovať, abych něco dostal. Občas oni raz za čas vyskočia otázky na boku a tie musíš akože zahlasovať. A celý získaš body. Ale vždycky, keď nechceš akože hlasovať alebo niečo, tak stačí dať na začiatku streamu vždycky guess. Dáš guess a potom keď dáš správny guess, tak ti to pripočíta body. Takže ja už mám napríklad všetko splnené. Ono sa tu celkom ľahko plní, lebo napríklad za jedno MVPčko na konci zápase dostaneš 100 bodov, len tak. Takže len za to, že odhlasuješ MVPčko, tak dostaneš 100 bodov. Takže je to celkom free akože v tomto ohľade. To je Grand Finals? Ne, to je Monthly Finals. World Finals je vždycky až na konci roka, keby. Kamo, čo je toto tu? Prečo mi to vyskakuje toto tu vždycky? To je akože na schvál tam? Alebo... Čo to je také? To není, ne? Hlasitejš? Kto to hlasitejš? To je frajer. Toto je danodar, ty kokos. Crazy proste, wasting time. To je proste príbeh na hoďku. Som mega skrátil ten príbeh. To bola tragédia, fakt, Capek. To no comment. Ale Capek mal na každom účte vybieleno. A ešte aj v minuse bol asi na bankových účtoch, reálne. To je tak. Ja by som to chcel dať na full screen čo nejak, počkaj. Full screen. Better, ne? Možno. Futko to má free win chat popravuje túto hru. Úprimne povedané. Honzil Editor, ahoj. O koho ide? O takého Capka z arény. Ja som mal včera smenu na v aréne. Ako brigošku som mal. Proste som ho z dobrej vôly išiel odviesť, lebo sa nemal ako dopraviť už domov. A typek nemal ani cen proste, aby mi zaplatil aspoň cestu. To je tak. Takže proste úplne úlet. Tak si v minusu za benzín. No som v minusu za benzín a ešte nemám ani... Tam to zaplaceno, no. A ešte som mu poslal 1 korunu, takže ešte 1 koruna extra v minuse. Mám jednaka pohárku na Koutovi poprvé, hezky. Akože chat, úprimne, tento zápas, to nemusíte ani sledovať, to viete, že vyhrá Foot. Proste hrajú proti nejakému kebabu. Ja neviem ani, jak sa tento tým kvalifikoval na Monthly Finals, hej. Normálne, Foot hraje, prosím vás pekne, proti FA Kebab. Takže je jasná výhra, že Foot vyhrá, hej. Teraz prehrávajú síce, ale oni to comebacknú, okay. Už vyhrávajú 1-0 na knockoutoch. To je taký zápas, že ani nemusíme pozerať a vieme, kto vyhrá. Typek nejaký gameplay? Ne, že je takovej žebrák. Jo, my sme sa práve že aj bavili, že on gamblia tak, cestou akože toto. Takže byl normálne... Je to gambler, no. Byl to gambler. Na knockoutoch? No, na bounty. Uja, teraz prehrali. Jedla. Tak, zbytočná ťažovačka, takzvané. On Nisek Shadow, čauko. Čauko. Kebab. Chutila ti polevočka? Polevočka bola v pohode. Verice v pohodičke na duška. Velice v pohode. Jartex. Jartex s tým jeho účtom, to je crazy. Kamo, Divy, normálne Pepek a Divy, ty čo poznáte, neviem či poznáte, dal storku, že či to hraje ešte niekto. Normálne. Divy dal storku. Čo si, jak OG? Comeback OG? Divy. To bol frajer. Ja som hral s ním v týme občas vlastne, na pár turnajoch československých. Sa hrali spolu v týme, s Divím. Máš aké tipy na Naniho? Fú, to takto akože... Ja si nepoviem hlavy. A tipy s Nanim... Musíš ho hraj a naučíš sa. Neviem, čo ti mám povedať na tipy na Liho. To sa nedá nič povedať. To by som si musel popozerať. Naštudovať trošku. Čo sa dá odporučiť basic hráčov. Musíš proste mať intuíciu. Kámo, tam proste sa nedá nič. Len tak povedať. Musíš vedieť hrať. Player Petráček a Odi comeback a nedajú. Odi asi nedá. Petráček, tak neviem čo robí ani popravde teraz. Ja to tiež neviem. Vidíme. Čau, nešiel by niekto príští season push Legendary v rankedech? Tak, odpovedz. Inak dneska chat vydal Brawl Stars také videjko, kde oznamovali také novinky, alebo čo plánujú z Brawl Stars. Videli ste ho? Dávali ho na YouTube, Instagram a všade. No, Futko to vyhrálo. Jak nič. Dneska dávalo také informačné videjko. Brawl Stars. Celkom akože zaujímavé, veci tam povedali nejaké. Že čo plánujú s tým BS-kom a tak. Že aj častejšie updaty majú byť a tak. Takže uvidíme. Svety, čauko. Majú v pláne častejšie updaty. A tak. Kúvaj, ešte gesty, to je frajer. Toto je gesty. To sú mamutkovia naši. Z Futka. 1-0. A pušol som bola na 2100, myslím, že je to ťažké. 2100 je celkom v pohode asi už, no. Na 2000 pušovať som nepušoval ešte. Na 2000 som ešte nepušoval práve. Foodie sport. Foodie sport, je to tak. Ale chcel opozerať trošku metu, chat. Takže sa nebudem dávať pozor aj. Uvidíme. Spajkoš. Gesty 10 kilov. Budeš delať video push code 3 Prestige? Jo, určite akože... Chcem skúsiť aj Prestige 3. Uvidíme, či sa nám to podarí, že jo? Uvidíme. Uvidíme. Ja neviem, nepúšalo som na Prestige 2 ešte vôbec. Že aké to je. Či to je ťažké, či to je ľahké, alebo tak. No. Inak chcel by som pušnúť aj rankedy ešte. Posledné 3 dní na rankedy sú, myslím, že? Som pozeral. A mám tam Legendary 1 a Legendary 2 skoro, no. Mohli by sme ešte skúsiť akože... pušnú aj rankedy, ale... No. Neviem kedy ešte. 2 dní, 18 hodín, no, práve, že už moc času tam není, no. Ale zase sme na Legendary 2 sme skoro, no. Jedna hra od Legendary 2 sme na rankedoch, čo celkom fajn. Chester, Stu, ty vole, šilinka, double swoosh. Kebabov ja zobárajú dobré kombičko. Normálne. Ali a Shelly. Totem nebo Humble? Humble vyhrá všechno, chat. Humble dneska vyhrá všechno. Dneska Humble budú winners. Koľko stredu mám testované 9 na rozky zároveň. Darček. Darčekos. Ne, vyhrá. Názor na Jartexu nový sestrih. Teda... Milujeme ho. Je strašný. Jartek je strašný. Budišťák by napsal ešte včera toto, že jestli mu neprezdelím post, kde sa vyholil. Proste bročáčo. Allow the Shelly to be able to go from those lanes and the alley to go on the aggressive. But the alley's going to be a tough one to make work with the scale now. Two super aggressive lanes on the right-hand side there. Left-hand side, Stu, of course, can dash away if he has a super available. Once Gene has... Co myslíš, že vyhraje Grants? Podľa mňa furt? Akože úplne finálko dneška? A fani má Humble. Asi to bude foot Humble v finále zas. Uvidíme, možno sa niečo pokašle, nikdy nevieš. Ale faním Humble. Faním Humble. Vy čo ste na streame, môžete dať like na streame, chat. 84 ľudí, 21 lajkov. Budem rád na lajkiť. Medzi pauzami môžeme dať aj Brawl Stars, kľudne. Uvidíme, že aké dlhé budú pauzy medzi hrama. Alebo tak, ale môžeme kľudne zahrať aj nejaké hry v BS-ku. Medzi hrami. Medzi týmami, čo budú switchovať. A kolik máš trofí? Koukni najnovší videjko a tolik trofejí mám. Včera vyšiel Cold 2 Prestige Push. Od Cold 2 Prestige Pushu som nehral. Takže, tak. Tu vidíte, no. Čo to zobrali? Oni zobrali teda Gina na mid, hej. Kebabovia. Zaujímavé kombičko majú. Reálne nemajú vôbec range na foot. Skoro. Crazy Phone Zdiga Flow, Filip Boom Nika Flow. Dáme pauzu asi 5 minút, to je v pohode. Tu stihneme jednu hru zahrať v Brawl Stars. No čo, to je, toto, ja som hovoril, že tento zápas nemá cenu, to proste vidí, že ich tlačia až na spawn, no. Takže kebabovia aspoň sa kvalifikovali na multifinal, ale bohužiaľ hneď vypadnú kebabovia, no. Jak ho zabil ešte, čosi, jak. Ale nič. Ale Salty sa nekvalifikoval tento mesiac, chat. No nic. Češko jedinej náš. Pre food toto je pre food hra, keby len taký tréning na rozohráte, chat. Jaký šťastný je. Angel Boy, chat. Gesty. Kúkajte, chat. Gestinko náš. Nenávim slovenčinu, dobrý deň. Čauko z Eura, ahoj. Ten tým kebabáci sú teda nic moc, tak oni sa kvalifikovali jenom, no. Ja som ešte neslyšel nikdy. DDčka možno znám, jestli to je ten DDčko z OG z času, ale Reja neznám vôbec, napríklad. A Yuffie, nevím, asi neznám, no. Yuffieho. Gesty je strelec? Gesty je riadny strelec, na to koľko má rokov, no. Podobáš sa na Gestyho? Ja sa podobám na Gestyho. Kámo. Mám o 50 kg menej ako Gesty. Mám o 50 kg menej ako Gesty. Tak sa mi podobá jeho. Considering his options, a nice magic hand there. Nice stuff from Didi. Does actually go down there in the process, I think. Ray there, still trying to clear up the scraps. Guess he's really going so aggressive into this ball. I'm not sure how he went down, considering it was a Shelly and a Jean on top of each other against a Gale. Skillovo sa na neho podobáš? No, tak, je to tak. Souhlasím s týmto výrokom. Nevíš, jestli to dneska zapne Zix? Zix byl na streamu před chvíli. Možná přijede zase na stream. Můžeš se ho zeptat pak. Kolik je tomu Gestimu? Kolik? Chat 16? Myslím, že 16. Gestimu je. Well, this epic about spawn, they can't get out of this, they're just trapped in. And despite the agility of that brawler that Yuffie's playing, they just cannot get close with it. Ali just shut back so much. Nic, no, chat. Máme furt sa nemusel ani snažiť, aby hrali druhý set. Ome, chat, skipnite toto tu. Skipnite toto tu hru. Vieme, že to bude 3-0. Všetci vieme, že to bude 3-0, tak to nepreťahujme. Just about able to get this job done. Hypercharge at the end there gets him some heals back. So really nice stuff. How can the monthly finals? First half of that game though, it didn't look like it was going to go their way. The alley was jakožto e-sport hráči mají míň trofí, jak hráči, kteří nehrají e-sport. Jak to, že? Protože e-sport hráči se nefokusují na trofeje. Trofeje v dnešní době neznamená nic v podstatě, že jo? Jako trofeje reálně máš len status flexu možno, alebo jak to nazvať. Reálne to nedokazuje nič, no. 20 000 trofejový capek môže byť 100-krát lepšie ako ty, čo máš 200 000. No 200 000 nikto nemá momentálne, ale môže mať 100 000 a 10 000 trofejový hráč môže byť lepší ako ty, keď sa venuje e-sportu. Keď hraje viac screamy a chápe akože proste tú hru ako takú.
But it's going to be a really, really tough thing to do. I mean, you can just see how locked in for esports really are. Geňoman there with 10, 450 DPS also to his name.
Kadli, čako, ahoj.
Working well, harmoniously, you could say. FA Kebab might be out the
Gesty má 25k trofea, je lepšia jak ostatní, alebo Gesty hraje iba turnaje. On hraje, Mačerina hrával, stále hraje pravdepodobne a proste všelijaké rôzne turnaje, veľmi často scrimuje a tak. Nehraje trofeje, že? Trofeje sú akože fun pre content creatorov, alebo pre nás akože pre vás hráčov. Trofeje sú super a všetko, ale inak akože trofeje... Taký Gesty nepotrebuje trofeje, že? Keď chce hrať takto profesionálne. You know.
Seems like a little bit of a slip through the bans to me. Really solid pick on this map. But then ban-wise, looking at the Poco that Ali...
By the way, už mám skoro 30k, ja co byla roky stakla na 25k, ty si začala hrát, jo? Mám tě rád, už na tebe koukal dlouho, dělej to dále. Ďakujem, chlape. A čo bolo pre teba ťažšie na monitore? Svojo alebo matika? Slovenčina určite, podľa mňa. Matika je v poď, alebo ja som mal rád matiku. Na základnej škole ja som mal rád matiku, popravde. Ja som to mal rád, tú matematiku, takže mi to celkom aj išlo. Na strednej som si celkom nenávidel matematiku. Na strednej matematika už nebavila. Čo je otázka? Ja vám to odkliknem, aby ste mali odpoveď, ja už mám všetky body. Navi je správna odpoveď, chat. Navi je správna odpoveď. Navi je správna odpoveď. Kde na to môžu koukať? Event Browstar.com, daj. Ja ti to šupnu do chatu. Tam sa môžeš prihlásiť a získať odmeny. Takéto odmeny, chat, môžete získať. Tieto odmeny môžete získať. Všetky. Star dropíky, Chaos dropíky, piník a tak. Čau, ty zabijaku, čau, Max Borák. Hrajú z RYZEN, jaj. Dnes dal 100k, gratulky. Kubík, hezky. Ja neznášam matiku, ale milujem rovnice. OK, zajímavé. Uděláš někdy video z Mačerina? Fú, já nevím, jestli mám dostatočný skill na to, aby hrál Mačerina. A hlavně nemám tým, jako nemám s kým hrát Mačerina. Že jo? Trofy jsou jenom na flex, je to tak. Gesty by mi měl dať Mortise. Mortise neuvidíme, ale vidíme tu, co tu vidíme? Jaj, chat, typovačka na Brawl Ball. Brawl Ball bude podľa mňa minutové hry max. Do minuty prehrajú kebabáci. Čauko, Davzda. Mám rada matiku, ale nesnáším je počítať. Tak, tady to máme. Dneska sa len 30k za měsíc na tomto účte. To je hezké. No, poďme sa na to pozrieť. Nita Leon Max, to je veľmi zaujímavé kombo inak, Nita Leon. Tu vidíte, že Buffyska sa reálne pikujú, ty kokos. Také kombo by som v živote nepikol, popravde. Leona a Nitu. To je crazy, ne? Na túto mapu. Leona a Nitu. Tak uvidíme, čo uvará. Možno to je dobré, fakt. Leon není ale inak špatný vlastne. Som párkrát hral proti nemu a celkom otravný, ne? A neviem, ja nemusím Leona moc. Ajaj, boom! A ne, nezabil. Nič neurobil, Niceboy. Totálne waste. Washed. Furt musí win, jo, to vyhrá. No to je zaujímavý matchup, ale. Proč neberou Bibi? Bibi bola bannutá podľa mňa. Každú hru sa banuje Bibi. Skoro. Či? Ja neviem, či bola bannutá teraz, alebo nebola bannutá, popravde. Nepozeral som to moc. A Bibi sa dá ľahko kontrolovať zase na druhú stranu práve. Na proscene to asi majú toto. Jak môžu hlasovať, kto vyhraje? Na stránce event.brawlstar.com.
So had to hold off, wait this out.
Tá Nita ale s hyperchargekou, keď si dá, tak je tiež mega strong, no. S tou buffiskou. Je to zajímavučné. Ale za mňa to hraje Gessi, takže to je zaručené. Zaručené, že to poťahá. Zatiaľ to je vyrovnané, ale celkom s týmto matchupom. Už ich sa tlačia. To padne prvý gól, to padne prvý gól. Tady to bude. Tady to padne. Ja ešte. Čauko Morte, ahoj. Ale kto by dal Nitu a Leona? No, oni nie sú zlé, no. Tie postavy asi momentálne. Lebo Nita aj Leon dostala buffisko. A tie buffisky asi akože robia niečo. Ja som to moc nehral popravde, ešte tu Nitu ani Leona po reworku, takže neviem. Krixel, díka flow.
Not making a beeline for that ball on the right-hand side as Angel with the left-hand side as well, keeping the pressure on. Now with the hypercharge as well, Didi trying to defend, gets some good shots as well, but not trying to find a Féďa through. The ball is loose, it's with Angel Boy, the ball's about to go down, can he find the angle? It's deflected, it's just him as the last
Proste načiel, no. Furt načiel. Ale včera banoval najviac Globerta, Bibi, bola druhá, alebo tretia. Glober je tak silný, hej. Globy náš. Neviem, je to možné, no, Glovičko, že je silný jak blázen. Čo majú také poker face? Však vyhrávajú všetko. No tak nic, kebabáci si zahrali chat, aspoň mali screen time nejaký. A môžeme sa rozlúčiť s FA Kebab. Kebabáci končia. No to bude prvý gól hneď. OK, to bude prvý gól. No tak, ešte to zdržali. Aj tak bude prvý gól asi. Pás, gól. No jasne. Čiže tu vidíte v praxi prihrávky, ako sú dôležité praxi prihrávky. Normálne vidíte, že to je dôležité prihrávať. Musíte prihrávať. Asi si pozreli tvoje videjko? Je to tak, chat, je to tak. Pozreli si moje videjko. Zajtra možno vyjde, chat, videjko, ako hrať hot zone. Ale iba možno. Ešte neviem. GG no, chat. Ešte trickshot si dal. Trickshot si dal. No nic. Yes, Shadowman. Môžeš. No kde utekajú? Oni hrajú ping-pong! Oni hrajú ping-pong, chat, normálne. Aha, jak športujú, chat? Som nemyslel, že takto športujú. Môj furt hraje ping-pong. Normálne vyhrali a utekali hrať ping-pong. Tak to je crazy, chat. Crazy job. Crazy job. Co má toto byť? Chat, hlasujte za hocikoho, získate 100 bodov. Free 100 bodov. Gamerko, ahojky, čauky. Chlapci, my máme asi najväčšie šťastie na svete, nám asi budú radiť na monitore učiteľia. Radiť na monitore učiteľia. To neviem či. Akože stáva sa to vo školách, no. Aj na maturách sa radí, na nejakých školách. Takzvané také secret rady. Čako, Jasmy. Ahoj. Čau, ahoj Liloj. Ahoj. Kamo, 8 minút máme na ďalší zápas. Chceme zahrať BS Comedy Team? 8 minút máme. Ty kokos. 8 minút, chat. Ty môj bláznik. Môžeme zahrať BS-ko zatiaľ. 8 minútiek. Do pohodičky. Ja si tu zapojem toto. Mobilek. A čo budeš hrať? No to neviem, čo budem hrať. Niečo zahráme. No, zapnem to, chat. Zapíname. Dáme čas. We have a time, mutnem to teda, na chvíľku. No. Pesičku na request nepustím momentálne za hora. Kvôli YouTube streamu. A pošleš odkaz na ten čempión? Pošlem. Ja to prepnem tú správu. No, môžeme zahrať Trophy Rush. Ale Trophy Rush sa mi neoplatí zapnúť, keďže za chvíľku pozeráme zase to. Môžeme dať jednu ranked hru, chat. Nádor? Jedna ranked hra. Easy, ne? Tak joinujte, chat. Dáme Legendary 2. Možno. Chceš jednu ranked hru? Reálne, to som písal. Tak poďme. Joinujte. Máme tu revár, chat. Kledneme? Absolutne nič. 100 coinov. Kto vyhraje Navi alebo od toho? Team Heretics. Navi. Ja som dal, neviem, Heretics mám po cene. Neviem, čo som dal ja. Jo, ja som dal Heretics, chat. Môžete typovať na stránke teraz. Akurát to tam beží. Typo z bingos. Heretics som dal ja. Crystal Arcade, jaj. Tragédia, chat. Tragická mapa. Tragédia. Crystal Arcade. Heretics by mali vyhrať lowkey, asi jo. Hlavne Humble hraje proti nejakému týmu, čo sa volá Madrid, chat. Madrid. Som v živote nepočul tiež tento tým. Madrid. Majú free win, ne? Humble. Čauko, Iri. Jak to jde? Pomaličky, pôjde. Real Madrid. Real Madridi. Tebe idú tie XP do koša, je to tak. Idú mi tie body do koša, no. Už mám 1500 bodov totiž. No, čo tu pikujeme? Crystal Arcade, máme Karla, Rika, Shada proti sebe. Tak s čím to uvaríme? S čím uvaríme? Chlapcov. Jarix, čo pikuje? Mr. P! Mr. P sa hraje? To je nejaká off-meta pick, ne? To Mr. P ho som dlho nevidel hrať. Mal by som piknúť chat ako správne. Leon. To je ten pick. Ne, zoberiem Colta, chat. Zase to zničí mape, ja? Zničíme mapu. Rickovi. Dáme Colta, chat. Tak. Nie sú tu nezničiteľné scény, dobrá. Bereme Colta. Dnes hrajú v rankedech, je dobré docela na control. Fuck jo, Mr. P. Mr. P je jeden z najhorších teď. Tak. Tak. To by sa mali. Ja Heretics win, však Navi vyhodil len na ja, nemá kto hrať. Ja, to je pravda. Drake je lopata. Tak. Jak zhodili z Drakea. Čo si viem kúpiť za tie body toho, čo za 8 minút, sorry, ale zabol som, jak sa to volá. Neviem, čo myslíš. Vykričuj body, keď tak. Kámoši, máme na profile 100 toto. 100 prestiges, dobré ne? 100 prestiges. Zničíme mapku. Fú, tak Jarix to si dobre nabehol. To bola rýchla smrť takzvané. Fú, dlho som nehral Brawl Stars, chat. To bude tragédia hrať dneska Brawl Stars. Tu logo. O! Jaj, 46 životov. Kysni sa. Čo má za rank? Legendary. Nice dead. Easy. Vyhrávame. Ja, tak to je fríčko. Musíme zničiť tomu Rickovi steny. Neby tam nemal toľko stien. A ja som tragický cold, chat. Prestige 2 cold, tragédia. Zničíme toto všetko. A teraz ste skončili! Nice. Má 3 gemy, free 3 gemy, chat. Free 3 gemy. Easy, hovorím, že free 3 gemy. Hop. No, to máme vyhraté, jak nič už. Dead. Bang, hypercharge. Boom. Dead. Nice. Práca. Máme ešte 2,5 minúty na to, aby sa odohrali ďalšiu hru. Než začne ďalší zápas. Heretik sa naví. S tým tu čakem Zofo včera docela ťa tahal, není tak na piťu. Ktorá lopata tu povedal, že Mr. P je meta. Jak sa dá zahlasovať? Na stránke eventsbrowser.com. Máš to pripnuté. Tú stránku. No, zničíme nás. Zajímavé, Embro, zajímavé. Ja by som mal ísť na Rika, podľa mňa, úprimne. Rika má úplne free matchup proti Rikovi. Čo? Teraz, konečne mi to ide, chat. Konečne som ho zapol. Konečne niečo robím. Dead? Dostávajú. Dostáva, nice, easy win, chat, easy Legendary 2. Dneska počas prestávok na Worlds, teda na Monthly Finals, dáme normálne Mastra. Počas prestávok, budeme hrať po jednej hre a dáme Mastra. Čo si jak? Neblázni. Jaj. Zbytočná hypercharge, ho. Absolutne zbytočná hypercharge. Crazy. A jeden game a máme to. Zdrháme do fakis. Dobre, som spálený. Aj, 7 to máme. Dobrá práca. Mojem s tebou? No, už budeme späť ďalší zápas. Za minútu začína ďalší zápas. No, krásna práca. Good job, koľko to pridá? Aspoň 100 elo, aspoň 100. 62 elo, dáme pánové, ďakujeme. Ďakujeme, 62 elo. Ďakujeme. Poďme ešte jednu, asi nestíhame už. Ďalšiu hru. Ďalšiu pauzu. No, ďalšiu pauzu by sa mohli dať Legendary 2, dáme pánové, tým pádom. Easy peasy, ne? Ďakujeme za jednu hru, ďakujeme. No, zapínam to tu. Čako Mati, ahoj. Ahoj Mati. Musíš len Mythic samíček, myslím, že aby nás to pustilo. S Diamondom to najde. Mr. P sa teď hraje hodne v trio showdownech, som si všiml. Ďakujem, Shadowman.
I think some of these buffy brawlers now, Crow, BB, Bull, those are always banned out, or if not, picked up immediately. Let's see if that's going to continue in EMEA as well. One brawler that I always like to
Poslal som tie, videl som, akurát. Čako Šamola, ahoj. Šupnite like na stream na YouTubeku, je vás tu 120 a 38 lajkov. Čo je crazy, nepomer. Tak 50 lajkov aspoň. Dáme, ne? Pôjdeš ešte jednu. Ďalšiu hru pojeme cez ďalšiu pauzu, chat. Keď dohrajú títo dva týmy, tak dáme ďalšiu ranked hru. Pam. Double swoosh. Tieto animácie sú inak cool, chat, že to takto urobili. To sa mi páči. To je cool. Ikaos. Ja som dal na GG. Oni sa vlastne teraz banujú takto postaviť, chat. Oni to funguje tak po novom, že vy môžete banuť global ban, čo znamená, že tie global bany sú banuté na celé 3 hry. Mám pocit. Že oni si, každý tým si vyberá 2 brawlerov, čo banujú. Na všetky 3 hry. Takže Mortis, Bull, Leon a Gobert sú banutí na všetky 3 hry. Alebo všetky 3 hry, na všetky mody proste. Na všetky mody a ostatok proste banuješ počas tých jednotlivých setov. Dal sa Mr. P, protože sa naviacal zít. Pohodička, vyhrali sme, jak ničil. Čiliček. Kde Bibi? No Bibi nebanli. Vidíš to, že nebanli.
of Navi, but it is a brawler pick, which
No mají Sandy, takže win.
favor quite heavily. So Bo could
Jako Navi.
certainly be a brawler here, which is also viable.
Sandy až tak strong, jo.
Again,
Otis.
escape through. So it just
Ahoj.
allows a little bit more of that insurance policy. The fact Splatter, of course, can get some good value.
Ahoj,
also from
Pike.
the side.
Once again, a really pushy map, so he wants
Paukič, Paukič. Kámo, to nevím, jak číst tvoje jméno. A vítaj. Vladit, ahoj.
Ember's one of those brawlers that we've seen quite a lot last year. I feel she's not in the best.
To by mohlo být i v ranke, je to dobrá zmena.
She's also not too bad into a spike because of his gadget.
No v rankedu nevím, jak by si to dala, ale šmoula. Lebo tady to máš na mody všechny, že jo? A tam jako nehraješ víc modu. Tam se ti vylosuje jeden mod a hraješ jako jeden mod, že jo? Takže jako, nevím, to nedává smysl.
She's just perfectly made for this.
Yeah, it's something we talked about at the top. I mean, we didn't necessarily see it at the time, but yesterday it showed up a lot. Janet just makes too much sense here, and especially into the Sandy. Clearly, both of these teams are prioritizing.
Kým mi Jule?
We've seen this as well.
Jule, no. Jule už není. Gelmog, ahoj. Ahoj, ahoj, ahoj. A musíš dať free skin, aby si dal 50 lajkov. 50 lajkov se právě teraz hitli. Chat, krásná práca. Krásná práca.
I mean, Gene Max Sandy, possibly? I mean, Gene's kind of dropped off a little bit. Okay, Rosa Max Sandy was not the...
Čau jsem tu nový, už jsem tě zdravil, chlape. Už jsem tě zdravil.
That is a wild brawler pick to, like, I mean, Rosa in the BSC now, it really is in a tough place. I'm looking actually forward to seeing Rosa with some buffies. I think she needs that more than ever. It can work.
Boris,
I mean,
ahoj.
you know, we kind of are like just an amber pick away from kind of...
Rosa!
Having all her pushes
Next
down.
Rosa,
So,
jo.
I mean, that's the third point
Janet.
that could come up here.
Definitely true. Ember would be deep.
A ten Gale sa mega pikuje teraz. Ten Gale sa jako mega pikuje. Galiček. Ahoj, jsem tu nová. Ahoj, Barčo. Baru S. Prečo tu si vlastně Baru S? A inde si Baru P. Aha. Tak. Vítaj, ahoj. Čauko. Jaký názor na Totem? Totem je v pohodě, týmík. Je tam Joker. Jokera mám rád.
Navi made some changes. Been a lot of drama in this region, just in general with roster mania, even in rage switching sides.
Baru už asi treba.
Simply must watch television, folks. A long-time rivalry. iChaos versus
Totem je
Trade.
goated.
Here we go. Quarterfinals number 2.
A lot of emotions, for sure.
Akože ale Navi nemá zlý tým. Reálně, stále nemá zlý tým. Ale Rozu som dlho neviděl tiež nějak v akci s tými travičkami, to je crazy, no. A dobre si to držia, Heretics. A Rozička už si robí svoje teritorium. Aký je tvoj obľúbený tým? Humble! No, to bude zajímavé. Musí vypošovať Heretics jednu stranu.
She's got a gadget that can escape with a little bunny hop, or she can go to the sky. Now Marco seemingly making a move, trying to keep Rosa away. She really hasn't been able to encroach at all.
Yeah, this is my concern. You know, ultimately Rosa can play, some gems dropped here. Heretics not pressurizing too much. Just a little bit of the right
Tak to majú problémik. Nemajú.
Taken care of quite easily, so look at the gems. I mean, Navi got 7.
While Drage did die, he bought a lot of space, but unfortunately Marco is just going to have to press up against this wall and hope to push them back. Easy super
To bylo dobrá,
right there.
superačka.
Right hand in, iChaos now walking up this right-hand side. Drage low.
Jaj, tak to nič. GG, to stratili všetky gamy práve.
Heretics, iChaos able to slip by, grab a few gems. This is completely now on the blue roster's end.
To stačí už iba držať, no.
Marco has himself that.
Jaký odfuk, no nič, to už nič neurobia. Jaj, Gale, kámo. Gale power, crazy. Za prvé Baru P nešlo a za druhé jakože Baru.
But coming down to the nitty-gritty, I mean, what can they realistically do against this Gale pick?
The longevity of Rosa is something
SK Gaming je najlepší, to vie každý. SK zmenil zostavu. Práve. Práve, že menili zostavu.
But in a draft setting, you have time to react, especially if you don't pick it as a 6 overall selection. So I think getting this Gale pick at the very end works on multiple lanes, even if they try and mix it up here. Garo's not necessarily going to have an easy time into Marco, and sure, Drage occupied a lot of space, took a lot of time off the clock, but ultimately all it took was 1 kill and Team Heretics had it in the bag.
I want to see that camera shot again. I think on the whiteboard it said unacceptable mistakes. They're like a list of stuff.
Yeah.
Get your notepads out and your pens at home, guys, and make some notes. Could be helpful for you. So far, again, it's that same setup, isn't it, really, for Navi here, with Drage on the left-hand side trying to build those bushes. Marco just doing his best to earn super, which he now has. In the meanwhile, 5 gems to Sabine, and already a super to hand allows that escape mechanism.
No, ideme som robiť niečo, zatiaľ vám to tu nechám pustené. SK je shit teďka, SK je bedrn, SK je k hovnu. Proč je SK tak shit? SK dobré, no. SK si zavaroval tento rok zatiaľ.
Raged now, creeping towards this gem. Sabine might get some good shots here with the blossomy blow of the Gale as well. Now Drage with the gems can't get all of them, some left behind. And again,
Dobre ich dali, kávoško, Heretics.
I just don't have much confidence in a reset.
Yeah, Navi gonna have to do their best to walk.
Rola nefungovala takzvané.
Pocket a face shit forward, Marco there to meet them in a hypercharge super, a double, and even a little Gale NATO for extra measure. Team Heretics once again starting exactly like they did a month ago in the monthly qualifiers, up 1-0, and it was not close.
SK dneska ani nehraje? No SK nehraje, ne? Nehraje práve. Oni ani nepostupili na Monthly Finals práve. OK. Humble, Totem, Novo, Madrid. SK není. Nepostupilo ani. To je crazy, no. Crazy job.
They've got options. I mean, there was Amber, there was Gale, there was so many brawler picks and ideas, and maybe even Shelly, if it wasn't banned out, they could have gone for there. I mean, Rosa is just not that brawler. She just has so little weight. It could be a strat which a team are not expecting, but I think anyone at this level of play, when they see that brawler, they can just go with the counter, and they just couldn't do anything with it. It was a loose pair of hands.
I'm open to a lot of different ideas in Brawl esports in general. I mean, these pros are the best of the best. This is a very old-timey selection. It's just shades of 2022 with the Max and a Sandy, and then on top of that, Rosa. Those two make sense. If you're going to pick the Rosa, though, again, my biggest critique would be why do it at a 5th pick when there's a clear amount of time? They've already drafted anti-tank with the mute button and Otis. It just didn't make a lot of sense to me. And again, as somebody who loves Gale with all their heart, that's not necessarily a top selection in the game. I actually ended up asking iChaos about this board on the background. It was one of the things I noticed as well. I thought, hey, is this just a thing that you're doing this month, or is this after last month, are we making adjustments? He's like, nope, we do this every month. This is what we do. That's the level of mentality it takes, and I think having somebody like a veteran in him leading these two is going to make them better ultimately.
Wow. Regardless, either way, going into the second set, I need to see more from Navi to feel like this has potential of going the distance.
No.
Definitely, I would say that
Kolik trofí máš kolik trofí máš s brawlerem vysněných? Vysněných? Kult Prestige 4, to mi stačí v živote. To mi stačí. Chvíli byli nejlepší a teďka ani nepostoupí, je docela set. Kámo, já jsem stavoval na dobré týmy dnes. Jsem len sledoval, ako mi prišli stardropy. Jo, tak 1500 bodov je celkom ľahký na zbieraj práve, že tých 1500 bodov, to je akože úplne najviac basic. Ven A taky nepostoupilo se TMN a skoro ani Tribe na Monthly Finals. Tak nováčikovia sa ukazujú. Vidíš, že tu postupili kebabáci, postupili tu nejakí madridisti, takže akože nejakí nováčikovia aspoň. Aspoň vidíme nové mena. Víš? Víš jak? Víš jak? By the way, otázočka. Ondy skončil s e-sportom, či ako? Ondy nehraje ani BSK, podľa mňa skoro už. Neviem, jak je na tom teraz. Ondy momentálne tryhardí fitko. Ondy tryhardí fitko momentálne. A neviem, čo robí inak. Na našom Discorde je dosť často Ondy, práve že toto. Ale na našom Discorde vždycky sa baví o fitku. Ja neviem. Ale na našom Discorde vykričí DC, môžete joinúť. Je tam každý deň. Každý deň si tam píšu. Tam je taká skupinka, ktorá to kempí celú dobu. 24/7 sú tam. Taká jedna skupinka. Takí profesionálni kempery sú tam.
I'm just worried that...
Ale nejak nie sú už MČR v Bravu, tak minulý rok to zrušili.
I wonder if this is Max again.
A MČR Mobile celkovo akože zrušili minulý rok. Takže mobilné MČRčko vôbec nebylo. A tento rok zatím nevím, no. Zatím no info. Či to oznámia, či to neoznámia, či na mobilnú sekciu sa úplne vykašľali už. Lebo nie sú sponzory možno na mobilný gaming, neviem. Neviem popravde. Neviem povedať. Ale ten mobilný gaming je dosť dopláca na všetkom, no. Akože teraz nejaké Clash Royale komunitné turnaje zase boli, som pozeral, ale inak žiadne veľké turnaje. Ja si pamätám tie predošlé ročníky ešte, kde boli akože fakt, že veľké turnaje z Brawl Stars na Československu. A teraz akože fakt nemáme žiadne turnaje, no. A kvôli čomu každý tým vyhaduje len Nina, to vôbec neviem. Ja to ako až tak nasledujú práve. Nemám inside ich takéto.
And I wasn't overly convinced, but like in this stage, they were basically just picking it every single set and just kind of hoping for it to work out. But the Cocoon, regardless, that is really where Charlie is quite key. And in Brawl Ball, shutting down the goal scoring opportunity is kind of where that's quite important to do.
I imagine the Spiderlings are their way of dealing with Stu specifically. I think they bring this in. It's solid at stopping incoming offenses as well. I think it's a fine pick, nothing wrong with it. Charlie in general, I think it's just a solid shout overall. Team Heretics starting out very well. A convincing set number 1 after what
Ten meme skin na Franka bude príští season. Myslím, že jo. Ono vlastne teraz vidíte nová postava, čo ne? Teraz ďalšie dni. Teraz niekedy. Nevidíte teda tá nová postava? OK, ho je 15. On vidie nejak ďalší týždeň, ne? Niekedy. Ďalší týždeň by mala výsť nová postava. Tak sa nemýlim. Takáto divná, ktorou môžeš mieriť. No aj vystreliš a ešte môžeš namieriť druhý krok. Jak často je Championship Brawl Stars? Každý mesiac. Každý mesiac. Proč je tam 5 banů? A 2 bany sú globál, platia na všetky 3 sety. Na všetkých 5 modov. A tie ostatné bany sú klasické bany. Rakúša, díky za follow.
Insanely good stuff. Gale, one of the best goalkeepers in Brawl Stars between the Twister and also the pushback. There is always an opportunity if you've got at least one of the utility in your pocket. Now occupation in the middle from Navi. Red roster just completely consuming this as iChaos is once again forced back on defense. Team Heretics, I think, had a real opportunity at scoring there, so the fact that they let one go, definitely a devastating blow.
High charge from Marco now, and this is going to be potentially dangerous, but Skero is all over it. And the support of his teammates is there also. Rage has got super. Is that a bomb? That's the question. Can they break some cover here? The ball to Rage. He's got super as well, but shut down.
Kúkaj, Navi má šancu. A predsa len pikli tú Bibi. A tá Bibi vidíte, že nie je až tak silná. Reálne my stretávame tú Bibi každú hru v reálnych matchupoch. A tá Bibi je ľahko kontrolovateľná práve dosť. Vidíte, že Gala zoberete, neviem, Chestra. A tá Bibi akože až tak silná zrazu není, že jo? A zaujímavé kombo majú minimálne inak. Charlie, Meeple a Bibi. To je interesting. Každý mesiac nebo každý rok? Každý mesiac. Každý mesiac je monthly finals a potom je na konci roka vždycky world finals. Á, dobrý miss, no. Dobrý miss, Chaos. Kdyby už je, jak Edgar, hrála se tak moc, že už proti ní lidi umí hrát. To... Neviem, no. Tá Bibi je strašne stále strong, akože v normálnych zápasoch. Mi príde. Stu Gale v každém setu. Tak Gale je mega strong, koukam. Vyhľadajte.
As somebody who plays Gale a lot, definitely not an S tier kind of brawler, but in a draft setting, clearly he's got some validity. We saw it in set number 1, and now we're seeing it sign even on Brawl Ball.
And I kind of prefer the comp here, to be honest, to Team Heretics. I feel like it has a lot of weight.
Roztajak, spočúvam.
Which they just didn't really kind of gel with in their scrims as well as Navi, who really thrived off the back of their results. So far, Navi giving some confidence, showing that they can really bring a fight to the table there, and a nice shutdown there of Enraged onto Sabine, who forced the hand of the BB.
Lou looked like Super was perfectly timed, and Rage was able to escape with a little HP. Garo trying to back away. Part of the influence, I'm sure, for the Stu pick is from a long-time counter into BB has been this Stu. Charges super so easily, can dash away, so Beam's gonna miss that baseball swing more time than not.
Well, Marco just utilizing this moment of downtime here to try to land some shots. Recycling that gadget is going to be so crucial and important to be able to try to bring the ball forwards. There's a lot of pressure being applied here from Navi, opening up some space. It's a hypercharge from Marco there, going straight forwards. Ball push through from Chaos. Spiderlings out. Can they find...
To by mohli dát golik, ne? Nějaký vymyslet. Ty vogo, toto keď využili už. Můžu napsat na Instagram, určitě. Určitě. 5 sekund, jak je? No, pohodička asi, nějak dá se. Toto bylo dobré. To byla dobrá superka. Ja, dobrá gadgetka do superkou. Nabil se ještě bublinku. Dobrá bublinka celkom. Ty kokos. Dobré. Ja, Gero. Prežil. Neprežil. A hypercharge BB. To dajú gól už. Z toho hyperkou je. To uvarí teraz. Počká, kým sa oživí. Stúčko. Alebo je to viac save, no hraj asi. Sorry, keď ten zápas Zeta proti CR, nekúkam. Nekúkam vôbec mimo Európy. Koukám jenom na Európu. Vždycky zapínam streamy na Európu jenom. Ty vogo, oni to neubráňava? To je ono. To bolo celkom zbytočné podľa mňa tento gól. Si nechaj dať. Lenči. Ale tak to asi dajú. Kúka? Vidíte, dokračal. Chat, vidíte, že nemusíte strieľať loptu, keď viete dokračať do brány. Musíte dokračať do brány. Taký mě zaujíma jen Európa v podstate.
Unacceptable mistakes that I saw, I think.
Are you reading the book on the wall?
I'm reading the book on the wall,
Look, I'm trying to learn too. Anything would help.
Bad attitude was on there, by the way. So
can't have that. None of that.
None of that from you today.
No, you know what? I'll be better about that. I know I've had a real attitude issue with this show, but...
Well, you're injured. We'll allow it.
I've been quite the diva, huh?
What a match, though. What a set. This really is a very important, decisive moment now for Navi, because they cannot afford to go 2 sets down here, so they do need to equalize things out. They've got a real prospect with this comp to do so. They just dropped the ball a little bit too much in that last instance. Now is Garrett pushing his right-hand side. Beam now low, running the damage gear as well, so a little heal from Enrage to bring his ball forwards would go a long way.
Small change up from Navi as well. Chester kind of working alongside this Gale on the left hand in against BB, while Garo encroaches on the right-hand side, in and out. That's Stu's main game. A passive-aggressive playstyle, drops the speed zone for a little bit of extra coverage, dips down, cocooned, and surrounded by the mansions of Meeple. Thankfully for them, Marco
Sorry, Cash, to som čítal. Som čítal.
Always within that Manchester Meeple box. Marco low though, Garrett survives with the gas kill as well, will stay in position and just feed off the back of Sabine, who's popping a vitamin pill himself now, so he'll be getting to a healthy amount of 10,000 HP plus with the help of that shield gear. Now his teammates back in the mix, speed zone going down for Navi.
Reálne v Ázii je maximálne crazy Raccoon, sa dal neviem.
Heretics just dismantle it.
Zeta. Ale ja taký streamujú na Kiku, ale kámo 3-0 foot crazy. 3-0, jak crazy? 3-0 to bylo očekávané, ne? Že je akože foot. Reálne ako foot je teď asi top. No proste najsilnejší tým skoro. Reálne. Tam akože sa nedalo čakať nič iné podľa mňa oproti nováčikom. Alebo nováčikom proste. Typci, čo sa prvýkrát kvalifikovali na Monthly, že? Alebo hrajú niečo väčšie. Aký je tvoj number one hráč? Celkově? To nevím. Symantec za tie roky. Joker alebo Symantec. So Symantecom mám fotku, chat, takže Symantec, tak, Symantec. OK, 1-1. Zas proste pár sekúnd pred koncom. No a tentokrát nemajú hyperchargeky ready.
crucial for Navi
Damn,
to get
no.
right.
Clutch gameplay
To má podľa mňa výhodu Navi
once again
na overtime.
This is where Navi had issues in the previous game. A mansions of Meeple, no contact. Rage is able to get
To bude
by.
mať ťažké.
Lots of supers
Heretic.
available, as in
Ó!
Rage puts one there.
Kámo, ten bug! Na Ward sa stane bug s loptou proste, kámoško, to je crazy. Na Words, teda na Mantle Finals sa je bug s loptou. To je šalenota fakt táto hra. Čo to je za otázku, chat? What? Answer 4 je dobrá otázka, chat. Každopádne odpoveď. Oni to dajú? Čo mu to dajú normálne? Nedajú! Nedajú! Holy fools!
Off the crossbar, and Navi will survive the onslaught. And Rage now up the middle of the map. Chaos forced all the way back. Perfectly timed respawns, and with 15 on the clock, Team Heretics
Neviem práve, no, na ty
ball
taký.
still off your screen. Speed zone coming in as Gale will grab the ball. Spiderlink's going down a hypercharge.
Oh.
To nothing.
Oh!
Just the nick of time.
Tak to si robíš srandu!
Bang! Nails it down the left hand in.
Tak to je crazy, chat. To bola crazy hra, celkom. To crazy overtime.
Capitalizing down that mistake was crucial, but to ensure
To bol crazy overtime.
against that much pressure
Je ešte vôbec Sampy? Sampy sa rozpadlo ako celá organizácia už dávno. Sampy sa rozpadlo 3 roky dozadu asi. Sampy už neexistuje.
Now with that confidence to be able to do something with this could be a closer bet.
Much more competitive second set. In the draft, I think, gave them a more fighting chance than what we saw in set number 1. This is what I expect out of Navi. I still pick Team Heretics, but by no means do I think they're heavy favorites. We just have yet to see how Enraged kind of meshes into this roster. He's obviously a talented
Keby
player.
som ti púčil account, dal by si mi prečo 2 kód? Nedal, chlape. Pretože púčovať účty je proti podmienkam super celu. Za to môžeš dostať tak maximálne ban. Ale Prestige 2 na niečom. Takže tak. Jakoby. Jen tak.
I really feel like it was just very, very close. I want to see back actually that shot as well from Marco, just to kind of see with a clean pair of eyes whether there was, you know, a different place that ball could have potentially gone. But regardless, I mean, a really healthy amount of points above his name for the DPS and the takedown. So I think he had a good game regardless. But it's these little microcosms of mistakes that can prove costly.
I will say the good news, unless I read it wrong.
Bug grifnul toho, inak by to vyhrali. To som chcel.
To your point, though, I mean, that was such a razor-thin margin. There is a real chance that there was no potential for that to go in, but it sure looked like there was a good shot of that.
No, že sa bugla lopta, ne?
This match arguably hinged on
Shadow
that
Man.
moment. If they had lost that in overtime, 2-0, they've already been in this spot a month ago, obviously with a different teammate again, but nonetheless, still the core of this roster. So instead, Team Heretics are going to have to put up much more of a fight. Love seeing that Navi respond here.
Čo si to dej sám? Dvojka nie je až tak ťažká? Dvojka nie je ťažká, no práve. Uvidíme teraz, ak budeme pušovať trojku. Prestige 3. Uvidíme, čo to urobí, že jo? Prestige 3 bude zaujímavá, podľa mňa. Jak to, že si nepušoval Prestige 3 ešte, Maty? Som koukal, že nic extra si nepušoval, ne?
So I do feel like they are tried and tested here. We'll see shortly how their drafts will fare, but you've got to be really, really careful around those broader, utility based brawlers like Geňoman, Meeple as well.
Nebavíme to tam.
Is though, as well as the G and the Brock, the Gus, the Squeak, and the Buyer on here. So let's see how they feel about things. Definitely for me, the big one missing here is Crow. That's going to be a first pick worthy brawler here for sure, in my opinion. Potentially, Bo could have
Bugy na Monthly Finals. Hoď sorrykaš na to, že sa to odemýka každý víkend, za mňa je to na hovno. Jako, udělali to tak takticky, no, že oni jako udělali to na schvál tak, aby si koukal i na Ameriku. Protože jako málo lidí asi sleduje Ameriku, no asi Európa sa sleduje najvíc.
It as cheesy. Gray and Doug still a real potential here now that neither of those are banned. When I see something like Crow, I don't necessarily think that's an instant click, for example, but again, would not be doing my job if I didn't mention there was real potential for a little cheese strat.
No, I'm with you. And I like the Brock ban as well. I think that's kind of one of those brawlers which is a must-have pick, actually. I'm really going towards it. Eve going to come in. don't necessarily mind it, but I don't necessarily love it either. When Andrew's around, I think it kind of makes sense to go with Eve, as Andrew will have a tough time playing into that particular brawler, but many will kind of favour the Angelo on this map, packing that punch. RT for the come forwards as well. That will give definitely a helping hand to Eve, having those oppositions be marked up, allowing your damage to go further against, you know, brawlers like Eve. That's going to be a helping hand.
Crow's just a great brawler in general, so I really don't fault Navi on that right hand in, but I do think grabbing spawners and somebody that can traverse over water is also a great way to equip your team with a little firepower. And RT, I would think, arguably is the most balanced, safe choice on this map. Has the capabilities of being a longer range...
Ázia sa najviac sleduje štatisticky. Fakt, hej. Ázia sa najviac sleduje. To sa čudujú. To sa divím teda.
Aggressive brawler, offense into defense. Now this is one that Navi are rolling with that is going to, I imagine, power up another teammate, somebody much more aggressive, because Jaeyoung is somebody that deals okay damage, but he brings speed.
Eve normálne. Out in the open. Crow a Jaeyoung, to je crazy, ne?
Yeah, I do like the Jaeyoung. It's
Crow a Jaeyoung.
that just allows you to maneuver around the map. Crow having a faster movement speed as well can close the gap even better. And with the buffies as well, now with Crow you can pop hypercharge and just get so much value.
Včera dostal za to 3-1. Dozvedel som sa, no.
I was thinking about it, and I'm okay with it, I feel.
Ju hrajte Baho.
Which is the most dangerous brawler in this comp, I feel like with Bow. It's going to allow you to get that utility cycle faster.
Just curious to me that they go Jaeyoung, but they don't really pick a super aggressive brawler. I mean, they're going to be able to get to the middle a lot faster unless left side elects to go with the Brock or something and tear it down. But obviously that's even banned out, so I think they're just going to count on that water to get Eve into position there early.
Najviac ľudí tam žije. Tak jasné, že Ázia, tam najviac ľudí žije, ale... Ja vôbec nemám predstavu vás, ako veľa ľudí hraje v Ázii, akože Brawl Stars, chápeš? Či to tam nejak je populárne.
Let's see. I mean, how do you feel about the Bell? I mean, it's kind of a brawl which certainly since the introduction of buffies has taken a bit of a step back in terms of how often we see it.
In this specific situation, I think it makes a lot of sense because Jaeyoung revolves around team play. It's not going to be like a left, middle, right traditionally like you would see, but because of Jaeyoung, he does his best work when he's around other teammates, so I think that's going to cut off the potential for healing. It's going to force them to step out a little bit. Now Bell also outranges Jaeyoung, so I actually think in this specific instance, it does make sense to me.
Gonna want to hunker down with that Jaeyoung, so now he might have to rethink how close their proximities are, those shots that can ricochet. And already we can see that how that deflected straight out the Super Totem as well. So, look at that. As well as Drake outstaying as well from this. Disastrous. And now he's scary and enraged.
Tak to bolo rýchle, chat, to bolo rýchle. Neviem, čo varili Navi, ale moc neuvarili popravde. Neviem, čo varili, ale moc neuvarili.
Navi essentially go 0 for 3 and don't charge any supers really. I mean, there was nothing good coming out of that.
Well, I'm sure Gary will have another Super Totem available here soon, but Marco is going to be keen-eyed to take them down quickly.
Musí udržet tu kontrolu na začátku.
Obviously, Chaos can go over that left-hand side bridge.
To je ťažké, no, práve proti týmto range postavám mi príde. To je celkom crazy, ne? Uhrať tohleto. Ale teraz sa im to darí.
We'll add a little extra vision. Arrow, of course, can be triggered.
Trošku.
All of those due to Sabim stepping on them. The long range, Sabim already having that super 2. The longer this drags out, I still think Team Heretics have a way to combat the enemy team.
Oh, that's close from there from Sabim. Just about survived it on. He would have been stunned, surely. And again, Gary has to place down these totems, but it's really just deflect against the shots that he's marked up now. Oh, that heal just came in clutch. He was so low. And Drake now popping to speed. But it's really a dangerous time for Navi here. Yeah, it's full like cards. I mean, there's nothing they can do here as Heretics wrap this up quick.
Yeah, just another one where I questioned the draft a little bit. I mean, the Jaeyoung shocked me in the sense that I didn't feel like it was going to synergize super well with this team. I think, once again, this is similar to me in the set number 1, where Team Heretics have the 6th pick. They can respond to this. It's not necessarily a cheeky or a bad brawler coming in from Navi's side. It's just one that I don't believe in as much as I used to. I mean, it still shows up a lot in Bounty and Knockout at a professional meta, but I just think into these individual matchups on paper, you know, 1v1 versus Bell, 1v1 versus RT, I really like Team Heretics' odds in all of those.
Yeah, I feel like Navi just are not making this comp work for themselves at all. Maybe they just weren't anticipating how Heretics were going to play into things, but There just doesn't seem to be much to say for it, really. This is not really many opportunities. Heretics quite happy to sit.
Haouseek, budeš někdy dělat friendly battle o skiny? Hao to včera dělal, asi to bylo Zix, si myslel. Zix to včera dělal, ale ty typci byli lakomní, už měli skiny, ale nerešili, ty budeš stokrát lepší. O friendly games o skiny, jako můžeme udělat někdy. Já spíš jako rozdávám cez tu točku. Jako ty skiny rozdávám mega často cez tu točku. Minule jsme rozdali 5 skinov, alebo 4 skiny cez tu točku, no.
Reverse polarity from Marco again connects with a rage. Really nice shot. An unusual angle. He capitalized down on 2 consecutive onto the bow, but a missed mark as well. But now a chance for Navi if they can just re-heal up, and with the help of Jae Young, we've got to expect that from Drage. Now coming in, popping the shield as well for Enrage. There's a takedown there of Sabim. The best chance the Navi have had so far, and they get around for their troubles.
A squishier composition, but once they were in position, they could do much better work. Drage once again speeding up his allies. They're going to be able to rush to the middle of the map and make sure that Team Heretics can't take control. Distribute those bow mines early, so once again they're going to gain some visibility towards the spawn side entrance for Sabim. IKS, of course, clear as day when he travels over that water. This is perfect once again from Navi. I think making great adjustments. They're getting enraged in position early. Team Heretics have to fall back. The one thing I will say is these spawners can be a little pesky. They're going to have to waste some ammo on this for sure.
Good jukes from Gary for the most part to push forwards, but then took a few there from Sabine and Marco. And Marco's got a hypercharge now. Couldn't find the reverse polarity connection, but now will surely land this mark with the helping hand of that hypercharge. No doubt.
No sorry, riešim trošku prácu pri tom ešte, ja som zapol taký chill stream takzvané. Takže Watchparty a trošku toto, sorry, že nečítam chat hneď. No, reálne proč nepikli treba IDK BA? Tak chceli skúsiť toto kombičko, no. Chceli skúsiť toto kombičko. Ale ono to je akože kombo na late game, že jo? Proste ako, teraz majú napríklad výhodu, si myslím. Teraz to vyhrajú toto kolo. Kúkaj. Myslím si, že by to mali vyhrať toto kolo teraz. Vydržali do konca zóny, tak to vyhrajú, no. Oni potrebujú akože uhrať tú zónu celú. Čím menšia zóna, tým lepšie pre nich, prakticky, akože. Tam už potom majú range a má tam crow superku, splash tam je od Jae-Yonga a všetko toto tu, no. Takže môže to byť zaujímavé ešte, akože keď to uhrajú do toho late game, do tej late game fázy. Inak máš tam delay na YouTube, či kde to kúkáš? Je to priamo na stránke u nich. Priamo na ich stránke to kúkam. Kde môžeš aj losovať. Aha, mám takýto delay až, hej. Teraz som to refreshol, už nemám delay. Mal som tam delay dosť, kúkal. Tak.
Navi now up against the might of this. As one more round to Heretics, it will be a set. They cannot afford to falter. Super Totem goes down for Gero. Tapping into Marco, but only just the one shot actually out of that entire burst connected. Speed now. Drage potentially here. I'm loving these reverse polarities from Marco. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't, but they're quite creative.
My thoughts, just shoot your shot. The worst thing that happens is you miss in the early game, especially. You're not really using it to get kills. You're just trying to get closer to charging those hypercharges and then super. And every single one of those extra shots gets Marco into that position. Of course, he's got one in his pocket right now. Sabim on the right-hand side, of course, going to be able to maintain as well. Drage easily can cycle those out. What I'm looking for here is for Navi to start getting some shots of their own. I think Marco know that they have the advantage. There's no real supers available. Another great shot, and Drage will go down. In the 3v2 situation, Navi may have control, but they certainly don't have.
Byli tam otázky a ty si nám je neporadil? Fakt jo? To som úplne myslel asi, sorry. Vidíte no? 2-1. Heretics win zabili Jae-Yonga. Sirius sa môže hrať? Sirius... Neviem, či sa môže hrať, nemôže asi ešte, ne? 14 dní väčšinou bane. Koľko dní je Sirius v hre? Neviem, není 14 dní ani v hre, ne ešte? Sirius. Čako samik? Siriusa neuvidíme dneska. Je ban overall? Ja sa teším celkom na tú novú postavu zas. Ďalší týždeň bude tá nová postava. Akože nepúšol som ani Siriusa ešte. Ja som vlastne ešte nehral ani Siriusa, chat. Ja ho len na nule Siriusa. Na nule mám Siriusa, no. Takže Akože stále tam máme čo pušovať. Ale nejak sa mi do toho nechce pušovať Siriusa. Neviem prečo. Ja si počkám, kým ho nerfnú. Bude Slavia, potom sa budem trápiť s ním, takzvané. Jaj.
It's shut down more often than not, so I'm really pleased to see him really fare that run well.
Yesterday, it was kind of like a running joke that Ark doesn't really like Bo. How are you warming up to
I
it?
like Bo, and I've never
Vajedna.
said that I don't like Bo. I like
Go
Bo.
tak go
I still
by.
see him
Yes,
quite
Kubík,
versatile.
zatím,
I feel like he's a
zatím.
bit overrated at the moment. We saw it a great...
Keď bude ďalší stream, ešte tento stream. Ďalší stream neviem, kedy bude. Teraz skôr videjka dávame a tak. Teraz som pár dní po sebe dal proste videí. Dneska asi nebude videjko kvôli tomu, že dávam tento stream. Dlhý stream to bude hlavne. Takže uvidíme.
That gives him too much credit, I'll say. So...
A tie videjka celkom úspech. Pozerám akože, že sa vám páčili celkom. Takže very happy for that. Musíš sa učiť, poradšie chodíš len do práce. Ja už sa neučím. Ja sa už učím iba pracovné veci. Niečo v strihu, niečo v grafike sa učím a tak. Ale neštudujem už, no. Ja už svoju študovaciu fázu som... už mám za sebou študovaciu fázu života. Takže... Čistú vodu pije, i KOS je frajer, chat. Proč sa mi nepričítají body na stránce eSport? Mám furt stejné body, nevíš proč? No, skús refreshnuj, ale keď odpovedáš správne a všetko, tak by sa ti mali pričítať. Ale jestli máš 1500 bodov, tak už víc bodov nedostaneš. 1500 bodov je max momentálne. 1500 je max, viac bodov nedostaneš. Komu fandíš? Heretics alebo Navi? Asi Heretics. Koľko ti je rokov? No, nedávno mi bylo 21. 21 let, chat, nedávno mi bylo. Takže tak. A keď si študoval, učil si sa veľmi, či len poslúchal? Ja som sa vôbec neučil. Ja som neposlúchal ani učiteľov z hodiny, lebo ja som to nevedel, počúvať ich. Neviem. Keď učiteľia neboli zaujímaví, oni väčšinou rozprávali tak, že ma uspávali. Ja som chodil do školy celkom nevyspatý, to je za prvé. To je prvá chyba asi. Ale celkovo akože... Ja som prechádzal školu tak, že som prechádzal, chat. Ja som prešiel proste s trojkami, štvorkami. Záleží, jak vyšlo. Takzvané. Ale učte sa, učte sa. Ja som akože sa venoval svojemu odboru. Proste venoval som sa grafike, videostrihu a tak. A sociálnym sieťam. Ale... Sanitka, bomba. Ale na strednej to bylo fakt ako... Ja som posledné 2 roky na strednej rozmýšľal, že by som si dal distančné vyučovanie nejak, že by som si zariadil, že by som nemusel chodiť každý deň do školy. Mňa to fakt nebavilo, mňa to fakt štvalo, že som musel každý deň chodiť do školy. Každý deň som musel vstávať a to ma fakt štvalo, no. Sem mi mohli piknúť Bibi, Chester a Thrower maybe. Thrower ani ne, to sa ľahko countruje Thrower práve. Záleží, jestli to je last pick, no, nebo tak. Ale tu sa ľahko countruje Thrower. Uvidíme. Ešte sa... Jožu, zbážení ti nepustím momentálne rohly, kvôli YouTube streamu. Streamujem na YouTubeku aj. Na základce? Na základce som sa neučil, ale mal som dobré známky. Na základce som miel max 3. 1 3 som mal asi, 2 trojky možno. A ostatok som mal 1, 2, no. Na základce som miel celkom dobré známky. Určite si tam každý deň chodil. Nazdar, kačko. Petráček, nazdar, Rikachov. No, ako vynechával som mega veľa školy, chat. Ja som vynechával mega často školu, no. Úprimne. Ale zas... Neviem, koľko máte vymeškaných hodín v škole? Reálne. Zatím. Ja som mával za rok, na celý školský rok, asi jak 100 pade. 160 hodín, no. Jak tak som mal vymeškaných. 100-400 padel, asi tak nejak. Akože bol rok, jeden rok som bol najhorší, mal som 220 hodín. 220 hodín som mal. Jeden rok, alebo také niečo. Teraz mám okolo 180, 120. 104, lol. No, kolem 30. Ja viem, že niektoré školy majú mega prísne, akože tieto tu hodiny. Že akože oni tam majú fakt mega prísne. Že napríklad máš 40 hodín zmeškaných a už seš celkem GG, no. Že ako, chápeš? Že ako, GG, no. Minulej dohromady asi 215. A další zápasy to budú zase další víkend, nebo jsou i přes týden? Víkend. Všechny zápasy jsou přes víkend, Kubik, vždycky. Díky za follow, guys. Jenom 35, ale všechno mi svítí červeně. Jak se mám? Mám se v pohodě. Velice v pohodě. Jedno kámo, ale minulý rok mě kvůli absenci skoro vyhodili. Ale to některé školy fakt hrotia. Právě že absenci. Já vím, že některé školy to fakt hrotia brutálně. Tu absenci. Takže záleží od školy, no. Někde jako můžete mít 200 hodin vymeškaných a je to v pohodě. Někde máte 40 hodin vymeškaných a jste prostě jako GG pomalu. Že jestli vymeškáš, ty vogo máš dvojku schovaní. Nebo chápeš. Každopádně matchup chat. No, matchupik. Já si myslím, že Navi mají lepší matchup. Aj keď ja neviem, no. Ťažko povedať, teraz keď tak pozerám na to. Ona tá mina celkom trávna vecička. S tým shieldom. Ale to majú dobré countre na Navi. Navi majú dobré countre na mínu. Jde o to, jak si to vypočítaš na predmety. A mám tvoju podpísanú kartu, fajn hej. Tak to cení sa. Jak nemáš tak 200 hodin, tak je to chill. Můžu furt predikovať, když to teď začalo. Jo. Vždycky na začátku každého zápasu můžeš prediknout. Hráš nějaké jiné hry kromě BS? Ani ne, já nestíhám moc hrávat hry popravdě. Já jako spíš si kouknu nějaký film nebo seroš. Upřímně. Nebo chápeš, no. Nebo zajdu do fitka. Jako jak mám prácičku, natáčím videjka, strihám a tak jako spíš na chill si kouknu něco. Mám od tebe podpísaný obal? To už není, ne, ani. Ten odbal. Už neexistuje. My musíme mít po 20%. Budeš dneska hrát? Mezi pauzami, mezi zápasmi hráme. Ty vogo, ten Heretics to vyhrá asi. Budeme hrát další hru si zahráme, chat. Další ranked si zahráme po, jak skončí tento zápas. Je tam 8-minutová pauza väčšinou. 8-minutová pauza tam je väčšinou, takže to stihneme. Prečo rozprávaš po česky? Lebo občas prepnem do češtiny, neviem prečo. Kvôli tomu, že bývam v Česku a každým hovorím nejak tak všelijak. Reálne ja s každým tu v Česku hovorím česky, tak kvôli tomu občas prepínám do češtiny, no. Jako, je to na hovno, sere ma to, ale neviem tomu odolať. To sa samo prepína, ja to nechcem ani, aby sa to preplo. A to samo sa prepne proste. To je live? Yes, to je live. Refresh to, máš to opozdený. Není to opozdený, normálne. Dobrý. Haouseek, čauko. Na tej stránce. Za co získal ty body na event stránce? Za to, že občas ti tam vyskočí nejaká otázka alebo typneš dobrej výsledek zápasu.
approaching now 40%. This is looking far, far better.
This is the best we've seen out of Navi in this set for sure, but one of the better moments, I would say, of the day. Now they need to take advantage. Their tournament lives are on the line. They're facing a longtime rival. You heard it in the interview. iChaos wanted this matchup. He was hyped up. It would be quite the blunder if they couldn't get this match point taken care of and win it in this set.
He's zoned down for Garo. Marco on 140 HP there, and Garo's still staying patient because he knows that his team are creeping further forwards. Now with the ice though depleting, it might be time for Navi to get back onto the mid. A nice blustery blow. Marco will fall. The windmills protect the speed, but only Justin. He will fall now as well. All three members of Navi on the zone. Only 12% of objective power to Heretics. It's all falling apart.
After a grudge match in game number 1, Navi in this game 2 have been unfazed.
Kámo, Navi teraz sú... Ja som hovoril o prvú hru, že Navi má lepší matchup za mňa.
And once again,
A teraz ich dali na 100%, 100 ku 10, no. Tak crazy. Plus odpověď. Nevidím otázku. Čeknu to. Haouseek a Získaj však dělají tu challenge, to puše první prestige, buď zase se Získem nebo s Neptunem, by to bylo mega good. Asi spíš s Získem bychom to dělali zás, a nevím, jestli Získ bude chtít jít do toho. Do takého něčeho. Oni potřebují zničit mapu, jakože Navi. Když zničí mapu, tak mají free win.
One of the focuses on the early start is how quickly do Team Heretics feed Enrage. Not only did Enrage get a kill, instantly got a wall break on that top right-hand side. Now I think it's a full advantage. They're even mixing things up. Enrage just tapping though. Lasers down that right-hand side. And the aggro brawler EMEA doesn't stand a chance. Now they've already got a hypercharged super...
Ty vogo. A ten Raf celkom jede náhodou. Mega rýchlo si nazbíral hypercharge. To sú cooked celkom Heretics. Heretics cooked. Říkal, že jo včera, takže asi je to na tebe. Tak já jsem za. Dnes budeš večer hrát? Mezi pauzami hráme. Tento Watchparty bude hlavně mega dlouho, že jo? To bude do večera. Kde se tě lépe žije, na Slovensku, či v Česku? V Česku. Upřímně.
This one, most assuredly, going to a set 5. It's been dramatic off the field, and now on the field, we get maximum distance. We're going all the way. iChaos versus Drage, long-time rivalry, pushes us.
No lag, that was literally what we saw. Heretics standing still, deflated, but not yet defeated.
Tak 2-2
must be said, but going to a fifth set now. They can't be feeling on top, and now you've got so much wind in their sails.
Sú do nejakého best teamu, ja sa neženem práve že do žiadneho best teamu.
Played very well, also clocked some percentages, but that Gale in mid was just standing solid. Rage barely ever went down. Really good job.
Oni jsou jinak jiné meče, než když jsou vidět na Evropě. A oni jsou jinak jiné meče, než který jsou vidět na Evropě. Vždycky Asia, Evropa, Amerika. Asia bola včera, Európa je dneska, Amerika bude ďalší víkend.
They've qualified for every single month, a lot of those times too, upper bracket as well. And now they're being hired by Team Heretics. iChaos, who has qualified for every single World Finals that has ever existed in this game, picked these two players. And now they're being pushed to a set 5. Real potential they go down in yet another quarterfinals. That would be a devastating result for such a large organization.
Ty si viděl nové BS video s novinkami? Yes, dneska Frank normálně natočil videjko, alebo vydali videjko na Brawl Star účet, kde hovorili o nějakých možných zmenách. Alebo prostě možných plánov do budúcnosti. Celkom cool videjko, keď tak bežte čeknúť. Keď neviete anglicky, tak je to blbé. Ale spomínal tam akože, že by chceli častejšie robiť updaty, že teraz nejsou tak frekventované ty updaty.
he's still kind of that rookie in my eyes because he only has one.
Čo to ešte keď spomínal, že rankedy, spomínal tam, že čo chcú s rankedami urobiť teraz, či chcú reálne reworknúť zase na ďalší nový systém rankedov, alebo
he's doing schooling as well. Like he is
inak,
multitasking
tak no.
all of this. That's incredibly respectable. And I think a lot of times when we
Pán
look at flashy players in the game,
nejde. Díky za follow, pán Krax, díky za follow. Díky,
He just popped off with a Colonel Ruffs. What are we doing out here? He was the standout in my mind, winning those early matchups in game 2 and 3, set them up to take it all the way. It makes sense to me, and he's starting to show why he was a valuable roster addition.
We're heading to Layer Cake, and now this is going to be our last set in this series. No matter what happens, Navi or Team Heretics can take this away and move into the semi-finals.
Pozeráš futbal? Futbal moc nekúkam, popravde. Erika díka flow. Na kiku, díky kuc.
Both of these teams want a shot at defeating this beast last month. Foot versus Team Heretics with a 3-1, so Heretics really wants their revenge.
I mean, I think Navi want their revenge from that qualifier as well. Like, I can see them going the way, and I think that if there's any team today that could take down Foot, it's probably going to be Navi if they can get this set under their belts, and it's not going to be an easy one.
Čo hrajú? No, pozor, ukáž to.
I kind of want to see brawlers like Spike be highly valued. Kind of one that Team Heretics like to kind of flaunt around.
Máš v rankedech? Leg 1. Jedna hra do Legendary 2.
I think it probably should be, but still looking for Kenji, Ali, those kind of assassination-based brawlers, they're quite strong here.
Navi really must have convinced you, Ark, in those last 4 sets that you also voted for Team Heretics to win this, innit?
Čauko, Bibi. Ahoj. On sa dá kúpiť na mobile sub. Myslím, že nemusíš ísť cez prohlížeč. Nebo jak to říct, no. Mám to nějak, ten kick je fakt divnej v tomhle. Nebo jakože můžu myslím, že poslat nějaký link. Václav, 19 měsíců člen, schlape. Díky moc.
This is one of my flares of EMEA, and we actually saw it come through on the band stage a lot, so I think maybe part of the reason I didn't see it as much in practices as much is because it's hitting the band stage so frequently. There it is right there. So double thrower being banned on that right-hand side. I wonder if they're going to take one of their own. They throw shade in this who can go through the walls. I wonder if this is a juju on the onset. I think maybe this is what they want.
Could well be, honestly. It's a fantastic one to make work here. You can also, of course, walk across the water as well.
Jak dlouho trvajú tie World Finals? Asi 5 hodín klidnej. A sú to Monthly Finals. Asi 5 hodín sa to hraje nejak tak. Približne 5-6 hodín. Už tu nejaký pátek sem, no. Jako 2 roky skoro. To je crazy. Ja díky na 14 mesiacov. A jo, ja však nemám člena. Ty hlavne taký maturuješ. Jsem koukal, že si mala toto opušťačku včera. Že nematuruješ. To zvládnete? Bude to fričko. Hraje, ty bych to dala i teď. Holky to dají vždycky takhle. Len se veríte. Díky kačka, díky za sábíka, díky moc. Tady to moc lítá. Traja členovia. Krásná práca. Díky. Čo to je? Layer Cake, ja to mapu tak neznášam, ja nechápem túto bounty mapu. Nemám ju rád. Layer Cake proste. Jak sa máš? Takám pohode, chlapem. Pohodička, no. Jde to. Kačka je bohatá. 15 kaček. 15 kaček do pohodičky. Kačka rozdáva 15 kaček. Než jsem pušlou prestíž na pokovi. Hezky. Keď som si kupoval člena, ja som bol jediný na celý stream, insane.
Especially as I think that we're going to see many more Mortis global bans for the rest of today. Seems like EMEA just don't want to take that chance. Even teams like Foot Esports, who are so.
Nemá nový badge podľa mňa. Vidíme, ona už mala.
That's one brawler we want to eradicate. So third and final pick here for Team Heretics, and I kind of wonder where they want to fare with this. It could be kit, honestly. It wouldn't be the worst of ideas to combine with the...
Ten už mám dlouho, co mi urážíš.
That's the second highest brawler pick that they have in their scrims on this map. It's got a pretty decent win rate for them as well at 63%, so I'm quite enjoying this Heretics. Quite honestly, with the aggression, they've got the spike and control.
Kenji.
They've also got further control with the squeak.
Kaz and Kenji are going to
Na layer cake.
start at the
Od Navi.
beginning. Both of those rosters picked up one aggressive brawler, then two that just offer a lot of control. This is going to be a super exciting bounty map simply because they have this aggressive pick. So Kenny, is it going to be Kaz or Kenji getting a blue star?
Ja, Geňoman sa musel pochváliť. 15 mesiacov, ďakujeme, Geňoman.
Marco swooping in, grabbing it just in the nick of time. Team Heretics just a month ago absolutely smoked Navi, threw them down to the wayside lower bracket. And so much so,
Na Kaze je stále postavu, ktorú vôbec neviem hrať. To je strašne komplexná postava podľa mňa. Vedie hrať Kaze. Doteraz ho neviem hrať. Na nejakej lepšej úrovni. Tam musí byť proste akože vedieť, kedy je vhodné switchovať, kedy nie a všetko tu. Ešte tie útoky musíš vedieť, jak správne mieriť a tak. Holy Petrus, díky za ďalšieho člena. Ďalší člen dneska, ty môj bláznik. Peters, díky moc, díky moc, díky moc. Vítaj, vítaj.
Needle grenades going down. Great jukes coming out of Navi. They have to find a way to get kills, and Rage is cycled in a super healing off the respect.
Jo, na Kaze Prestige? To aj ja, ale ako neviem vyhrať podľa mňa. To Prestige mám.
There is the sticky registry in that mid. So the force then Navi to work around things, and I'm just Chaos falls on that left hand side, throwing some shots straight at the Kenji. Doesn't get the most amount of value at the back of it, and Rage being very cautious there. Duke can dodge those curveball shots. Here is where it gets sticky.
Mega kľudná hra, nič sa reálne nestalo. Jeden kill padol.
Navi are waiting to play one move here.
Darha, komu dnes fandíš? Humble, 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 humble. Humble fandím. A Drage zomre, Drage minus a Enrage minus. Kámo, Heretics to vyhral nakoniec.
Just holding patient, making sure they're saving all these shots. Couple extra supers for insurance, but Navi nowhere.
Oni máme také načelík kombičko. Aby som si dal niečo na jedlo.
No more second chances. They have to be perfect the rest of the way. Yeah, tough spot here because Heretics just kind of sat back. They were just sitting behind the walls. They got the blue star. The move has to be made by Navi, and it just took so long to really kind of throw up to it.
Dám si SIčka. Á, pánové. SIčka for the win. SIčka, os.
And that's going to be a constant force in your hand of Heretics getting to position to being able to land these shots. Heretics playing so passive. That's a hard thing to do.
Navi once again playing very aggressively. Drage even swooping into that right-hand side of the map against Marco. That is a tough brawler to go head-to-head with as well. Mentioned it. Penny turret needed, especially if they're going to try and take control of the middle of the map. It would be awesome if they could get behind these indestructibles and get those walls down. Now Garo under heavy fire. Retreat early on. Navi not able to get any tags, no real supercharge. It's just Team Heretics with a couple now sitting with.
Videli ste, jaké si Dodo kúpil auto? Jakú korvetku? Dodislav. Normálne proste 4 auta, kámo. Crazy kľúčina. 4 auta mid. 23 let, by the way. Cože? Nevidela si?
But still 2 stars, and most importantly, Marco hasn't had to move a muscle. He's not been forced out of the positioning. He's the one with the blue star.
Proste v 23 rokoch máš byt a 4 auta, chat. To je crazy, ne?
I don't think there's any time for a hypercharge. Realistically, he's got to go with it now, sure. But Enrage really struggling to close the gap with this Kenji pick.
Interesting positioning for that as well, because it's an easy super toss from iChaos to go ahead and get that on there. Penny barrel going down is a little extra protection.
Kolik máš aktuálne trofejí? Nejak 101 000. V najnovšom videjku sme pušovali Prestige 2 kolta a tak sa skončili. Takže kolik sme mali tam, tak tolik mám. Kámo, 10 sekúnd.
in his pocket, needs to
No a pozor, tam ešte superka je od Ragea.
a lot of talking, made a roster change, and Rage needs to make a big
Čo sa stalo všetko, kámo? Díky, vyhrali Heretics. Heretics win, chat. A seklo sa mi to až. No nic. Teraz bude MVP.
They are in the semi-finals today. It's going to be a tough match for them still to follow. I cannot wait for it though, honestly, because they've done so well to continue on against match points, to get it done regardless. They can be absolutely proud, but the work is still not done.
No Chester kebyže nezomre, tu na závery, keď sa pozriete na to.
Vamos, Team Heretics, congratulations, they move on into the semi-finals and get their shot at revenge for February monthly final where they got beaten by the
Tu druhú hru, teraz.
They now have the
Tam to
chance
bola
to
ešte
make
prvá hra.
sure that Foot doesn't even make it into the grand finals. On the other side for Navi, huge commiserations. They at least took us to the
Ukáž tú druhú hru.
Lobster's game's working.
Teraz. Ešte ne.
All of this drama, and I think was just ultimately trying to rely on letting the game do the talking, and this time didn't go.
Ja som nevidel tam závere, jak zomrel Chester. Neukážu to, hej. Škoda.
I believe they were the 5th team in the leaderboard.
Môžete hlasovať za 100 bodov.
Very close to Team Heretics. But in terms of the long term of the season, now it's looking very unlikely they make a Brawl Cup. I'm thinking even bigger than that. I think LCQ, think World Finals. They're continuing to make the seeding more and more difficult, and now that's a little separated.
Od kdy si modrej vlastne? Ja tu nemaj.
Qualifiers in this month, that's going to live in their heads.
Kolik máme času? Dáme BS-ko.
That it did speak for itself, and that Navi have been getting.
Dále hráme Brawlikov.
They only made it to the monthly finals based on 3 base races in the last set of their qualifying match, which would have basically meant that they wouldn't qualify if they had lost that. So they are looking better, but they're still not making the semi-finals.
It's unfortunate, but technically this is still a step forward, right? As you just mentioned, last month they were a bit shaky. This month they looked super strong. And Team Heretics, it is a formidable
Pamätuješ ešte, jak hral EMEA za Navi? Pamätám.
Maybe we see even more from Navi. And as we mentioned before, sometimes it's
Máme 8 minútiek zás, chat. Ja som primitív. Ty, kokos Irkos! Tak čo je? 100 kiksov, jo? Jen tak do petardy. Díky moc za 100 kiksov, chlape. Díky moc. Prehrám ale ešte znovu. Nox. Jak to, že sa neprehral ten alert? Znovu. Successful není. No nic. Díky, Jirko. Za 100 kiksov. Anyways. No. Tak rankedy. Jedna hra do Legendary 2, dámy a pánové. Poďme. Vytváram lobičko. Aký bude teraz zápas? Humble versus Madrid. Ďalší zápas. Na Siriusu mám 0 trofej. Maty prišiel zahrať. Neviem, či to vyhráme, ale som videl, že tam máme Mythic 2. Víme. Stigman, ahoj. Čo banneme? Ricka banneme. Ja pušujem top 1 na Slovensku, Daga. Mám 1650, je to dobré. 1650, zatiaľ dobrý štart. Jenom 45 ľudí na streamu, to je v pohode práve, že multistreamujeme. To bych tady mohol zapnúť. Dokopy máme 100 pade, 100 šedé, to je dobrý. Že jim můžu dát mute? Ne. Musíte si vyznat lásku ďalej. Co mám dělat, když jsem dostal body, ale ten star drop mi neprišiel do bravka? On ti přijde. Chvíľku to trvá. Mekvin, ahoj. Tak, fuj. No. Belzrock. Co to enemáci napikovali, kámoško? Čo to mám zobrať? Do tohto. Čo to brosáci uvarili? Čo mám zobrať? Piper. Mandy. Bale. Piper zoberiem. Ja som dobrá Piper, chat. Trust my Piper. Absolutne neviem. Byron. Byron do Crowa? To ne. Proč bys to dělal? Já mám jen Vision Gear. Kolik to skončilo? 3-2. 3-2 pre Heretics. Menčo. No. Čet, poťaháme Sniper, uvidíte. Dropol stream chat, GG. Chat fungujeme, sme live? Ja som dal taký pekný kill, aby ste to nevideli. Dropol stream. Vraj, GG. Nice, mám ho. Haha, žijem. Easy. Sme live? Žijeme? Are we alive? Dobre. Už sa zeptal. Videli sa kill, bro? No, tak dobrý. Kámo, dobré kombičko sa uvarili, ne? Ale on není špatné, reálne. Crazy. Vidíte, Piper tiež too strong pick. Easy. Easy. Kolik mám maty trofejí? Tak 111 000, nebo nejak, neviem ani. Něco tak. 120 000 možná už, ja nevím. Sneaky time! Ten Leon je reálne dobrej. To je crazy, že je dobrej. Jaj, oni sa switchli trošku. Zmenili taktiku. Jaj, dostal tak či tak, ale chlapec. Chlapec si myslí veľa. Á, dostávajú. Nevedia vôbec. Jaj, gadgetka do prázdna. Škoda. Fú, dostal. Mám supárku konečne. Rozbijeme túto stenu a bude to ľahšie. Proti nim. Rozbijame. Hit. Je tam. Hitík. Bank. Ja, dal si shield, dobré. Dobrá, som mŕtvej. Tu dajú ale. Maty to dá už. Nice, hezký. Jak nič. Legendary 2 tam je. Pánové. Dejme pejni. Ok. Dead? Nice, krásná práca. To máme vyhraté už. Vyhraté. GG. Daš někdy Prestige 3 na Colta? Jo, určitě budeme pokúšať dať Prestige 3 aj. Legendary 2! Osák. Jak vyzerá ta stránka? Legendary 2. No, koľko máme času? Už sa bude hrať asi. Humble, jo, už sa bude hrát. Akurát. Počkaj, otvoríme. Valentínsky boxík? Absolutne nic, nevadí. Nice. Máme Legendary 2. W. Ďakujeme za priazeň. Ideme spektiť. Komu budeš fandiť, Hao? Samozrejme, že Humble, kámo. Humble sú moji obľúbenci. Jasná vec, že Humble.
obviously it's not the first pick, right? It's coming in as the
Hambláci. Idem na záchod si odskočiť.
Possibility for that brawl to still be counted out. It's, don't get me wrong, very hard to counter in general, but they've already got the Chester on the board, which is going to be decent against it with a decent amount of DPS. They add the Meeple to the side, and now they've got a lot of opportunities to just kind of try and eradicate that ball.
That is already such a strong constellation on the left-hand side, who with Meeple, immediate mid-control thanks to Meeple's mention, and then Bull for the aggression and an easy, quick goal at the beginning if they play it right. On the right-hand side, yes, with the Chester, with a lot of DPS, I think we need a little bit more of that. Otis will be another shout here, but he's banned out. Leon, usually also one of those bowlers you can pick to go in aggressively, get a sneaky goal in. But first they want to go with something to stop that Bull. And Bull is actually one of the only brawlers you can stun out of his super or just blow him away with the Gale.
It's the day of Gale. What's going on here?
Yeah, you'll love it.
I've been in the trenches for a long time, so it's just nice to be reassured that the guys still got it a little bit. I mean, just another double down, though, from the right-hand side. There's the Leon you were talking about. I was waiting for that flare of aggression because I feel like they almost needed it. It's not the beefiest squad compared to something like a Bull, but they're fully equipped to deal with him. Now they have the Lollipop drop as well, and that is a nice asset for any team because you can toss it anywhere you want within range, and on top of that, you get a little extra speed from that Buffy, and that applies to a lot, and that goes a long distance. Now that's just not helping Leon, it's helping the whole squad.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. I really do. We've seen some Meeple already on this map, and it was pretty solid overall. I think they did end up losing the set.
I'm here.
Was
I'm
very
here.
good. It's rough. Another brawler we've seen quite a lot at the moment. Another one of those super
Odkaz na to?
brawlers providing power-ups to his teammates. I think
Co myslíš? Jaký odkaz? Na tú stránku? Máš to pripnuté. Koment. Pripnutý koment. Pripnutá správa. Kúkaj, Humble, jaký toto. Jakú miestnosť majú krásnu. Aha, oni sa tam pozerajú na monitoroch na seba, chat. To je Jule, ne? Vy ste spomínali, že Jule? Že tam bol Jule? Nebol tam Jule? Tam ten hráč, že to je Jule, ne? Reálne.
Both of these squads are the reason that Big are not here and early. Bad taking off this
Shall we like Jule?
Madrid action as Yoko will follow up for a nice little tag. So off screen, clearly some stuff going down. I mean, it's not even 20 seconds and Madrid has a bucket.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fast goal for them. They'll be pretty pleased about that.
Ale je to Jule. Je to Rup, Juice a Yoko. A vyzerá jak Jule. Halo, kámo, tento chat je lepší než španělská telenovela. No to vyhrajú jak nič. Akože ale Tým Madrid nie sú úplne nováčikovia. Lebo akože napríklad Hrup hraje túto hru mega dlho už. Hrup napríklad... ostatných nepoznám, ale Hrupa poznám dlho už, no napríklad. Ale vidíme, že Humble jednoznačne vyhrá. To je proste easy. To je easy. Ukaj. Čí, Simaltek! To je on! To je ten Simaltek, koho poznáme. Jakého poznáme.
And we pretty much missed the entire build-up to the actual Madrid goal. But ever since then, it was all humble.
Oni tam majú monitory pred sebou, kde pozerajú na ten stream chat. To je crazy, no, celkom. To je zaujímavé. Hraj sa tie na mobil, na tabletu. Víš co, teď hrajú na S26 Ultra. Dlho som nehral na tabletu a zatiaľ je to v pohode celkom na tom mobilu, no. A neviem. Pade na pade.
Couldn't quite cut the corner in time, and additionally Semantic was respawning. I don't know if they really had a chance at that one, but worth a go anyways.
Yeah, real tough angle with Semantic respawning and Luki pretty much there. Yoko gonna pick up a kill as well, though Semantic's just gonna go for it. Might be able to
hrať na PC? Na PC neviem hrať. Kámo, ten Semantic! Tak to co je? Tak co je, ne? Semantekovi to je jedno, chat. Semantekovi to je jedno. Budú tam kosy všetkých. Nikdy sa nebol delusionál, vždycky som chcel byť ve stejném svete ako taková pekná žena ako ty. Cože? OK. Tak, to je crazy. Geňoman varí bombu.
We're now going to see Bull being banned out quite a bit by Madrid here as
that was a
complete walkover ever since the first goal.
That was just a lapse in judgment to me. Again, Bull is such a good brawler.
Simantekovi to bolo jedno na palove. Ten to tam nasázel.
He can score.
Za minútku koniec.
There's so many things he can do well. Since the buffies have been implemented into the game, this guy has been a standout.
Co sa tam deje na tom YouTube? Majú sa rádi. Majú sa moc rádi. Na tom YouTube.
They were still so confident in picking it early in the face of a Chester. I think that just goes to show how much Humble and other pro players value this pick.
Myslíš, že je tu skill? Jsem s tím druhý v CZ. Tu je celkem skill. Kámo, ale kúkajte na tie highlighty proste, čo robí tam Simantek s tým bulikom.
Yeah, and this is the thing, we didn't actually even get to see the Madrid build up either. It was just
Bro to proste bali frajerku na Brawl Ball turnaji.
How dominant Humble were in that set. We didn't really get to see a glimpse of Madrid doing something decent. But I think that's it's the same as the
Máš to zavarené, kačko.
teams come in and sweep. But that was as convincing as
Si zavarená.
But same as the foot game, we still do want to see some more of this roster, and maybe we see more of them in the next coming months, because they can just take this one as a scrim, honestly. A huge opportunity for them to play against Humble, to learn from them maybe, and maybe even take a set off of them. Honestly, that's why I have my fingers crossed here. I kind of want to see an upset, and an upset would it be already if they take a set.
Look, I'm all about upsets. I just think we're kind of setting in a reasonable expectation. If they do cause an upset, it would be absolutely.
Ty si dáš Gerko Maliny?
I would argue brawl history if this
No.
caliber of a roster.
Gerko Maliny, je to tak. Ty vogo, inak tú mikinu ani neviem, kde mám. Malinovú mikinu. Zdravím, Kačko, a prajú je hodne šťastia a sily tam. Darca ťa bez zdraví, Kačko. A praje ti hodne sily.
The break really solid. Range is just so decent overall. You can't really go wrong with the Brock. Just one of those brawlers at range that you're always going to have a say.
Kto hraje, aké týmy? Humble a Madrid.
Nani can break up the map if they really want to, but I think it's fine to just have the
Humble a Madrid.
going through that little pocket of water on the left. Nani really good at range, obviously pretty much outdoing the majority of sharpshooters in a 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, and as my two colleagues have already mentioned, this is one of these maps where you only really have one way into the middle where the fight goes down. So either you break open that wall in the middle to have another access point, or you go over the water on the left-hand side, which is usually Angelo or Eve. You want to pick up here. Humble took the leather. Now, next pick coming in from Madrid.
Kolik ti je let? Je mi 21. Bohužiaľ, už to tak bude. Už majú 21. Charlie Oka. Jako nevím proč úplně Charlie na toto, ale zrovna.
Struggling to see an obvious, I would say, here for the left side. I think there's several brawlers that they could
Mám wafle, ne? Máš wafle? Tak prajeme dobrou chuť. Ty vogo, Byron, jo, do Charlinky. A tak asi. Si může být.
I think it's safe. I mean, that's kind of my whole synopsis of that left-hand side. Just safe, nothing wrong with it. I don't think there's no.
Charlie sa hraje dosť, tak pozerám, jo, hraje, no. Humble ich úplne uvarí, kúkajte. Bez urážky vypadáš na 17. To je dobré, ale práve, že to je dobré. Aspoň keď sa budem správať ako toto. Teda, môžem sa správať aspoň ako dieťa. Aspoň nie je divné, že hrajem Brawl Stars v 21 rokoch, chápeš? Takže je to dobré. A teraz mi bolo iba nedávno. Takže je pohode. Ja som stále 16-ročný.
Spiderlings coming down, then Samantha going to be able to deal with them pretty swiftly. Doesn't really need much help from Lukey here, and another gadget being thrown out.
Fú, bol celkom riskantne. 5 čako. To si myslíš, že vyhraje? Určite vyhraje Humble túto hru. Veríme v Humble. Ale zaujímavé, toto tu akože už nie je tak jednoznačne ako ten Brawl Ball, kde Simantek totálne varil. Táto hra je už trošku viac vyrovnaná. Ty kokos, to je boss, jak prežil, ne? To je frajer, ne? A už neprežil. Už neprežil.
Now they've got the numbers advantage. The
Okay, tak to dolítali.
follow up as well. Luki down by himself.
Okay.
Won't use that super. He flashed it. I think he was just tempting himself a little bit. There was no world where he's going to waste that.
Yeah, I just feel like we need to see more from Semantic against this Charlie. Like, he deals with those spiralings so easily and has a massive range.
Mně lidi typují na 16 a že 20. Á, krása. To bylo pekné. A 2-2. Oh. Bavíte se o e-sport? Jo, Európa je super. Já si to vždycky rád kouknem. Jsou to také viac show streamy aj zároveň, takže dobré. Pamatujte si furt tu kauzu s Akriem? Akri teraz hraje lolko, ty logo, na streamoch. A pamätám, samozrejme, že pamätáme. Takto pred rokom sa Akri teraz riešil chat. Takto pred rokom. Ja som pozeral nejaké staré datumy a takto pred rokom sa táto kauza riešila. Je to rok od toho už. Je to už rok.
Agreed. I think Humble just had enough early work. They're even switching things up entirely. So you mentioned it. Semantic definitely needs to do better. But on top of that, now they move Charlie back onto Semantic as well. They're rotating. It's clear that they want Semantic off of that lane.
Koukáte, či sa presťahol do Česka? 16. 6 mesiacov dozadu.
Knowing that Semantic is revolving that peep. The Spiderlings will protect them. The Rough so low. The Poison barely holding on. Semantic with a follow through.
Vidíte, že to Humble vždycky vyhraje chat. Čo chcú madridisti skúsiť proti Humble, prosím ťa. No. Mne lidi typujú 20 i 14, neviem, čo si o tom mám myslet. No, že máš dobrý vek. Když ti niekto typuje 20 a niekto 14, tak to znamená, že když si to sprůměruješ, tak ti vychází, že máš 17, 18, takže akurát, easy.
Proper adjustments, and again, we expect bounce back of a player of his tenure, somebody who's been around the block more than a few times. Luki electing to use the gadget that will distribute shots, and I think a very important component of Luki to running that gadget is just landing those tags as early as possible. But once again, Madrid with an early round pickup now.
Dobre dostali Humbláci teraz.
Chance to even get this super, especially with the numbers advantage. This is disastrous once again.
Yoko also managed to break down some of this bush as well, so nowhere to hide. Luki just looking for some super of his own, but it actually just ends up feeding her up. And yeah, again, as he said, another
Boss saluje dost. Riskantné plays, takzvané.
Reassuring to see that they can do it though. Ooh, a nice super. We both had a very equal reaction. Now the spawner's going down as well. Luki trying to heal. Oh, stops the feet as well.
Proč sa nekoukáš na Ázii? No hate? Dobre dostali teraz. Proč sa nekoukám na Ázii? Protože mě nezajímá ten region. Že jako, myslím si, že gameplayovo je to oveľa slabší region ako EMEA. EMEAčko je prostě top region. A vy dostali? No, trošku to predali.
This is pretty much just a long distance affair. I mean, this kind of feels like old-timey Shooting Star in the sense that it's just 3 brawlers going against 3 brawlers individually. Who's winning their lanes, and now back-to-back games. Madrid has done that early.
A kukni si, co napsal Kačka. Já jsem to četl nějak v hlave trošku.
So now they're at a disadvantage as well. That's why it's so important at a professional level to get the early victories. Love this little wall break going down as well.
Četl jsem si to, jen nahlas.
The more fast you're dealing, the easier it is to get vision and land those shots.
Boss was getting bullied by the pinch for a minute there, but Luki eventually comes across.
Kolik 10? Fú, neviem, či sa nezdržím odpovede.
Forcing the Charlie all the way back, should be able to help out and pinch other lanes now, and that might be just going down. I think he burns to one shot, but still stays on his feet. But back into spawn is not where Madrid want to be in this situation.
No, a už zrazu jim to funguje, chat. Free win. Stačí, aby to boss prostě nezahodil. Je to jednoduché.
Just gonna have to run to the back spawn. No chance of
Free.
getting this one. Humble once again sitting comfortably. Again, this set's not been easy for them, and I've been rather impressed.
Čo mi za tablet? Tablet mám Tab 10, ale nepoužívám ho teď. Dostal som S26 Ultra, takže hraju na S26 Ultra. Hraje sa mi líp. Easy win. Nice, vidíte. Easy win Humble. čo tam bolo. O nič nešlo. Majos, ahoj. Názor na babičku bez mi dej, ja ho neznám. Neviem, čo si mal neumysleť. Niekto mi volá na Instagram, kámo. Tak čo to je?
They did really well, or actually they started pretty poor and got absolutely wiped, but then came back with 2 rounds straight, won the game, then got wiped again, and then they wiped Madrid. And it's like, I don't know if they're just getting overconfident in certain situations, taking matchups that they shouldn't do, you know, overstepping, thinking they're just going to be able to walk over.
Kolik sa hrá na víťazných bodov? 3. 3 body musíš vyhrať.
Definitely not looking bad, but there was definitely a few hiccups.
Drejče frajer.
I'm not sure if it's a humble not up to their former selves or if it's more of a hey, maybe Madrid are a little better than we think. Could be a combination.
A ty nemáš ten kontext hlavne, to by bolo, že máme oba v plici spánky, takže to byli tým negatíva.
Don't really think they prepared against this too much. If any team can catch them off guard, it's us. Maybe there's a little flair of that too. Humble don't prepared, but for the same match.
Pamätáš, jak ešte sám Pice zahral Brawl? Pamätám, chlapi, ja som ty vogo 8 rokov na scéne. Ja už normálne cítim, že celý život hrajú Brawl Stars asi. A máš iPhone? Nepoužívam iPhone. Mám Galaxy S25 a S26.
Pretty good performance from Semantic when he kind of looked in a bit more against that Charlie.
Otázka, čo je? Otázka. Správna odpoveď je gesty. Easy. Nemáte zač.
He's got 99 DPS, 2 kills. He's just taking the Brock of everybody else's hands because he can be a real nuisance in certain matchups. So, you know, better overall across the board from Madrid, but Humble just got those standout players.
Certainly an improvement in set number 2 for the red roster.
To nie je udělá něco zaživeného, scrollovat TikTok? Yes, Barčo. Si dneska stejně to nějak dlouho bylo. Ahoj. Na to, že koukáme tohle. Kde pozeráš? even.bravostar.com. Filtrox, ahoj. Ahoj, Filtrox. Co znamená ta korunka u mýho YouTubera? Že jsi frajer. Že jsi druhý nejlepší frajer. Jak víš ty odpověď na otázky? Nevím, jen tak, jako podle znalosti mojich. Jako někdy nevím. Ale jako tohle jsem zrovna věděl.
Ruff's sliding as the first pick, and I've got to touch on it. Enraged on that brawler was insane, by the way. I was just sat on the side and I was like, how's this man doing it with Ruffs? You're meant to be like, you know, a support brawler helping your teammates, and he was just doing brilliantly. So, nice to see the Ruffs coming in again, and I'd be convinced to play that brawler by
Kamo, ja strašne glazuju Futko, takí sympatiáci. Fakt jo. Líbí sa ti Futko. Zigor, ahoj. Rixo, ahoj. Ja u toho hraju ranky, takže aspoň nepotkám žádného e-sport hráče. To je dobrý mindset. Čtyři korunové koľko eur? 2 eura skoro. Necelé 2 eura.
Jester going to be doubling down with some of the breaks as well. Obviously, you've got kind of a 1 in 4 chance of getting that break instead of any other super, and the hypercharge can be breaking things up as well, which is just one of the reasons why Jester's so strong at the moment. How easy it is to cycle that hypercharge. Literally, if you hit it on like 1.5 people, you're getting it back. And when you
Sneaky time.
Some of these maps as well, it really makes it that bit better. Leon comes in then as well for Humble's second pick. The lollipop drop with the buffy has become really, really good with that extra speed, still obviously providing the invisibility. And most people opt in for smoke trails, but I think we saw a little bit of invisi-heal yesterday occasionally.
I felt like smoke trails also paired really.
Oni majú na těch kompech svých zapli monthly finals, yes? Oni se koukají na sebe normálně. Crazy, ne? Jsou ty věci za ty body rare? Nevím, asi jo. Jako asi to nepůjde získat jinde, že? Máš Starshelly? Mám Starshelly. Já hrám Fortnite, mám 1 život. OK. Dal jsem, že Food vyhraje. Jako, Food je dobrý tým, no teď. Je to mezi nejlepší týmy, patří. Já bych vzal Mac, Mac se nehraje vůbec právě. Mac je crazy. Mega
Makes sense. I
slabúčka.
like the Finks a lot, to be honest with you, I really do. Stu's going to come in, and we've seen
Stu.
that already today as well. Another good brawler that seems to be slotting into this European meta quite heavily on quite a few different maps. So unsure if that's just because it's being picked into something in particular, or it's just, you know, quite heavily regarded by the EMEA region. Humble still get this last pick now. I feel like we're kind of missing something that sits on the mid, and then we're going to see the penny picked up, turret available as well.
Závislosť od telefónu rastie. Generácia Z trávi na mobile viac než 9 hodín denne, chat. Je to tak? Príznakmi sú neustála kontrola notifikácie, neschopnosť odložiť telefón počas jedla či pred spaním, ale aj fyzické ťažkosti. Smartfóny čoraz viac zasahujú do vzťahov aj produktivity. Až 70% ľudí tvrdí, že im narúšajú každodenné vzťahy.
Humble, just another day in the office. Currently up 2-0 against Madrid, who are trying to cause an upset. They're now backs against the wall, down 0-2. They desperately need a comeback here. We're going to have to see a serious improvement if they want to take down the 2024 champs.
Tak za jeden deň 17 hodín na BS-ku, oči zalepené.
Absolutely flying and gets that little boost afterwards as well. Rob going to be able to beat Boss on the right-hand side here. Really nice from him, and Semantic getting beaten down by...
Ja posláčal napsal milión správ, jsem 15, je to úplně random. Já nevím podle čeho to radí, no vůbec.
From our earlier performance on this map from Colonel Ruffs as well. Boss low HP, now Rocket Rain going down, so they'll force them away. It's a great area denial. Now Ruff can maintain positioning, is continuing to land shots. Boss is just having a hard time healing.
Really difficult here. Lollipop drop helping out a lot now, though, as he doesn't know whether he's coming out left or right. It does linger a tiny bit more. What a TP. Turns back time, and Just will find that kill. Lollipop drop down as well, and Madrid honestly just running away with this so far.
That was one of the more insane kills, especially with that low of HP. Slowed down the daggers.
Madrid hraje niečo ako Navi. Akože teraz dobrý náskok si urobili, ale nad Humble. Ale Humble si to odtočá ešte. Ale koľko máš screen time? Ja mám veľký screen time, chat. Ja mám bohužiaľ celý život len na mobile a počítači. Ja mám fakt veľký screen time. Ja mám klidne aj 12 hodín za deň. Ako mobil plus počítač. Možno aj víc. To vyhrajú madridisti. To majú Zix alebo Neptún? Určite Zix. Neptúnem sa mnohem bavíme.
That was the slowest speed I've maybe ever seen from that. The Chester thing just lingered and lingered and lingered.
Ahoj, chci sa zeptať, jak dlouho sa bude ešte hrať? Asi nejaké 2-3 hoďky ešte, minimálne. 2-3 hoďky. Možno tedy Humble prohraje? No uvidíme. Jako prvú hru jasná dominancia od Madridu. A teraz lepší štart určite. O dosť lepší štart. O dosť lepší.
Literally just this start is going to change the entire game, surely. Finks still waiting for the supers to be able to stop these shots in their tracks, but hasn't really managed to find one.
Aký je tvoj obľúbený tým? Humble! Humble je môj obľúbený.
Doing quite a big flank here, and actually he will just back off. Nice prediction.
Ty kokos, pekne.
Nice trade coming in from Joss, and Yoko will assume his spot on the zone, trying to get the...
Ty máš ty odmeny za to? Ja už mám všechny. Už mám všechny odmeny.
Big brain thing, I think I saw it a boss too. He dropped a salty barrel not to shield for himself, but so that they would have other incoming shots to tank for that. That was actually a really good bit there, and now he's doing it.
Počítavanie SK? Neviem, SK je teď slabé. Celkem, nekvalifikovalo sa. SK Gaming vôbec.
Doing a good job of cycling supers, but honestly not getting too much back from them. Good shots once more from Yoko, and finds him around the side of the wall. Wonderful splash though from Boss, and a good kill yet again from Rupp. Walls coming down, and Penny turret.
SK fall down all.
Now it's wide open. It's gonna become more and more difficult for
Madridisti dobre comebackli na to, že mali taký dobrý štart Humble.
Now 30+% climbing for the red roster. They need to grab a set. It's a very tough roster to do so. I think
Ty koky, no.
if they drop this, but right now it is smooth sailing.
Ten Finks je mega powerful vecička. Kúkam. Proti Novo prohráli. Co je Madrid? Madrid. Real Madrid. Španěli proste. Co by bolo, Humble to ešte comebackne, ešte jednou.
They were having such a good
To majú asi reálne.
but all of a sudden Humble have come
Hyperchar ešte.
kill after kill. No supers available. Now Chester Hypercharge
No, to majú.
in the middle of the
Musia to
map.
udržať, ale.
Even in percentage,
Chvíľočku
the blue
ešte.
squad
A majú
still
to.
holds. Now one
Easy.
goes down. Yoko barely dodging out a
Easy.
shot there. Colonel Ruffs just has to dive in. What a comeback from Humble, and it'll push them to match point.
I mean, how quickly things can change. They were about 40% up at one point, I think, and Humble still
Ja si
managed
dělám
to
tým
drag
Praha.
this back. Just breaking the wall seems to hurt where they can place the turrets, but it
Ale
makes
to hra, už moc ne.
when it forces them to
Teda
make the
vôbec.
play. So lovely stuff from Humble. It is a match point, but honestly, Madrid were in control and have been in control for the majority of the set.
On top of that, they had a terrible start. Humble were able to just excel with that, and they still, despite that, made it a close call, but the fact that Humble were able to remain there, I mean, absolutely incredible plays. Madrid is showing that they've got a fight, though. Now just one game away. An early start once again for Humble. Going invisible right off the rip. The mind games begin. Semantic, though, just staying in the mid. It's a tough pop there. I think was trying to exhaust some shots from the enemy teams, but didn't really get much out of that.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's quite nice to just pop a super or don't pop a super and bait everybody's shots out. Just gonna fall here as well, and Humble just running away.
Čo to, Mikey? Ahoj, ahoj. To čo? To čo? Humble vyhráva.
A little bit higher up than it has been previously.
Kámoško, Humble, GG no, 3-0.
Otherwise, it's just
To
gonna
vyzerá 3-0.
just has to force this.
To vidíte, že proste ten skill div, no. Že aj z takejto situácii to comebackli. Komu fandíš? Fandím Humble. Proste to tolik hraje Chester. Je to dobrý brawler, no. Univerzálny brawler hlavne. Má dobrý damage, dobrý range, má dobrú hyperchargeku.
Really being the one who's targeting at the moment. Yoko move forward. Boss just trying to work for another super, but the Fink super of his own, keeping him at bay for now.
Som ďalej, abych dostal odmeny. Musíš ísť na tú stránku a hlasovať. Hlasovať a získavať body. A získáš odmeny. Musíš sa tam prihlásiť.
Hasn't done it yet and actually mistimes it a little bit. Just drops the ice on that right hand in. It will allow Yoko to move forward, but they're just using a penny barrel just to absorb this.
Great taps again from Boss. Yoko trying to get around the right side, but is low and doesn't have anything at the moment, and you don't want to be tanking either with the penny. Semantic super round.
Jaký asasín? Semantic. Nice. Už sa hrajú monthly? Yes. 3-0 chat. GGVP. Rýchlovečka. Rýchly wipeout, takzvané.
Certainly more impressed with Madrid on that one. Not in the sense that Humble were bad by any means, but
Speedrun.
just a better fight than I expected out of that. I think Madrid are one of those teams that are
Môžeme zahrať BS-ko.
top 8. This is a very competitive region. So even just
Speedrun.
saying they're in that top
Total.
10 right now or whatever you want to call it is still rather
Si mega zdražil.
aren't interested in top 8.
Však inflácie. Vidíš, aká je drahé oleje. Olej, ty vole, benzín. Ale ja som dlho nezdražoval práve, že? To som zdražoval naposled minulý rok.
And Humble is another one of those teams that is not underestimating anyone. Even though Madrid is a fairly unwritten page in our book, they still...
No čo? Čuru. Tak. Další zápas bude, dáme pánové. Máte tam MVPčko ešte, môžete ísť hlasovať chat. Za MVPčko. 100 bodov získate za MVPčko, hej. Takže tí, čo nemáte full, tak počkajte si. Na tej stránke budete mať MVP za 100 bodov. Jo? A pôjde sa hrať teraz posledný zápas štvrťfinálový. Repli Totem versus Novo eSports. Novo eSports. A potom pôjdu semifinálka už. Semifinálka a grand finálko. Máte tam hlasovačku za body. Takže hlasujte chat, dostanete body. Easy. No, 8 minút máme na pánové, ďalší ranked by som dal, úprimne. Ďalší ranked hru. Do pohodičky. 6, 7, 8, 5 máme. 90. lokál. Poďme, joinite sa a hrajme. Otázka help. Totem vyhraje. Dominik. Totem vyhraje. Totem. To je Seinix a toto. Seinix a Mati Osak. Get out sound effect. To by malo fungovať, Richard, ten sound effect. Minule sa to skúšali a fungovalo to. Nefunguje to? Minule sa to skúšali. A funguje to? Dobre, čo? Ty neprehalo get out. Musím get out? A jo, funguje. Nice. Pinball Dreams. Ojojoj, už tam zobrali čat, už tam zobrali bulíka. Už tam je, už to tam poslali. Bula. Nebali sa toho. Tu hrali, čo to? Aha, to je Pinball Dreams. No, Ricka, jak nič, ne? Ricko asi teoreticky, kľudne. Ja to nikdy nestihnem, vieš, že to nestihneš. A nic iného nebude proti sebe hrát? Ešte budú hrát pak. Semifinálku a tak. Ziggy. Mati mi dáva Ziggyho, tak zahrám Ziggyho. Ziggy Power. Asi mám dobré. Ach? Ty vogo. Teď sa hraje speed? Ne na Leona. Ten heal sa nehraje vôbec na Leona. Nepustí nás to rohliste, keď máš iba Diamond 2. Líbe semifinále po štvrťfinálke. Po tomto zápase bude semifinále. Máš proste speed v tom Logitechu. Go! I aj na čare, tak to má poštíkaj. Jak sa ho napadol, kámo? Sápeček vôbec netušil, že takto na neho vybehnem. A je problém? Oj, prihraj, tady ide, prihraj. Abo ne? Ja tu idem? Neviem o mne. Joj, jaký damage, ale dobral som. Ten Leon je zaujímavý teraz. S tou buffiskou. Nehral som ho ešte, ale zaujímavý je. Silný. Kúkaj! To je crazy ten Leon! Videli ste, čo sa dalo urobiť? Čože? Leon proste len tak sniknem sa pre loptu a capci ani nevedia. Ale len dokráčam. Crazy Leon. These days. Jaj, bulíček ide bomby, ale. Food miss, díky za follow. Ja to nikdy nestihnu napsať ten kódik. Majú rýchle proste, no. Speed, aj veš. Kámo. Ten Leon je fakt silný. Ja sa nečudujem, že ho pikujú na tých wards. Ten Leon je fakt akože strong. Ten Leon je fakt že strong. No láska, díky za follow. Najlepšie na neme hyper buffy a star buffy. OK. Vidíte, máme gold? Easy. Jeden master. No tak to pomalečky to dáme asi týmto tempom. Ja aj vôbec nečaká, kámo, to je crazy. Ten Leon je fakt crazy. Crazy práce. Dobre sa bugla lopta, chat, ceníme Brawl Stars. Ešte, že máme Leona. Leon je prime, kámo, Leon má prime. To je moc silné. Ten Leon je moc silný. 110 elo na túto hru. Leon je moc silný. 16, je tam skill chat, je tam Je... to je dobrý skin, chat. To je dobrý skin. Bear Shade skin. Čo si, jak? Dobré. Ty kokos, dobrý boxík. Dobrý. Legendary skin by the way. To si toho shade dá? To je 300 gameový skin? Aha. Lol. Čak železo. 300 gameový skin, jo? Crazy. Máme dobrý skiník. W. Mythic. Ukáž, skúsime si ho. 300 gemov ušetrených, takzvané. Kúkaj. Holy moly. Ty kokos, to je mega dobrý. To je frajer. On takový štěstí mi v blbě. Crazy. Už to je? Můžeme respektovat, no. Respektovat dál. 300 gemov stojí. Crazy. No, 680. Ale rankedy by som dal. Ja si myslím, že Master by sa toto. Mohli by sa zajtra zapnúť ranked stream alebo niečo, no. Neviem. Vylepšiť ranked odznak by som mohol. Chýba nám koľko? 1500 elo. 1400, no. 1400 elo máme Mastera, chat.
5% Trev think that Reply Totem is going to take this one. I didn't expect this.
I mean, to be fair, I think it is pretty expected from the community. If you're asked to pick one of
Dám s tebou, taky bych si ho dal, tak dáme.
The names on the team, how big of an organization they are, and how much support they get as well.
Tak dáme.
Can't match that in terms of pure.
Zítra bych dal klidně asi. Ještě uvidím, ale dal bych zítra. Na 90%.
Yeah, same for me. It's pretty close one, so we hope for a long
Bobo,
series.
díky,
It's the Italian derby.
Potom to vyhrajú jak nič, kámo. To musia vyhrať jak nič. Ja uvidím, jestli budu mít čas, no. OK. Kedy chceš dať pro? Keby chceš, tak dáš pro rank? To nevím, to spíš ne. Kde Elaliza? Elaliza nevím kde. Kolik hodin přibližně, když tak? Asi večer. Když už bych streamoval, tak večer. O, kúkaj, Novo, jaké priestory majú Novo? Jakú tmu tam majú, ne, Novo? Ale dobré priestory. Asi Matysem, jo?
I mean, it's pretty solid. Eve, Meeple, and the Squeak there, and Angelo, Jean, and Mina over the other.
Zítra asi večer bude streamaš. Kolem 6-7. Tak, ja som to ani nechcel povedať, že dropol som to tam. Ja som to ani nechcel, ale povedať reálne. Tak. Je to tam. Je to tam.
Too much for it either. Quite good
Correct.
in that respect. Again, will they go for the bow? We saw it counted out by the bell earlier today, but I feel like it's definitely a potential opportunity.
Bow 7 did a good chime because on the right hand side we already have the Brock to open up those walls, get into mid quicker. On the left hand side, Bow could fulfill that same role. Gray in the past years to be the brawler to pick up here for that same reason. He is global banned in this one.
Proč mi neprichádza tá ikona za body? Už som im vyzvedl pred 10 minútami. To počkej si, on ať príde. Oni tam píšou i, že to majú delaynuté trošku. Občas. Co si myslíš, že vyhraje totem? Repli totem. Je tam Maru, Joker, dobrý tým. Ale akože Novo tiež nemá zlý tým, ale vyhrá totem. Možná Frenda, nedávam Frenda. Totem zase niekde ve sklepe.
Final pick now for Novo Esports. I do quite like that nanny that Reply Totem just picked up though, gotta say. Definitely not that many options now available now because of the global bans and now just having 10 unique brawlers off the table, it's going to be quite tough for them to really find something that makes work here, in all honesty, with this kind of comp. RT going to come in. It's about the only brawler they had left. But I quite like where they got this going. Obviously, RT's going to be most powerful with hypercharge, so that's the main concern with that particular brawler. You've got to put a lot of work in early on.
I was between an RT and a Spike for this last pick here. Spike also would have been good against the Leon when he sneaks up. You just pop down your gadget or protective from him there. But RT just overall so good on knockout. We mentioned it before when he has a
vážně někdo vzal Geňonga. Geňong je dobrý. Geňong je super.
So good. The map is super close. Everybody's standing on top of each other and RT is just gonna get a free kill at least. Both drafts quite good, I feel. Let's see who's gonna take this first set now.
I mean, the thing is with RT, right, it's going to be good at range, it's fine, as I said, good in the closing seconds too, but to get the hypercharge by the end of even a couple of rounds, you've got to work really hard and hit so many shots. We'll see if he's going to be able to get towards it now. Joker hit pretty hard, and then both the Byron and him as well, so just healing normally rather than shooting some of those shots into him.
Nebo Jokerové SKS a prestupil do totemu.
Great positioning so far, though.
Yeah, it's a great break there from Terry.
Kukaj, vidíte?
Lollipop totem there. Joker will find
Ten Leon je prostě crazy, já vám hovorím to.
So that's a great placement, it really is, and that's the ability of now being able to
Ten Leon je prostě crazy. A ještě Joker zrovna hrál. A kukaj, to prostě nevíš proti Leonovi hrať. Leon je momentálně meče crazy.
Nothing he can do about this. Was just literally Joker getting one kill, cycling the super.
Leon.
Thought he was going to be able to see
Kam.
just the extra
Freaky Leon.
between those shots that Meow was checking the bush with. Trying to go again now, but no super at the moment, so Joker just peeking around, trying to work for that once more with a bit of support from Maori.
Můžete mi někdo říct, až na mě nemluví. Joker je v totemu, no, teď ponovo. Dva měsíce, druhý měsíc. Leon se hraje úplně všude, no. Ty moje blázen, totem jak nič win, chat. Koukaj, jak to tam podložoval všetko, Joker. Tak to je jaká vypínačka od totemu. Tak to bude rychle asi, chat. To bude rychlovečka.
But the lollipop drop, a little bit of help from Joker. As soon as he starts cycling those supers, it's just wraps for Nova.
Yeah, not the start that Novo Esports were looking for at all. Still some time to get warmed up, but nonetheless, you do not really want to find yourself being one set down so convincingly, especially in a game mode like Knockout. It's unforgiving in that regard. Joker, ooh, needs some heals. Didn't get tapped up nearly as much as he actually could have done though. Utilizing again the lollipop drop to push himself forwards and not outstaying his welcome. The Byron pick really keeping Reply Totem very much on the aggressive here.
Ahoj, mocár. Ahoj, ahoj, ahoj. Mám tě rád? Ďakujem, Niky. Mám sa v pohode asi, no, nejak pomaličky. V rámci možností. Proto je tak SK špatný, je to tak. Totem nebo Humble, asi Humble stále, no. Ale totem jde hodně. Koukám, že je totem fakt jakože po minulých monthly finals pokročili dost skillovo. Dobré vypínek.
This is looking like child's play, quite honestly.
I mean, I don't want to say like any of Totem even died yet. Like, I don't think we've seen a kill in 3 rounds for Totem, or a death, should I say? Sorry. They got the supers ready to go now as well.
Jaký máš názor na to, že v leaderboardu je víc botů než hráčů? Nevím. Ani nevím, že to tak je. Asi mi to je nějak jedno.
Don't know he's in biz when you haven't seen him all round long. You've got to expect someone coming in. It's a 2v2. Filippo trying to get the job done, but a nice hypercharge use from Maurer and a return to sender kept him alive.
SK prostě bez toho Jokera jsou tragicky. Šťastní chlapáci sú. 1-0. Toto mi ide crazy oproti tomu, čo minulé robili. Zatiaľ jo. Sú vo formičke.
week long against FUT Esports. They've really been honing in on that very squad.
Což by to je na Colt? Asi nepotřebuju.
Well,
there you go.
You don't have to worry for much longer because there they are, 2-0 to 1. And not a lot of DPS. I said at the start, I was like, listen, if Filippo wants a hypercharge within a couple of rounds,
0-0-0-1. No nic.
That clearly wasn't what he was doing. 4-6-2 for the other side. So 12.
A finále bude ještě dneska, yes. Za chvilku je dohraný. Reálně tu máte chat, celý toto rebríček. Tu máte celý rebríček. Bude se hrát potom Heretic versus Food a Repli Totem versus Humble asi pravděpodobně a potom finálko. Takže posledné 3 zápasy. Takže jako do 3 hodin to je hotové. Možná i 2 hodinky, no. Jako, myslím si, že teraz bude 3-0, úprimně. 3-0 jsou většinou rychle, do 30-40 minut dohraté. Takže si myslím, že to bude možno i quick.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at it, they definitely shouldn't have taken the risk. I think it's
Ahoj,
hard to say,
fyzik.
it's not, it's not a brawler.
By byl Leon? Leoník vyzerá silnější už teraz. Po týchto mantli. A já jsem si ho zahrál tiež a dost silný bol.
You can just take so many brawlers by surprise. I will say at the same time though, Leon was very good, but they weren't preempting his super coming out, all grouping up. Like they were just getting picked off one by one.
Let's see what's going to happen on the next map. We're going to head over to Hot Zone Open Business. And Ark's going to say Draker is a super good brawler here. Yesterday he was picked up quite often, and Ark was right with that. He's actually not banned out, so let's see if he's going to be picked up in EMEA as well.
Yeah, it's one that doesn't necessarily translate as much. I mean, we're definitely not seeing a lot of differences between the regions, it must be said. No Pierce actually banned out in this instance, but I was expecting to see more of him in EMEA.
Pipuško, ahoj.
Leon,
Poraď mi nějakého brawlera, halo. Mám hrať na 1000. Fú, nevím. Bibi, Leon, Crow, Colt, Frank, hocičo. Zas majú Leona. Normálne. Open Business a Joker first pick Leon.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Lou as well, which again is a brawler that we haven't really seen in EMEA show up in scrims, but yesterday in East Asia he has been picked up quite often on Hot Zone. Spike is going to come in. Has always been a pretty good brawler on Hot Zone. You just throw your super on the zone and your own team can collect some points, whereas the others would take a lot of damage if they do so.
Yeah, and I mean that's speaking on brawlers who have been picked up a lot as well. Spike
is
one of the most picked up the last couple of days. So solid, so versatile. Can pretty much be used on any map at the moment, so we'll see what they add to that. As you said, the Chester and Finks, 2 brawlers that are going to be very, very good on this map. Ruffs, no surprise to see that banned out after the past.
Kamo, what?
Brawler, both very good.
Megio.
To go along with the Spike, then you're going to have a lot of HP obviously in that mess and dropping out of as well to stay in the zone for a little bit longer.
Still a lot of answers.
Vyber jedného toho dám na 1000.
They could go Griffin, open up the map completely and just really hone in
Bibi.
this
Máš free.
Still, brawlers like BB could be a player here, could be able to really enforce their way forwards.
Proč nebannou Leona?
I feel like brawlers like Charlie as well could just shut down the mid quite happily. They tried to double down.
Ukaj iPhoneík v ruke. Jaký iPhoneík v ruke?
Gal gonna come through here. Could spell a tank honestly to follow up. It's a great counter to things like BB, things like Frank. So let's see how they feel.
Meg is such an interesting one to me. I feel like she has so many counters at this point that we barely ever see her. Definitely needs a healer on her side, so let's see if that's going to be the last pick for Novo.
Jak tam scrolluje, ne? Mezi postavami.
Quite good against the Meg. I like the Frank shot from Ark here as well. Super good against Meg. There's BB.
Gale. Okay.
Global ban, so he's
BB! Konnichiwa! Tak.
Leaving her open, and then also Leon, I don't really know what they're doing, Trev.
I feel like it's fair to say they've got a couple of good brawlers here.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. Quite good.
I think we can say that.
Kenji put into a Gale, do you really want to do that?
Yeah, I don't think anybody does, to be honest with you. I definitely wouldn't want to be playing that brawler.
I'd still go with a healer here.
They've covered themselves.
Barley.
I mean, it's going to be able to take down a lot of those lollipop drops unless he plays them super defensively.
Jakože nemajú wallbreak, no. To je pravda.
The BB will be good against the Gale, but a question of whether or not he's going to be running that slow. You said he's a healer, so it might force that.
Je lepší foot alebo hybrid? Asi futko určitě, no. Myslíš, že budou buffy Nightgara? Yes, budu.
It's not the shiniest of brawlers, it's not really going to be benefiting, there's no buffies attached to it, it's just going to be there. It is a good mode for it. in that regard. I don't mind it too much, but it's just not great, is it? It's nothing exciting. It's nothing that's really going to champion against what Reply Totem have got now.
Well, in we go, and looks like he is running that slow down. Joker going to get taken out quite quickly, and Maru not having the best time on the right-hand side. Percentage-wise, Reply Totem are looking good, but in terms of control, they're nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, a bit of a tough spot, a bit of a slow start, sure, for Reply Totem here. Joker going to be trying to utilize his speed, be closely advanced into Terry, but that life plant is there. Well, one swipe of his bat would knock him back as well, and can't really afford to do it.
No ten Barley ale je dobrý pick práve, si myslím. Lebo akože bez wall breaku to bude ťažké zabiť toho Barley. Ten Barley bude otravný dosť. Ten Barley bude fakt akože dosť otravný. A vidíte, že majú kontrol teraz znovu, no. Kamo, jestli se Zofo dívá, musí být úplně happy, že vzal někdo Barleyho. Zofo. OK. Maru GG. Vidíš, prostě, jako ten Barley je silnej. Ten Barley je jakože moc silnej tady. Mega otravný hlavě, koukaj, jak to tam hádeš stále. To nechceš proti tomu hraj prostě. Čažoba, no. OK, zabili to. Ale comeback je reálný, reálně. Koukaj, sám jak tam Joker s tou Bibi jede teraz. Comeback je reálný. Fú, dobrý pinch. A stačí to držať už iba. Jak efektivně. A to pojede.
Maru cautious here not to be scouted out by this Meg now, coming in for the jugular, get some good taps.
Dobré zrušenie superky, Meg, ale vypušoval Dino. GG, to je škoda celkom. To mali, neudržali to. A možno ešte ich vypušujú, kúkaj. Op! Ty kokos. No nič, hypercharge no, od Barlinka. Bohužiaľ. Bohužiaľ. Jump and like ja som dlho nevidel. Ten Barley je problémik, dobrý pick byl.
It's giving themselves at least the opportunity with the sticky syrup mixer on that gadget side, both to deter the Leon and the BB. So if Felipe can keep this up and keep the aggression on there, Joker goes down again, pops the gadget of the vitamin booster, and it's not going to be there for coming back off the spawn either. So Reply Totem looking a bit shaky at best.
Yeah, it's the same start as last time. Totem get on the zone well off the start, get about 20%, then Novo start to establish themselves. It's just a question of whether or not Totem are going to be able to restart this move a bit faster, because they did bring it back in the previous one, but then they just fell off again.
No. Lepší začiatok ako minulá asi, trošku to tém. Uvidíme. Je dobrá brawlára, na push brokala Prestige 3, asi ani ne popravde. Brawlára je taká for fun mod.
Gadget thrown into the mid with the spike in there will provide some heals for the Meg and keep him in that mech form. Joker trying to run down.
Jaký nábeh na Spajka. A, ajde. Krása. Dobrý pinch. Ten Leon jak tam nábehol do druhej strany. Čáko to Binek, ahoj.
About to secure his spots on that right hand side. Lollipop drop down there for Maru. Here comes the push from Novo. Hypercharge from Filippo forces everyone out of that mid.
Skáče? Hypercharge? OK, tak to bol dosť waste, Aj keď tá bublina niečo urobila dosť. Niečo urobila. Ale waste celkom, no, podľa mňa Hyper. Po finále? Humble. Faníme Humble. Celý turné. Dobré, dobrý.
Recharged for Terry and thrown out instantly. Trying to bait round the back as Filippo pitched in. Nice kill.
Ťažoba. Hypercharge. Okay.
Nice there from Maori to allow that cushioning for Joker to get onto the mid, but he will fall as quickly as that.
Tam OK. Šanca, kámo. To majú asi. Majú to. Jaj, dobrý double kill, Leon. Leoník, tam dobrý. To bolo dobre. To bolo pekné. W.
Last game and they couldn't quite get it done. This time it works, but their starts seem to be so slow, so scrappy. And I'm not saying the rest of the game's not scrappy as well, because it is. But it's just worked so well in that second game, just narrowly bringing it back. Joker's dying.
Co to je? To sú zápasy. Monthly finals. Konečne nejaká show. Maru dobrý vypínák dostal. Horší začiatok celkom, no, o dosť. Prečo hrajú single stream na pravej ruke? Lebo s pravou rukou mieríš, ne? Predsa.
Joker jumping straight into a sticky syrup mixer and the super over the top as well to keep them low. Maru can't move anywhere. Maru gonna use a super, try and flank round. Good job he's got the smoke trails because he's got a long distance to cover here. Will go in, a nice preemptive shot there from Meow's looking quite close to
movement. Právě že nastrelili, ne?
Yeah, the barley pick is just so fragile, isn't it? But Felipe's playing it really well. But sometimes the pinch is just perfect with the Gale plus 3 blows to allow Maru to get that pinch, and it's quite a struggle for them. This all gonna whittle down there. Terry, now Meow is the next.
Ty to používáš? Jednu som používal. Teraz ne.
I mean, that was a big turning point in this game. If he got that off, he would have been
Dobrý comeback, ale zatiaľ.
on this point where they're getting so much percentage now, and it's even 52 to 52. Hypercharge super comes in, but Maru will just back off and respect that. It does hit the lollipop drop, which makes Maru's time a little bit harder, but he's got a hyper super. Let's not forget, they're going to be running those smoke trails now instead of Invisi heal, so he does have to just wait back and play this one slow.
Novo recollecting, but Joker not giving the chance to breathe. Nice connections from the hypercharge. Felipe low, and now they all
Kamoško.
out of mech,
Holy.
out of position. Surely gonna go down here with a swipe there of Joker. 83% now.
No, to neudržia takto, ale.
Still behind here, trying to bring this back. But now Novo getting themselves stuck in with a helping hand. That hyper.
Jak to dodžoval ten Mauro. Hyper. Ja, GG. To majú, no. Okay. Jedna. To zapotili, ale znovu. Ty majú blázen. Čaká tam kar.
Novo looked good and they held. Second one, Novo looked good and reply totem came back. And then the third, the same as the first, as they managed to hold that one out and take the set. Really solid stuff from Novo. I think they did have the better draft in the end. It seemed like they were bullying Totem for the most part, and they were really unable to get anywhere. Just a few shining moments from Maru and Joker when they eventually managed to break through those defenses that gave Totem a chance.
And really, huge props towards Novo here for this draft. Ark, you mentioned it already. We did not think that the mech or the barley would work out this well, but they take this set in the end, made it close though. Reply Totem really made them fight for the set, but in the end it's Novo turning things around, and now we're in a 1-1 scoreline. We have such a close game in our hands.
You can just see though, it's a fragile comp really. I mean, I still feel like Reply Totem should probably have won the set. I mean, they focused a bit more on Filippo, who was playing that barley perfectly, by the way. The gadgets were on point, and they were just really dependent upon this kind of Gale jump pad with the BB, and a lot of the times that strat just wasn't working out. So, I mean, Maru with 14 kills already, you know, was doing his best to try to go on a tear, but it still wasn't enough.
And I mean, wow, look at the DPS from Filippo there on the barley. He had a lot of value, had to play the sticky syrup. So, again, for me, the biggest
Otvoríme si Moondring chat.
mech even worked out so well without a heal.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few moments here and there where he wasn't able to get too much done, but for the most part, he was silent and hypercharged as well, finding good connections, getting back into his mech, other than that one time where Maru just somehow managed to stop him. But it was a really good performance, it was.
Simantek je slabší než ty?
So we didn't expect big things
To nevím,
from him.
chlape.
To see him do that, it's a great performance.
Really good brawl stars that we're witnessing today here overall. Again,
Kde sú všetci módi? A Dobek je niekde preč, Gamerko tiež niekde, moc skoro streamujem totiž. Ešte. Ale to celkom dosť ľudí. Urobíš niekedy video ako hitnú Masters? Fú, to neviem, čo je univerzálny tutoriál ako hitnú Masters. Ale veľa Masters videí mám práve, že. Teraz vyšlo tiež Master videjko a tak. Mám celkom Master videí na kanáli, keď tak môžeš čeknúť. Tieto yapping section sa nedávam.
Novo really impressing me so far today, certainly so. As Kazi picked up very early on.
Byla tam otázka, bro? Ja som zrovna šel pryč, bohužiaľ. Bohužiaľ, chat. Ja ostane na maximálny počet bodov, je povedal.
Obviously globally banned as well, so Squeak could be an option here. Ziggy, we haven't really seen Ziggy escape through. Could be this be the time when they actually get the chance to do so.
Dúfam, že vyhrá tu tém.
Chester as well, maybe on the cards for reply totem.
Musí.
It's definitely one that you could be scared about too.
Going to come in for reply totem. Very solid. We saw it played out. I think it was by.
Nemusíš robiť ako na mastra, ale ako nebyť bed random. Kámo, to by mi dal dobrý nápad na video. To je inak všeobecné videjko, ktoré by sa mohla natočiť. Ako nebyť bed random by sa to video volalo reálne. Ako nebyť bed random by sa to videjko volalo. Spomenul by som také tie základné primitívne veci. To je dobré, to je dobré. To sa mi páči. To je veľmi dobrý. Dobrá idea. To si napíšeme. To je reálne akože mega dobrý.
Penned out here would have been my pick. I really like the Siggy shout from you earlier, Art. One of the only throwers really that strives in the current meta and usually banned out on layer kick. So let's see if they're actually going to pick him up here.
Gus could be an option. Hit gonna come in. That's kind of disgusting, honestly. But in terms of that support, you do have to have something else to say with the handle itself. Because once the kit it's still open, but is it the best brawler on this particular map? It's definitely not a bad one at all. But if you're stuck in the spawn side, it's tough to get out with it.
Yeah, it doesn't have that kind of much like burst damage at range to be able to get you out of a tough position, especially when you've got like a Kit and a Kaze as well who aren't going to have range themselves. I feel like you kind of need something with a little bit of that here. You've got the aggression to pair with the Kit already. We'll see what they take. They take your Gus. You can't blame them for it. You know, got the range, the shield, keeping people alive.
No, čo napikovali chlapci? Joker, Squeak, Maru, Mina. Tretí pick ešte není. Filipo zobral Kita, Kaze a Gus. Ty kokos. To je draft zas. Ako ja takto pozerám, že to ešte vyhrá to furt. Humble to dneska. Comebackne. Cordelius, dobré. To je dobrá. Dá si na toho Kita, no, reakcia. Urobí 1v1 proti Simantekovi. Neviem, či sa mi podarí takéto niečo zohnať. Dave, nazdar. Nazdar.
And they do have a noticeable lead over reply totem on this very map in scrims. I'm just going to put it out there. I know we've had a lot of discussion on it already today, but you know, Kit and Kaze.
Počkaj, hento nad tými banmi. To sú ďalšie bany, to sú global bany. Tie bany, každý tým si vyberá dve postavičky, ktoré banneš na všetky mody. Na všetkých 5 modov ich banneš, tie postavičky. To sú extra bany.
Quite clearly goes the way of Nova with the Kaze being able to dash up for it. Joker can't really match that maneuverability. With some of his own. Meow with the super on the right side.
A už ide Kit. Kit Kaze, kámo, to je crazy. Kit Kaze je crazy combo, ale. Holy. Kámo, to je crazy, ne? Ale teraz zomrel dobre. Tak to bolo zbytočné.
Bit of an oversight there, I think, from Novo. They were in a good position, they were winning, they had the, and then they're just over-aggressing massively. Cardboard box coming in and Joker got to be scared and does just back away. I think only hit by one shot there into the realm, but Maori can't quite get within range. And he doesn't want to risk being turned on there. Joker now going to be on top of Meow, and I'm sure that's communicated in advance. Oh, but he jumps over it, but the super connects for Joker. Traded up, and this is so scrappy.
Scrappy, but it is still a lead for Reply Totem. Maori has all the stars here. Could be a prime candidate for an assassination attempt with this Kaze Kit combo. Let's see, 45 seconds on the clock. And it's Reply Totem who are just going to be sitting back here and just trying to wait the timer down. It could even go to one final ditch to push. There's a fan storm going out quite prematurely for me.
Miu hrá mačičku, absolútne nemá. To nič neurobia teraz, keď Cordelius má superku už. Si myslím úprimne. OK. Tam to bolo zaujímavé, ale na ľavo. Maru nemôže zomrieť jediný. Ostatní môžu zomrieť. Takže easy. Absolutne easy. Nice.
Very close stuff, but I'll be honest, I kind of feel like that kind of game went the way of Reply Totem mainly because of Novo's mistakes.
I mean, he missed about 4 shots at the end there.
Ale víš, ak sa ti psal, že mi neprišla tá ikona, tak už je to 30 minút a formy neprišla. Co mám dělat? Čekat. Co si nedočkavej? 30 minút je v pohodě.
Well, we'll see if they're able to turn this one around. They started well, but just over-aggressed in that position where they were looking so good. Pushed back into spawn.
Don't panic.
They were in the last. They just need to wait for this kid super. Kaze make a move with her on her back, and that's exactly what they're going to do now. But hit very early on by a nice squeak shot.
Don't panic, takzvaně.
Yeah, Maru doing well to shut this down. Joker, beauty taps in the mid. Not really going to be availing too much, and Meow comes straight out into heavy shots. Goes down and the lead.
Nevíš, jestli dnes Zix bude streamovat? Nevím. Vůbec nevím. On to prejde na stream, ale za chvilku. Za chvilku se zjeví. On stříhá si videjko. Předpokládám teraz.
Got the super on the Cordelius yet again, so he's just waiting for an opportunity, possibly when this kick Kaze combo comes towards them, to just single one of them out.
Yeah, Maori's itching. Absolutely itching on this super. But patience is key. There it is. Nice from him. Extends positioning power over Felipe, who's going to come out straight into the eyes there of Maru. He's still behind the field of action. Nice connections there from Joker. They cycle it lovely stuff. And Novo are still nowhere to be seen on the kill count.
I mean, just supering the Kaze there puts the kit in such an unfortunate position too, and it basically just guarantees kills onto both of them. But it's 6-1, 5's all they need, and Joker has 4 on his own. They're looking for the other two though. Night Shield coming through as well.
Ty kokos, ale. To bol iný push teraz od Filipa. S Miłom. Monkey sa týka flow. Streamoval včera Zix, yes, viem. On chcel ísť previesť auto a nakoniec nešiel večer. Sa mali ísť niekde večer. Dneska by sa mohli ísť previesť auto, ale teda je škola zase, no. Oh! Tornado save? Kámo! Tak to si na posral, Sekunda. Idem pre super stream, yes? Díky.
And this is a big game now. Whoever wins this one will be 2-1 up in a really 50-50 matchup so far. I can't help but think, as you said after the first, Novo seem in control of this game. It's just whether or not they're going to make these mistakes.
Meow got very, very aggressive there, very confidently so. And it has made Reply Totem a little bit flustered here. Maru's got to heal. Maru, of course, not going to really have much in terms of the realm at this early stage of the game. And Joker's leaving them to have to defend on their own to try to get an angle on this left-hand side. Felipe is low here as well. Maru gets into the realm, and it's a nice takedown. It puts Reply Totem in the lead.
Striha Prododa. Nestriha Prododa. Proč by strihal Prododa? Má dobrý svůj YouTube channel.
I wasn't even sure what happened in that interaction on the right-hand side there, and it seemed like everybody was just jumping about.
It's got like a double connection, isn't it? It's so weird. And now, Reply Totem behind, and this is a great thing for Nova, who can just kind of sit back in the spawn, allow time to be on their side to get the kick going. Going in quite early as well. 1 minute on the clock, and they're still trying to bring this Kaze forward.
That's split,
like they're hungry for more kills.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to stop some of this offense, but Maori has got a super here and finds the connection onto Filippo, but he's obviously got the maneuverability to just run this one away. Meow coming around the side, he's going to out on both of them. I think if Maori just about gets out, but Maru surviving narrowly, and this is good for Novo now. He's got to back up.
Tak.
It's just constant pressure. A nice cookie popper gadget as well there from Terry, as they find Joker on the left-hand side. Now Reply Totem are really quite flustered. They've got to find 3 stars here. They have got the blue, so it is possible to do with just Meow here, potentially. Let's see. Joker's looking at the left-hand side, trying to find him. Felipe will not be enough. They'll need 2 in that sense. Meow's also got Hypercharge, which is a very dangerous prospect now. In the final 10 seconds of play, Novo Esports have got options, but Felipe from the right-hand side is
No!
being pushed up against the
No! GG. Kámo, Novo to vyhralo reálne. Čo si blázen, 2-1. Tak.
The lead.
I mean, that is absolutely
No
huge
Novo
from them.
vyhráva.
Hyper
2-1
also
zatiaľ.
did.
Tak to.
It's like, I'm sure it was measured.
Tak to je
From a
crazy.
person who's not as good at the game.
Tak to je crazy job, chat. Až mi to seklo.
Very risky at the same time, going in with what could have changed the game in terms of stars. Blue Star was with Totem, he had 3, and it was 5 to 8. But must have been so measured. Great Gust Super on top of it as well, and so many close moments at the end of games, just like this.
The highlights show it too. That first round could have already went the way of Nova Esports. Honestly, they only discussed who they want to focus. I was like sitting here, just getting up, and was like, they're in the right hand side getting the kill. On the left hand side, we have, I think it was Niceboy trying to get a kill. In the end, just focus on the same player, and that could have been Novo's already. In the end, they do take the set, now extending or getting a lead 2-1 for them overall. Our predictions, and from the viewers at home as well, say Totem is going to take this one. So we might have going a series that is going all the way now.
Crazy job.
Has it to be for Totem to still win this one.
And when you look back at that,
Adrian, díky za
how
follow.
much Novo Esports struggled. They barely had anything to show for it, and now they're really finding their stride, getting into a nice pattern, a nice rhythm, and just playing Reply Totem at what they do best, which for me, the drafts are shining so far here today.
Yeah, they do look really good. I mean, Novo playing really, really well. Drafts looking good. I mean, I don't dislike the draft of Reply Totem by any means. I think it's
No, podarili i SK, proto SK dneska nehraje. To je pravda.
I think the big difference in this
Tento
one was
ten by
really that
alespoň
they
něco
had the kid that
uhrál proti
had
Humble, a ten Novo je úplně k hovnu, ty dostal 3-0 swap.
to deal with the kid when he's, on the back of some-
A už to je Zix, vidíte? Já jsem ho vzpomínal, že Zix přijde.
For that, of course, to have super available.
Yeah, and I like the way that Nova played it. They were just not afraid to
Zatroubil jsem ti před
I
barákem.
think that really does speak volumes.
Jaj.
You're very dependent upon the kit being able to make plays.
V Rose byl prevést.
There's a lot of synergy with this kind of comp, which they displayed really well.
They relied on Kid, but Meow honestly
A
delivered
nezavolal.
on that roller. We had over now
Musí se
to
jít
set
prevést
number
večer,
3.
later ne.
Nova can close things
Byl
out.
jsem s mámou na
This one,
nákupě,
it's a
aha.
3-1 and they move on to
Takhle.
the semifinals against Humble. Double swoosh is gonna be the map.
A dobrý?
Here,
Autičko?
stress,
Spoko. Facha jak má? Ať chodí kaplo.
They need a 3-2 now to still make it into the semifinals.
Ale moc farmíme dnes, ne? Ani ne, tak na chill. Pade na pade. Tak je to hlavně chill stream. Presne pro mě, bráško. Fakt jo.
For me, it's a great brawl to have on Double Swoosh. You can play it on the defensive side, on the offensive side. Really good for scouting, catching people off guard with the supers, knockback if you want to use that, or the spray through.
Puta na to, díky za flow.
Really solid. Just all around, really good brawler. Play against the mid ranges and the tanks and the assassins as well.
Nova plays some weird stuff here. That's what
Někdo trubí i teď. Šumkáze, Kid Duck od Nova, omylem to vyhrajou. Joel Nikaflo. Jo, tak to nejsem já.
Really going to be open here as well. That's quite a dangerous ball in the hands of Filippo. So
Já už doma, jaj.
has the knockback, but
A budeš chodit do školy autem už, nebo? Jak to vidíš?
Trav's happy with that one. Again, this is another high brawler pick by Novo Esports, and one that can work quite well here.
We see Tara needs
Jo.
and even Mortis
Jaj.
in this region from time
Tak
to
už se,
time.
teď se zvýší utracačky. Uvidím, jak budu parkovat u školy. To bude ještě. Rozu baně, chcel jsem vidět Rozu. Rozička, fuč. A raz tu byla hra na to. Mortis, kámo. Raz tu byla hra na ta Roza už dneska. Jakou máš spotřebu, Zixi? Sklep, díky za flow. Nevím, skáďal chodíte, ale díky za flows. Tak 5-6. Okay. A to je v pohodě. Máš benzíňák? 600. No dneska jsem ale tak hovoril, no. Benzíňák, jo. Okay. 6-7, chat. 6-7. Užívám si benzín opět, kočel levnější.
Honestly, we've been seeing some questions.
A máš väčšiu spotrebu. Diesláky majú menšiu.
I couldn't even guess. I'm gonna guess.
A jak sa máš?
But you never know.
No, žiju, dejchám, dá se. Včera som dostal scam o 500 korun z Xy. Po smene som dostal 500 korun scam. Crazy scam som dostal. A to je long story, takže to ti řeknu někdy. Ale zahraj si někdy Brawl? Já? Si vám někdy zahraj Brawl, jo? Kámo, však ho hrajeme každý deň skoro, teraz, kvôli videám a kvôli streamom. Jakže někdy si zahraj Brawl? Hraju ho každý fucking den. Brawl.
I mean, the thing is, Joker's going to be able to bully Terry until he gets his super, and then he'll actually have a bit of a leg of that matchup. Nice super gadget there from Filippo, trying to end out under the radar, fly away from Meow again, and this is the issue with the Mortis. They've got so much they can
se mnou. No, když jsou streamy, kde hrajeme s chatem, tak může se jobnout. Je to jednoduché. Kdy už to skončí? Tak 2 hoďky ještě, no. To mají totem? No nevím, nebyl bych si tak jistý. Náhodou to vyhráš, novo. Uvidíme, Joker musí uvarit, no. Dám ti suba plus, pridaj si ma. Takhle to nefunguje úplně. Tady. Koho si dal, že vyhraje? Totem. Totem. Dobré odstraněné toho Filipa, ale tu Lily. Ty vogo, Maru, rip, hyperchargeka, zbytočná hyperchargeka. Jesus. GG chat! Novo postupuje za chvilku. Novo postupí do semifinálka. Proti Humble. No nic. Ty můj bláde, tak. No má to tam vypadne nás chat. To má pošikaj. Get out. Kdy spravíš nové videjko, ako hraj mody? No uvidíme. Zajtra možno vyjde ďalšie videjko, ako hrať. Kolik trofí máš v BS-ku? Môžeš kouknout najnovší videjko a tolik, kolik jsem tam měl, tak tolik mám trofej. Jak se 100 000.
Joker throws out a super, hits one and gets traded out. Filippo with a super in hand, Meow with a super in hand as well.
Proč je na té nové kamere iba 100 kixov? To jenom, kedy sa neresetovalo. Iba 100 kixov? A jo. To neviem prečo. Ja by som to dal celý preč. Ale to je možno aj rozdelené. Ukáž. A jo. On to resetnuté nějak. Nevím, prečo. Ja by som dal preč. Teraz.
That seems like a little bit of a waste of super from Filippo as well, but actually Meow's going to pick it up in turn. That's going to be 8 if he gets them from mid. Just about gets away. He's got the shovel to get the kill, but Terry's there.
Kolik máš rokov? Fú, ja som už starý. Už mám moc rokov.
Coming in now, hypercharged up and a healthy shield as well for that. Joker will find Filippo here, and also, again, these bats though, they're just not being lined up correctly, really. Joker able to go for the gravity though, finds some gems, can he get out of this? Filippo's out on his tails, and will shut it down fast.
Filippo staying and going in as well, trying to get the super back whilst he was still in hypercharge. More gems in the back. I can't actually see how many they've got back there, but they are staying in the mid. Maybe they got the one there. That's going to start the count. And I don't think Totem can get
Zase může vyhrát tu ten. To asi všichni dali, jo, skoro. Oni to fakt prehrajou, kámo. To je crazy. Oni to fakt prehráli, chat. Tak to a poser. GG, Nova postupilo do semifinálka. Kámo, 94% ku 6% tam. Tak to si naposral. 94% ku 6% tam. Tak. A je to, chat. Hotovo. Vybavené.
Really solid stuff from Novo and what a performance. Great drafts.
Vybavené, chat.
I'm really quite scared now, having seen Novo just flourish. It's like Meow was like the missing piece of this roster, and now it's in such a fantastic spot where, hey, the scrims do matter, you know? Just saying, Reply Totem had the worst scrim rate coming into today.
Toto je poslední doba nějaký slabý? Není slabý právě, že? Môžete typovať, chat, sa typovať, môžete dať MVPčko za 100 bodov. GG, no. Budeš streamovať po konci Bounty Finals? Asi ne. Už streamujeme dlouho. Nebo už teď streamujeme dlouho.
Nova comes out on top of this one. As we already mentioned, they were forced to find a replacement for Enraged. Meow is that missing piece and he seems
8 minút máme čas za ďalších. Tak čo, dáme ďalší ranket medzi tým. Teraz pôjde semifinálko Heretics versus toto. Foot.
Had to face up against them in the semifinals last month. Now let's see if Nova does better.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that side go the way of Nova. Honestly, I feel like there was a little bit of...
Kolik dnes ešte bude zápasu? No semifinále a finále už jenom.
I feel like Reply Totem, if they were missing anything, it kinda was the draft, but overall a really close match.
Semifinále a finále, jo?
Up next, we're gonna have one more look at our bracket because Foot Esports versus Team Heretics is our first semifinals, and I'm hoping for this to be close once more. We had...
No. Tak, brawlíci. Rankedíky, ďalšie. Sneakujeme tajne na 7000 elo. Sneaky pick na 7000 elo. 82% ľudí hlasovalo za Foot, túto hru, chat. Tento ďalší zápas. 82% ľudí na Foot. Kto je tvoj main brawler? Colt. Pozdravíš mě jako Míša? Pozdravuju tě jako Míša. Pozdravuju tě, potáto. To joinoval tentokrát. Toby. Tu. Aura utekla od totemu. No jo, je to tak. Crow Sirius máš bannúť. Crow Sirius. Leon! Osa, tu sa hrali Leona, vyhrali sa. Prečo znieš tak unavene? Lebo streamujeme 3,5 hodiny už. A spal som 6 hodín dneska. Som do 4 rána mal smenu. Alebo o 5 ráno som zaspal, čet dneska. O 5 ráno som išiel spať. Do 2 rána som mal smenu. Takže tak, Tomek, nazdar. Ahojky, čauky. No, zajímavé. Máme Leoníka, máme Spajka, máme Otisa. Tvoj favorite brawler a mod, Brawl Ball a Colt. Ty kokos, bulík jo. Tak čo vystrojíme? Nejaký Gale, Griff, alebo niečo. Griff. Colt. Čo sa hraje? Gale? Ale máme Gale. Tak zahrám Leona chat zas. Leoník moja postava. Aký máš rank? Leg 2. Legendary 2. Budeš príští víkend koukat na e-sport? A asi ne. Amerika ma nezaujíma. Amerika je nudná. Núda. Ty kokos tam Leon. Prosím ťa. Bula na blízko som dal. Masivitka. Ok, som dead. Buliček proste vybehol na mňa, kámoško. Buličkovi to je jedno. Sleduješ Destra? Moc ne. Ale ako mám prehľad, čo vydáva, čo nevydáva, tak... A sme spolu v Samsungu s Destrom. Skoro som to nedal. Mekáč alebo KFC? Fú, asi mekáč, no. Nice. Easy prehra, ne? Pre nemákov. Tam to je moc. Sme to moc dobrý. Ďalej masívny pík si vymyslel. Fú. Si spadl? Jak spadl? Ja som all time high v rankedoch momentálne túto season. Sme najvyššie, co sme byli túto season. Takže nic sme nespadli. Ty kokos, zajímavý. Plánuješ streamovať niekdy jen na Kiku? Asi ne. Ten YouTube je ako veľký stream, no tam je mega veľa ľudí a všechno. Za 2 minúty začína zápas. Yes, stále máme čas. Stíhame odohrať. Stíhame vyhrať. Ty kokos, zajímavé. Dvadsať životov, hej. OK, brother. Dobre, teraz si dostanú, kámo. Vedel to, čakal to. Ďakujeme, chlapi. To čo urobili práve. Leon Power. Jaj, super kanič. Good job. A ja som videl na YouTube, že si dal master. To bolo 2 sezóny dozadu. 2 seasons. No. Ďalšie master series sú aj chat túto season. Osák. 6-9. Krásne elo. Krásna práca. GG chat. Jedeme. Last match. Vtedy to malo predáva, to jo. Legendary drop a hyper na Siriuse. Osák. Ty kokos. Dobré. Čako Peter. Čako odlzou. Majsa. Chybí mi jednaka Elo, ale zítra odjíždím na lyžách, takže asi nic. Jednaka Elo je ešte celkem dosť, no ty vogo, ale. Kdy bude další sezóna na odbrávku?
surprised about the glowy, the crow.
No když skončí další, tato sezóna. A tahle sezóna začala nedávno, takže.
Global bounds, actually, I'll stroke with that additional question of like how are teams approaching that, and you know it can be just one of those brawler picks that just don't want to.
To podle tebe vyhraje Foot, no.
We're gonna kick things off here in our semi-final.
To je to veľmi jasný, že Foot asi vyhraje proti Heretics 3-0. Klidne bych řekl, že 3-0. Akože úprimne. Úprimne si myslím, že kľudne aj 3-0, no.
We are on heist. So let's see who can run away here with the gems and go all the way to the grand final this month. Is it for esports once more, or is it Team Heretics? Bull that we already mentioned immediately picked up here.
Ha, koučík je tam, chat. Poslali to tam.
Left hand side is Chester, and Ark is a bit surprised about one of these bans, I
I was
feel.
just going to talk about Bull being relevant in pretty much every map in this series, and Kenny's reiterating that it should be banned everywhere, and it's like not banned and picked up immediately. Colt as well to break. I mean,
Kúkaj, tu máš Guestyho.
Bull open.
Čo riešite niekoho iného, chat? Tu tam máš Guestyho a konec. Byl už Frank pick? Bohužiaľ ne, Frank je slabej momentálne už. Bohužiaľ, Frank už sa nepikuje, Zix.
No matter what, even if the walls are broken down and recycling enough supers, it's going to be fine. Foot even willing to double down on this. The only issue is if they want to break down these walls, great.
Kúkaj, jak uvaria. Teraz pozerajte a učte sa, ako uvaria Foot.
I really don't get that Griff pick either. They want to break open the map. It's already getting broken open by the Colt.
Buffnite ho niekto.
Outside of Griff's range. At the same
Oni musia rýchlo vyhrať, aby išli hrať ping-pong, chat. Foot. Verím v to. Oni teraz si museli dať pauzu od ping-pongu, kvôli tomu, že musia ísť hrať Brawl Stars. Takže ASAP musia vyhrať.
For me, I just feel confident that if Foot Esports are not banned,
Ten borec za tým borcem vypadá ako Gapa na tom PC.
the only thing I can feel to give myself any form of comfort here, for now.
Tomu neverím, že má nejaké... Reálne? Oni prvú hru dohráli a išli hrať ping-pong. No Gesty tam behal. Gesty behal na ping-pong. Vôbec nevieš, Zix. Oni tam aj behali. Vyhrali a išli hrať ping-pong.
Perplexing draft, but certainly these teams are playing some chest over chest.
Tomuško.
Their minds can't quite see it yet. Foot Esports got the better of this team just last month. It was in the quarterfinals. Team Heretics, of course, getting a nice little grudge match win.
IKO je mega silný.
All the way to a set 5.
Môže byť, no. IKO je fajn, chlapeč. Dlhé roky.
Expectations higher. We saw what Gesty could do. Nob picking up his first overall, but Marco, Subim, and IK.
No, kúkajte teraz. Pozerajte a učte sa.
Here we go for semifinals.
Lily, Chester, Griff proti Maisie, Bullovi a Coltovi dáva pálové. Lilinka hneď dáva gadgetku, je dopredu. Gesty ničí pomaličky celú mapu, potrebuje otvoriť celú mapku. Takticky. Ikaos veľmi nízko. Nope, vybehol na Marka, easy kill a easy druhý kill. Double kill pre Noba dáva pálové. Easy, takzvané easy tutoriál pre nich. OK, gadetka je tam. Na trezor. Bang, 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 bang. Gesty ide na trezor, dáva pálové. Ale dostal teraz Gesty. Ale zabil ho. Dobre. 80%. Copyright? Jak to? Jaký copyright? Co udělal? Zofovi takedownovali stream za copyright. Tak. Dixtrix, ahoj. Hypercharge, Colt. Ten Colt je bezpečný, pozor. Ten Colt je veľmi nebezpečný. IKOS, kámoško. Uvaril. Fú, dobré, no. Dobré odstranenie. Bula. Nejspíš porušení slovných podmínek YouTube, když jsem klikl na jeho stream. On teď streamoval jako Zofo? Jako teď streamoval, nebo jako starý záznam nějaký? Aha, teď streamoval.
Good news for Team Heretics. Bull was essentially able to do it by himself to equal the amount of damage separating the two squads. Is Nob going to go against the anti-tank on that right-hand side. Marco just full on defense, shadowing Angel Boy as much as possible. The fact that they cycle in that super as well is just
Doletal. Co Brosák varil? A co tam varil na streamu? Tuto vidíte, chat. Že prostě, čo chcete? Není šanca prostě, no. Ty, ale close. Prostě furt hned to vyřeší. Já vám hovorím, že Heretics nevyhrá ani jeden set. Nevyhrá ani jeden set, uvidíte. Heretics ani set nedá. Proti futku. GG pome Heretics dáme ještě? Nedajú nič. Uvidíte nič. To bude prejízka takzvaně. Iba. Dal jsem, že Navi vyhrá nad Heretics, chat mi radil. Tak ty vůbec nevíš. Chat vůbec nevěděl. Luka jednou jak outplayal zas. A gesty už jede, bim. Polovice trezoru už je fukotom preč. Ty kokos. Gesty jede moc. With two brawlers, Nav of course getting the stun, it looked like there on the bottom of the screen while Marco tries to get a little chip damage. That's not Maze's natural job though, just going ale 4% iba vedu. Krása, to bolo to, čo chceli. Hop a 50% down.
Nice connection there with the Chester. Angel Boy still juking these shots from IKS, gets to the safe as well. Gets nice 4 shots.
Ty kokos, jaká prestrelovaná pánové. Cold, kámo! Ten cold? Ikaos mod varí. Oj. Tak to teraz uvarili dobre, hlavne Ikaos s tým damageom. To bolo dobre. Kto bude man of the match, nebo jak se to jmenuje? To nevím. Guesty neví, je ztracen. Oni už se vidí na ping-pongu.
Going straight towards the save, of course, the Chester of Nob going to be there to mirror it, but already he's making connections.
Sabeme, dává velký damage, kámo, ale s tím bullom, ten bull je fakt silný. Ikaos dá pálové, dá se na trezore. Dobre, není na trezore až tak, ale hituje, trezorik. OK, Nob vyriešil. Ale Angel Boy nedal zlý damage, nedal špatný damage. 30% dobrý. Vika follow MG Vincent. Kámo, gesty nič moc? Ikaos ho vypol jak ništ. Marko teraz vypol Angel Boy jak nič, kápalové. Joj, gesty dostal vás. Kámo, ten bull, koľko damage dáva? Kámo, ten bull! What? Ten bull je nesmrteľný snaj, nenadám trezore. Koľko dal? Pre pána. OK, na trezor. To bolo dobrá. A kúkaj, comeback. Kúkaj, aký je comeback dajú. Teraz. Futko. Kúkaj, ve. Kámo, to bude close. Ty! Kámo, fut podkontroloval. Ja som ho vravel. Fut má všetko podkontroloval. Už behal toto na ping-pong. Jeden hráč, tak. Fut to mať pod kontrolou. Fú, ale to bol hodnou tlak, no. Quickly enough. Sabine played this brawler pretty well, especially in game number 2, I thought, using that gadget, trying to get kills. Moments like this where you're so close to dying, healing back up, stepping away, and then just finding moments to crack through that ice save. You see it here, 23 to 28. Ten bull sa hlavne healuje z damage, čo dá na save. Fakt, hej. Aha. Ty to je crazy, ne? Ten bull. Ty to je halus. Takže prečo to tak nesmrteľný, ten bull? Normálne. Gesty bol v strese, chat. Je to real.
got shut down if he'd gone towards that grip, which I think would have been likely in all honesty. I feel like he just had no other option. I still feel like it was a bit of an error in judgment by FUT Esports to leave that ball. They were clearly confident enough to be able to handle it with their strategy. I think the Chester was a great thing to have on that defense for that reason, but I feel like in this meta, I don't care if you're FUT Esports, whoever you are, you just need to get rid of ball. I mean, especially on this kind of map rotation, it's just too dangerous to leave open, in my opinion, despite them getting the set.
Risky maneuver, but does pay off for FUT Esports in the end. Angel Boy, especially after seeing those stats, stood out to me, not only in the kill category, but along with that, blended in plenty of heist damage for his roster. So I think showcasing why he's a longtime veteran. And I find it interesting because Angel Boy wins his first monthly finals with his squad, but in the offseason, being as good as he is, he has
Gapa vzadu, Gapa je frajer.
I'm sure there are plenty of rosters that would have loved to pick him up. Instead, it is a testament to me that he elects to go with Guesty as a rookie to re-pick up Knob after a couple years of not playing with him. It's worked out really well so far, and in a set especially where Bull's on the other end, and we're talking on and on about how good he is in the meta. I mean, you folks at home know how good he is. Instead, they still come out with a win. I love that they made the creative choice, and it still paid off. I think
Poďme, pikujeme, chceme pozerať zápas už. Poďme.
Yet to be proven.
Ten Sabim tam čo robí na mobile chat?
I'm sure Team Heretics would prefer to have
Sabimičko.
from heist on then to hide out. For me, I think here, Byron, heavy consideration, Spike, also Jaeyoung, RT, definitely those kind of support.
Hraje Klečko.
This is definitely a Pierce map for me as well. Not really still enough. It seems to have just drifted away. We saw him be so prevalent prior to the latest installment of Buffy's.
Na mobile kúka tutoriál ping-pong. Ne, to práve, že oni nehrajú ping-pong, títo tu. Sabimičko nehrá.
Especially BB Bull. Just feels like there's so many health points in the meta right now that Pierce sometimes doesn't stand a chance in those moments. So global bans, of course, no Glowy, no Crow. Those are the normal brawlers I would say that are never going to show up here. Bull once again though, I believe escaped that ban phase if I saw it right. A couple other brawlers yesterday that got banned out that I'm curious to see if they make an appearance.
Kde si teraz povedal? Yes, free win. To je free win, guys.
Well, RT here, not banned, left wide
To je free win.
Spike.
Ešte dáme pár výher, môžeme si objednať mekáč, dáme ping-pong, dáme chill.
Something that they've got in mind here. Definitely still some unflashy brawlers available here, like Gus as well. Bell sometimes an option if you want to have the RT. You sometimes want to pair it with that just to kind of take away the mark from your opposition.
Už sa teším, jak hrať a nejaký game mode, aký bude ďalší. Asi Hodzone bude ďalší game mode.
Sometimes you'll see Ollie plus Byron come out, and now that we've seen Kaze, who's an assassin, not necessarily a tank, and you have that Byron who's a blend of support brawler plus long distance.
Píše ChatGPT jak hrát proti FUT. Bude i jak hrát solo showdown s Lukexem. Os. FUT potrebuje bro, oni sú na tie športy.
Flexibility for that third and final pick here. Still worried about that RT though. I feel like that is definitely a concern. It could be what FUT Esports are looking to have in the later stages of their draft. We've got the aggression. Certainly Andrew will have the escape. Nanny going to come in for some control and somewhat of a valuable peep. But they've got to connect with the Byron here as well on the other side of the field. That's going to, for the most part, keep FUT standing. So if they can focus.
Ja mením Chestera, je podľa teba no skill, alebo nie? Každý brawler musí byť trošku skill. To je dobré. A Chester je fajn.
Now they've got Nani, who's a long-range sharpshooter that particularly does well into other sharpshooters. So I like that one-on-one matchup if it goes into a Byron, and I'm also fine with it if it goes into Angelo. Return to Cinder, of course, can send back those heavy-hitting shots from Angelo really well. So this is a very good overall composition. Now they grabbed Charlie, and I think Charlie is mainly due to spawners that come on the map, but when you see Byron as well, not only are you grabbing Spiderlings to deal with the single-shot brawlers, now you're preventing and playing the Cocoon game as well. If the left-hand side wanted to go with an aggressive or a tanky brawler, they have a shutdown mechanic for that.
Third and final pick then for FUT Esports.
Chat, Gambička?
But it needs to have more synergy with something
Gambička?
else in this draft, so we can see what is on their minds in this respect. Charlie going to be able to counter
5% sleva. Ďakujeme.
EMEA going into it, of course, can evade away from that Cocoon. And I think in the hands of someone like Angel Boy or Guesty, it's very, very aggressive. I think they were kind of always gearing up for it with that Mortis ban. That first pick Byron kind of indicated that they were going for something of a playmaker. I quite like it for that reason.
Nechápu, jak to ten Lukex udělá, to musí být vycvičený hodně. Lukex crazy.
Foot esports have just been a little bit better over this region. Team Heretics with plenty of brawl
Teď jsem hrál Brawl Ball a 2.15 Lily měl můj teammate. To jíš? Esička.
Now it's going to be a battle of young guns. Gusty in his opening debut, 1-for-1, rocking the
Jsem si psal se samým s ním. Jsem si psal se samým o něm nedávno. No, a na co jste přišli?
Better now that he's gone to the middle lane because now Nob can help him with heals, but there was a moment at the beginning where they were so far apart.
Není to hard, najdu důkaz, že ho intradil i ten jeho 8-bit prestige push. Takže ho můžeme bannout. Napíšeme creator mail a dostane ban. Easy? Tak to je easy. Easy fix, dáme Lukexovi ban, chat. Tak. No mi to už nereší? Já, tak to je škoda. Já vím, že jsem takto vybavil cápkový ban, ale ten sniper, jak se volal, čo skemoval tie účty a zarábal na ňom. Ja som to vtedy nahlásil na creator mail a dostal 30-dňový ban. Čauko, Lumi Bralerík. Nazdar. Ahoj, Adamek. Oh. Čo teraz? GG Angel Boy. A ja, ešte veľká hlava od Ikaosa, kámoško. 46 životov. Šťastičko. No neviem, Futko neuvarilo moc kombičko. GG. Ja, nič Fut tu dozdu. Zixi, byl jsem na jeho streame, kde vyintradil, mám to klipnuté, kdyby něco, tak napiš. No Zix to jde, to urobí byť. Hej, co se děje s Foot? Foot to má pod kontrolou, neboj nic. Komu se fandí? Foot vyhraje 3-0, chat. Stále vám hovorím, že Foot vyhraje 3-0. Jak nič, 3-0. To bude. Kámo, to jak prežila ta Charlie? Neprežila, dobrá. Holy, kámo! Tak to čo teraz urobili? Tak to čo teraz robia? To čo bolo? Tak ako big. Already set up, has a super available, Spiralings to deal with Angelo, the single shot brawler. Meanwhile, Kaze under heavy fire, this blue star is going to be swung.
Chaos still arriving the right hand side. And now Marco going straight in for Nob for the jugular as well, getting back out, using it as well in the defense. Lovely stuff. Ale to majú šancu. To je jeden kill na Heretics, easy. 40 sekúnd, pohodička. Co sa halo, bude tam i Loaded Showdown? Loaded Showdown v Monthly Finals? Jo. Po tejto hre myslím, že Loaded Showdown. Že každý hráč hraje sám. Tak to nedajú, no. 3-0 nebude chat, GG. 3-0 minus. Ale stále playable, actually. Dobrá, už to není playable. Ja, tak to sú debilkovia, 3-1 chat už, teda 3-1. 1-1. Ja, toto čo urobili, joj. Kam gesty skáče, bro. Toto čo bolo? Tak to vám prepinklo.
And outside of that Team Heretics one, it never really felt like they were in it. This is the first time I've truly believed that...
Fakt hovoril, že to bude 3-1. Nebude 3-1. Tvoje výsledok sa potvrdí. Nepotvrdí. Za čo sú free odmeny? Za to, že kúkáš na e-sportovú stránku. Máš to pripnuté v komentároch. V čete. Môžeš získať. Tieto veci môžeš získať všetky. Dobre, ne. Furt to bude 3-0. Bude. 3-0, čest.
Yes, he's still leading his team in kills, but to your point, it just never really felt like...
Kto si myslí, že vyhraje? Fut vyhraje teď.
Success throughout that, especially in game number 2, it really started to be a runaway. I think once again, a really solid draft. They didn't have the 6th overall pick, so they had to make sure whatever the left-hand side went with, they were well equipped for. This is such a balanced roster. Nani can deal well with a long range from Angelo and Byron. In 1v1 situations, you favored that. That was a great Kaze game as well, and then Charlie, Spiderlings plus Cocoon brought them a ton of value. Even though Team Heretics lost that first set, again, we were kind of talking about the fact that Foot leave the bull available. Team Heretics...
Zofo píše na storku. YouTube si myslí, že je mi pod 16 let a blokuje mi stream pecka. Odvolal jsem se, ale pokud mi to nevezmou, můžu se se streamovaním na rok rozloučit. Funkce živého vysílání je vypnutá. Kolik gestů? 16.
Definitely going to have a very solid game here, no doubt about it. Bull as well, one that was not globally banned.
YouTube si myslí, že mi je pod 16 a blokuje mi stream. To kvůli tomu, jo? To ne.
Chester going to be left open. That could be what for esports are feeling like. Again, if they don't pick Bull here themselves, they're planning to defend against it.
It's probably either Bull or very likely could be something like a Chester. This could be the exact same math that we've seen earlier today. You go anti-tank, anti-aggro early with that first overall, or you just lock in the best brawler in the game.
My hands are on Chester already fun for esports. They clearly are not too worried about Bull, but in this particular map, it's definitely a bit more risky, I would say. Chester, yeah, it is going to be exactly that still.
Lukom hľadá editora. Chat. Lukom hľadá editora vraj. Tak idem sa asi prihlásiť. Tak. A vraj hráček Jule? Jule už nehraje. Julinko. Bibi sa nehraje? Jako jednou byla piknutá asi. Za dnešnej turnaj. Lukom who? Vidí, Lukom je editor? Ne, Lukom hľadá editora, kámo. On teď je veľký Lukom celkem. On teď celkem jede bomby Lukom. On má 150k na YouTube. A má celkem veľké čísla. I na Instač a tak. Má dalšie také srandy. Ten Lukom má editora, ale hľada dalšieho editora. Chápeš? Hľada dalšieho editora.
But I still feel like for esports have got the strategy to defend against it. Let's see how they feel. The Chester are going to have to mirror it, absolutely for sure. Still some other brawlers that could be a problematic thing to see here. It could be a kit coming through. There's a potential for esports do like to cause problems with it. Rough's banned out, the global bans definitely would make a lot of sense in this particular instance as well. But things like
mu napíšu Bludovi.
could deviate away from this.
I think they could use even more beef into something like a Bull, and I think Sandy's a blend of both. Using the Sweet Dreams gadget to put Bull to sleep, so if it's charging at you, that is a mechanic you can use to kind of feature that. The invisibility is also very powerful on Hard Rock Mine, but I think they need something of a mid here because I don't necessarily love a Chester into Charlie. I'm sure it's manageable, more neutral than I would say a benefit, but I would also like to see them grab a more traditional gym carrier that can work.
Lukix je trochu crazy to nemusíš. To nevíš prostě, Maty. Lukix je crazy, liga.
Again, it's a very Tara-friendly map. I think that the Psychic Enhancer gadget can get a ton of value here. But also, support from beyond, I think it's very versatile. You can just have options open, have a heal behind you as well, and break some of the bush here as well, which obviously the ball is looking to depend upon to remain hidden.
Čakáčko.
3 mid-range brawlers for the left hand, and I think Sandy
A máš pomalek pro rank? To asi nedokážu dát.
to dodge things out. But just two brawlers that do really well in gym grab in general, and again are closer to neutral. Ooh, a penny pick though. I think this
Mně
could be a
přijde,
pretty
že
solid out for something like the
Ultra sa mi dá pozornost tým největším braidedům.
option at mid, so I think this is going to be a little flexible for the right-hand side. Penny's somebody that shows up every once in a while. I don't hate it here. I'm just kind of curious to see how it fares.
Penny can be one of those brawlers that I'm just not.
Zofo zapl kick.
It's like one that can have some
Crazy.
percentage though,
Crazy,
so
brosák.
in the stage
Bročáčo
with
prostě.
Charlie. You know,
Brácho,
it's
brácho.
already quite a new thing that I've not really seen many people experiment with, but it does make a lot of sense to consider here. I'm just not overly thrilled by it.
It's going to be Chester playing the mid. Something that's become more common. We've seen the Leons and Chesters of this world kind of go into these heavier tanky brawlers, but instead, though, they're going to have to deal with a Charlie. So Knob left-hand side, Angel Boy battling against Subin, but the better brawler gets the best of them early.
Let's see. Marco does need to get that turret as quickly as possible, realistically here. Guessing with the 3 gems, Angel Boy lurking, gonna get a nice, easy take.
Já si pletu Zofa z Xe. Pleteš si Zofa z Xe, jo.
Spirit's gonna be quite problematic here, not opting to have the healing shade as well, so they'll be gunning their way towards Heretics throughout the entire game.
Keep my eye on Marco as well. I think Penny is going to have a tough time, especially now that Angel Boy already has a hypercharge super. That is a free frag for him. Chaos in the long range left all alone.
Zofa z Xe.
Circling him. It's a Foot Esports onslaught.
Chat, vidíte, foot je úplně free win foot, to je jasný. Z Xe Frank a Zofa má skoro ban na YouTube. No, něco jak Jartex. Jartex incident.
Crazy Raccoon, and they really championed it. They won the entire monthly final off the back of it. It just feels like they're a bit all over the place.
Slow down onto Angel Boy due to the star power choice there. Sabine, low HP, can't dive in without dying. It's Foot
Bér. No, Footko easy win.
number 1. Yes, he can comfortably back down
Akorát
the line.
Jartex ho reálně má. Ale Jartex to nereší. On je Sigma. On natočí dál na YouTube. Jemu to je jedno. Jartex prostě stejně vydává na YouTube. 10 videí denně. Stříhá si na plešku. Jartexovi to je jedno. Jartex změnil identitu teraz. Pojďme zase skoro ban, protože streamoval a YouTube ho zabanoval kvůli tomu, že nemá 16 let pre na streamování.
Let's see, Angel Boy already aggressing this right hand side. Sabine in a tough spot here, picking between Guesty and Angel Boy here. That's a nice stun, just nicely done there between Guesty. Great communication, and Foot Esports really kicking up a gear.
Chester's an agent of chaos and rolled the dice perfectly. Got the stun, easy takedown on the Bull. He's a great brawler, but I like how Foot are confident into dealing with this. Now a second set where they played Team Heretics allowed them to do Chester versus Bull.
Proč všichni z Foot jsou tlustý? Protože mají rádi mekáč.
This is better. Marco got set up. And now you see the difference, the slow
A spolupracují s Gapou. Vzadu je Gapa. Ten vzadu, čo sedí, tak to je Gapa. Gapa si našel vlastně nových sponzorov. Lebo MG Fitme mu neposielal peniaze už. Ani nikto iný. Tak teraz si našel nových sponzorov. Takže Brawl Star hráčov prostě má nových sponzorov. A on je akože manažér. Gapa je manažér. On im objednáva jedlo. A Gapa im objednáva stále mekáč. Takže preto takto vyzerajú. Gapa má brigádu, aby zaplatil dluhy. Kúkaj, jemu to je jedno, Sabiničku. Holy, to je čo je za zmetok, chat? To je celkom zmetok. Špeciálny jídelníček. Čo s Geňom? S Geňom? A pracuje v Nemecku. Minule sme volali na sme volali 2 hodiny asi na Kiku, sme streamovali. Prišiel, hrali sme 2 hodiny s Geňom BS-ko. Treba chodiť aj na Kik streamy. Čako, Haouseek. Oni to reálne prehrajú, hej. 1-1. Heretics celkom jede.
And that is a
Ty
huge
kokos,
steal
no
for
nic no,
Heretics.
1-1.
Exuding confidence and getting a game in this set is crucial.
Last month it was all foot esports. This month it feels like much more of a fair fight. Again, this is just a completely different roster than what
Crazy
we saw
job.
last time. Their qualification stage. Very
Čau, idem
similar
už, čauko, čauko,
when it
čauko,
comes to
čauko,
this,
čauko, čauko.
especially after seeing them go 3-2 versus Navi, and in fairness, Navi went 3-2 in qualifiers against Foot just this month. I think we possibly could be shaping up for some craziness here in EMEA. I'm welcoming it, but still, this is going to be a pivotal one. 1-1 in our set number 3. Either squad could take a lead just off the backs of this game.
Yes, a beam now. A fault on the aggressive guess he is low here.
Ja myslím, že to vyhraje Full Esport, však to vyhraje. Teraz to vyhraje. Don't worry.
That hypercharge potential for later on in the game, which was the turning point in the previous one. Let's see. Angel now, yeah, he's already got super as well, so definitely a threat here. Gets the on 4 gems. Look at this. Shut down, very nicely done there by Foot Esports, and that's why the gems are not overly worried.
Padlo mi celý mikrofón, GG.
Still bought them a little time, but to your point, no.
Padlo mi celý mikrofón, GG shot.
No positioning really. I mean, Marco's able to climb up a little bit down this left-hand side, but not. Just got to win this matchup pretty patiently in general. A fresh mid for Guesty there, popping that super as well. Knob now able to go up to Sweet Dreams, making contact. High Chaos in trouble. Gets one. Guesty trying to go around this. Oh, a purple button just to try and get the extra damage and a little extra speed. Didn't equate to much. Guesty swoops in, grabs a few gems, and now the middle is going to be all
Nob má mega dobrý ping.
They fed Sabim there again. He hit the hypercharge at the back of that last run. Now he's got a super 2. Angel Boy has hypercharge himself, but does need to find a super. Running the Black Portal star power as well, so that is a problem for Sabim. And I stun there from Nob behind him. But look at this. That's what I'm saying. Ball is just undefeatable. He literally says you cannot beat the ball. It's looking that way.
Beautiful tag out of High Chaos. Still need to gain some possession of the
No vidíte, majú to vyhraté. Futko, ja vidím. A rozbil sa ako taniere a poháre. Nerozbil, mikrofón sa nerozbil, vidíš. Mikrofón sa nerozbil, dobré, ne?
Work their way backwards. Still a defensive stance though. Only one of them can die. Knob now with a hypercharge gives them a little extra boost. Sabim diving in despite being one of the best, if not the best brawler in this game. The mechanics of Foot Esports prevail. They're going to be up 2-1 in this heavy hitting match.
Ahoj, jak dát 45 trofej na 50k? No uděláš to tak, že budeš hrát. Je to jednoduché. Musíš udělat to, že zapneš Brawl Stars a budeš dávat play a musíš ještě vyhrávat. Keď vyhráváš, dostáváš plus trofeje. Vidíte, jak si tam chilluje Gapa, chat? Gapa si tam chilluje. Gapa se těší na peníze, že vyhraje už. Takže pohodička. Už vydělává.
I think there's real potential for it still, but to me this feels much closer. Last month, despite the scoreline, it really felt like Foot Esports were in full
Napísa.
control.
Nemám vodu už. Jsem bez vody. Jsem chudáček. Mega paják, že Tukel. Tukel už je fit.
I love that there from Guesty as well. You see there, just Angel Boy was there for the support.
Nevím, z čeho se mám napiť. Nemám vodu už, chlapelom, bohužel. Jsem chudáček. Doma nemám ani vodu už. Jak fungují body, když mám člena? Máš dvojnásobek, myslím, že. Ty hraješ e-sport? Hrával jsem.
Was not hittable. Even that game.
Což raz mohl vdívat, neznamená, že je fit.
It's just Chesty because he plays Chester. Guesty just ran across the map and played super aggressive despite him being the champ carrier. That was super impressive. What is actually funny to me is that Novo last year with Marco Sabim and Piso back then won the March monthly finals, and nobody really saw them coming. Nobody thought they would actually have what it takes to win a grand final. March might be their month, maybe even this year. Team Heretics looking a lot stronger this month than they did last month.
Still a lot of work to be done, though. I mean, down 2-1 here. I think the one thing, I feel like Team Heretics have been notable just because this is a significant improvement from what we saw last month. But credit to Foot as well. They've let Bull go down twice. Both those sets they've ended up winning. I would say that was a rather, different kind of set too. 3 medium-range brawlers. Some of them have been really good in in Gym Grab in the past, heading over to Hot Zone. But Gym Grab in the past, and despite that, they've still found these interesting ways to win. I feel like Foot are just comfortable in these chaotic, scrappy situations.
Máme to tam.
Yeah, it's really
Další drink.
When you spend all your time looking to defend against the the biggest problem rather than looking to home to pick it up. I like that. It really does display a lot of confidence. Leon first picked them for esports, which I really quite like to see. M's out the equation. Amber could be an option then for them also here. They do like to bring it in, but Chester Ban definitely smells the tank.
Jak dlouho budou ještě hrát? No, tak 2 hoďky. Asi, nevím kámo. Trvá jim to celkem. Zofa se stěžuje, že je toto. Zofa je nasratej. Bohužel. Zofa je nasratej. Zovíčko. Zovíčko teda. Zofočko. Já hraju od 2024, hrál jsem do roku 2025, pak jsem si koupil jiný mobil a neměl jsem Supercell ID. Tak jsem napsal na support, vrátili mi ten účet, od začátku roku jsem zase začal hrát a mám 39k. Hezky. Je to Zix? Zix? Nevím. Byl to před chvíli.
So I'm curious if anybody pulls the trigger on it. I don't necessarily love those odds into something like a Spike and a Leon right now, but the match...
Napiš mu, že nech sa ukludní, či má svoje dno. Či má svoje dni.
Two assassins coming through in MENA that can drop the shield. I think they'll play around that. I think more than likely you're going to see MENA and Lou kind of march up this mid, try and take as much control as possible, then drop that gadget at the final moment so they can maintain a little bit of control. Wouldn't be surprised too if they ran something like the Ice Block gadget for Lou just so they can gain even more percentage points. This feels like a good squad that could...
Čo Haouseek extra? Letíme do nebies? A dáme? Kámo, tak to som fakt celkom onluchol celkom z toho. To bolo celkom tough. Ani.
Meg surprised us before today. Once again, she has no healer at her side.
Kúkaj! To je Gapa! Videli ste ho poradí? Ja on.
Let's see if Foot Esports can actually close things out here, or if we're gonna get to see another set. I would love it, honestly.
Set 5 feels right. Team Heretics have been...
No musíš vyhrávať proste, rohlík.
Top dogs of 2026.
Ty píše, to je doslova sotva vešel, lowkey. Tak.
They are still ahead of the curve. 2-1 to Foot Esports. Jumping into Team Heretics early on. You see Mina in the middle. I'm assuming, yeah, there it is. Windmill gonna go down rather soon.
Ja si myslím, že to je najzdravší človek, ktorý existuje na svete. Abo v strednej Európe. GG, ja píšu referát. GG's. Do zítra.
Wasting a lot of time now, finally getting back into the swing of things here. Beam dancing around this, but surely going to be pinched out here and just go down. Guess he already out of mech.
Potrebujem nejaké jedlo zájsť, chat. Som hladnúčky. Nejaký ramen by som si dal, alebo niečo.
But can't do much more than that. Angel Boy swept away as well. Knob left all alone. Light plant on the ground. Hurricane meets him though. It's gonna be close call. Drops a super too. It feels like a little bit of a waste. They're gonna
Ty tu si len daje varane. Majú Leonika, chat. To je free win. Leon je top tier. 3-1, poďme chlapi. Poďme 3-1, nech... Už chcem vidieť hambu. Už to je moc dlhé, poďme. 3-1. Nesnažte sa Heretics, to máte prehraté proste. Ale... Sú to pekné hry, musíme uznať, čo sú to pekné hry, hej. Napíš Gapovi, ať ti doporučí. Kámoška, ale dobre si ich dávajú, Heretics. Je to furt Zix? Zix je všude. Comeback. 2% to nedá. Comeback. No, skoro. Polievku už nemáš? Polievku som už zjedol na obed. Celú som už zjedol na obedík. Vám ukážem, čo som robil za posty ešte. Normálne. Vám ukážem niečo. Včera som robil futbalové posty. Na smene. Bro, bol tutoriál.
Can't really afford to give Heritage a set here and then bank it going their way in the fifth final.
Marco swings low early. Sabine there to clean up the rest though. Angel Boy and Knob prevailed though. This is a great start for Foot Esports. Now they've got Angel Boy on this top right hand side. Lollipop drop in the back for extra speed.
Uvedte. Jakú grafičku som tam dal? To budú posty na Haouseek 69 asi. Učet.
Esports, close call. Thank goodness they had that ice rink there. Otherwise, Team Heretics could have lost serious percentage points.
To je taký slider. To je slider.
Leon stayed better in that position. I love the lollipop drop back as well. Those gadgets now being aimable.
Ukážem.
Really allows you to support your teammates better. Aimboy low, gets the
Ej,
low here as well
kokos.
in this mid, gets the helping hand of the lollipop. Oh! And there's the swipe. Hypercharge.
Hal spravia song, Dynamic Song Tutorial.
The young gun was saved
Všetko
by
spravím,
the
všetko.
plant, and thank goodness it did, because he got a huge crack at the bat into two different Team Heretics enemies. Now they're well over 25.
Ty sleduješ futbal? Ani moc ne.
Going down for Knob, a second super going down to complete possession of the map for Foot Esports.
Libu super stream, je spástek, díky. Díky.
Has got the freeze, will place it down in a good spot. Protected now, the objective, guess he's not going to risk it.
To Angel Boy jak prežil.
In such close proximity, 81% to Foot Esports, but Heretics are starting to climb forwards. Hypercharge for Sabine does find, guess he throws, but she falls onto the zone.
Zajímavé.
Enough for Esports.
Velice zajímavé. Toto bude ešte close zápas celkom.
Desperation super into the mid, and it's not going to cut it.
Ajajaj. Vôbec sa im nedarí. A Hyperchar, gesty a jede. A gesty jede, a majú to. Hotovo, vybavené. Vybavené, 1-1. Tu sa práve využil jeden typ, čo som ti napísala video. Tako Nikolás, ahoj. Solžeš, koukáš na Brawl Ball? Čaká to bino.
But it's a close affair. It really is. I mean, that was down to the wire. And Guesty with some really nice charges. He really saved that last game.
Heretics win? Nebudú Heretics win. Furt vyhrá 3-1, konec. Potrebujeme sa posunúť hambu. Moc tu zdržujú. Výhra, kúkaj. Už vyhrávajú. Konec. Dolítali. Gesty! No, aj komentátori boli prekvapení až, kámoško. Tak co je? Gesty, poď, var. Niečo var. Nebude odmena, nebude jedlo. Keď nebudeš hrať, nebude jedlo. A? Invis Leon, kúkaj. Big Angel Boy! Angel Boy chce jedlo, chat. Je to tam. Boom, výbuch, Gesty. Kill, jeden kill, druhý kill, poď, ešte jeden. 3 životy, poď, máš to, nemáš to. Máš to, Gesty. Gesty chce moc jedlo. No ale nevyhrávate na percenta. Potrebujete percenta, chlape. Chlapci, zaberte, percenta potrebujete. No. Poď, Hyper Spike. Bing. Joj, tak to je tragické, ale. Musíš hitovať. Jaj, tak to čo bolo? Joj. Tak to je GG. Poď, Angel Boy! Jaj, tak to tragédia. 2-2 proste, to má poser.
Big smiles on the face of Heretics there. And it's not hard to know why.
Ty kouty.
They've got a real chance
Ja,
now.
no, kouty, ja nemám vlasy.
Oj. Titan of this region. One more set. Or will Foot Esports.
Tak nemal si pravdu, Tobinek. Ani 3-1 to není.
Now this is Brawl
Áňo, halo, 3-0. Si mi strašne chýbal Foron, no chcem ti povedať, že si našiel... Že našiel som Fortnite Camera a chcem ti poslať všetko, čo sa stalo. Chcem ho riešiť a mi treba help. Fortnite Camera? A jak ho chceš riešiť? Fortnite Camera.
Good. I'm glad they're challenged. The region needs this. I want to see some serious competition.
Im ten ping-pong zabavím. No treba ich zabaviť. Zabavím to.
Now 2 months here, of course, but last month there was never really a moment where we had a set 5 with them. It was just comfortable, always leading, it felt like, for the most part. And now we get to see what he's made of. This is the first high-intensity situation we're really getting to see out of him.
Angel Boy bez fúzikov vyzerá na 15-16. To má na permanentku do fitka tento mesiac. Treba im jídlo zabaviť. Indika neviem, že dáš na story, že je to podvod. Tak toľko podvodov je na internete v dnešnej dobe, že proste musíte si dávať pozor sami. Nejak tak. Jakoby. Otázka chat. Germany. Tak, Italy chat. Itália správna odpoveď.
It's just staggering to see the improvement out of Team Heretics. Now they're showing that, hey, maybe they are one of the top teams and they might just be the best team this month.
Maybe Team Heretics is. Who knows? Foot Esports is the team to beat. So if they now make it through the semis, they can also beat whatever we throw at them in the grand finals.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's still long way away. I mean,
od 2 dní do konca ranked season, kedy bude 12-hodinový push na Masters. No zajtra dáme Mastera. Už máme Legendary 2. Dneska sme dali Legendary 2.
They're looking to secure their place at Brawl Cup. The Heretics, you know, it wasn't a good month at all. They are looking for their revenge against this very team that knocked them out in the quarterfinals last month. They need this. They need to be able to get the points on the board and have a contendership for Brawl Cup.
I kind of like that it all ends here on Knockout. This is going to be the last map, no matter who will make it through. We see Gessi locked in here, Nob.
Se na tvém streamu od té doby, co jsem přijel? Crazy. Tak je dobalo. Viděl jsi One Piece live action? Neviděl jsem ještě. Ja som teraz pozeral jeden podcast taký od Jirky a jeho brata a tam odporúčili také 2 seriále. Že vle na Netflixe dobrý seriál je Advokát. To je také, že súdne spory a také veci. Že vle to je fakt dobré. A má to dobré hodnotenie aj. To chcem pozrieť niekedy, ale neviem kedy aj tak. Nechápu, jak si mohol hrať 11 hodín v kuse ranke. To je v pohode, ne? Na rozbeh 11 hodín. Kamo, už streamujeme 4 hodiny. Už to je celkem dlhá doba dneska. Už to není fit.
All 3 brawlers picked so far were mentioned by the casters. We still got it, guys. Let's go. Next.
Prečo nie Brawl Ball?
Maybe a Brock alongside the
Knockout, kámo.
Opening up the map and give D'Angelo a bit more space to work around. They need something against the kit, like you already mentioned, Ark. Usually that would be Cordelius, but he just doesn't bring the range.
Nie no, náchod
It's gonna be Ollie instead, another aggressive brawler, and he is a little tankier, so it might be a bit, better against the kit than something squishy.
Maybe take the Byron here just to allow that Ollie to have more additional support. You've got to have some heals. Sometimes Barley for Heretics, but in this stage of the draft, it's really risky time to do that, especially now with the kit as well. You know, it's not really what you can afford to do. Let's see how they feel about things, but I like your shout with the Brock as well. I feel like that might also take away some coverage for the kit to be able to, you know, be mobile to use that cardboard box, squeak for control for Heretics. That is what they feel is going to be enough to make their way to the grand finals here today.
Putting a lot of confidence in this brawler, and a reason I was so confident in the kit, the second you see RT, you shouted it out, Sonny, but a reason that RT can show up so much in this map is the defensive prowess it has too. Kit, when he dives in, if you pop an RT super, guess what? He's dealing with Jackie level damage immediately, so that's why I think they pair this on the 2-3 turn. If they're going to grab Kit, it's very important that they get that other element as well.
Well, he can't do that if he gets hypnotized by the Ollie there. I think that was the idea behind it, to shut down that RT in the long run. Daryl is going to be the last pick here, a brawler we haven't seen all day. He's okay, I guess, in the meta. He doesn't have a buffy, doesn't have anything big to show off, but he's always been pretty good on Golden Gulch, can roll over that Watcher, brings in a lot of HP. So I think on the left-hand side here, Foot Esports really just wants to drag out the match as much as possible.
Že sa pikol toto. Že sa pikol Daryl. Darylko, hej.
Heretics need to push this. They can't afford
4 hodiny, ešte 2 zápasy pred nami. Chámo, no.
this kit. I mean, that's a really scary combo in itself, but it's also utility that is just earned over time.
Friendly battle s diváky? To asi úplně nepůjdu dneska.
Scout with this squeak already, but look at this already. Guesty just holding himself back as is Angel Boy. If Nob goes down.
Friendly battles, by the way, sú najviac nudná vec, čo v Brawl Stars existuje. Hrať friendly battles na streamoch. Úprimne. To fakt nuda.
Step out. Now they know where Guesty is as well. They're gonna hop on the backside of Zero and dive right on in. Makes contact with that wall, but Brixton doesn't actually go for any build. They're trying to get the lobbing.
Ty kokos. Zajímavé. Place.
Daryl isolated. Marco now cutting off this right hand side. I think Team Heretics are fully interested in making sure their teammates can't reunite.
Má pravdu. Ja vždy. Kámo, ale tak čo robí ten food, kámo? Kámo, hoši, bro. Čo robia proste? Fakt akože ten ping-pong ich kazí. Hrajú ping-pong a nevedia hrať potom. Ukáď, čo robia. Na normálny pohárky. Dneska asi ne. Dneska smektíme. Ale hrávame mega často s divákmi. Každý stream. Už nehrávajú ping-pong.
Yeah, literally just to keep him alive here, and it's not going to help too much. But Eagles cannot create that amazing ability with the kit bringing into the equation to force themselves back. It's just for esports, just almost like waiting for the
inevitable set.
They couldn't afford to take to a 50 final set and just hope for the best. They need to make some plays. Hypercharge for Guesty is key, but they need Angel Boy. They've also got to make some plays. It's really not good.
But esports are not
Počkáme.
looking like they did in February. Now Guesty on the back. Oh, and here he goes. Oh, hypnotized immediately. There's a little bit of heals that you get benefited from. Kit isn't enough to keep him alive. Yes, it is. 298. Chaos with a high.
Jsem zmutovaný.
Closing in. Marco, the squishy bowler on the left-hand side. Left all alone. Off to the
Ty vole, Honzis. 200 kaček je tak, jo. Ty vole. Díky moc. O tom príbehu vám ešte poviem. To je akože crazy. Medzi pauzami. Díky moc.
Again, and ideally for Nob to land to lose pass. If they can get this hypercharge for the RT, it will be the difference maker here.
A tak to je jedno. To je jedno proste, 5 kg čo no. Čože dobrého? Pistácie. Pistácie. Zítra, kdy bude stream? Zítra budeme hrať rankedy asi. A kolom 6-7.
Ideally, once the gas closes in, but it's still premature. It's forced to jump out now. They're going to be going into the top right-hand side here, but Sabine is there with the hypnosis. Chaos from the bottom as well.
No, to je šanca. To je šanca, chat.
Good connections into Nob to the legs. Should find Chaos.
Easy, chat. Food jede. Je to tam.
But they are not done yet. Heretics have got every opportunity, every chance of taking this to distance.
Just when they looked knocked down, they're right back up. This is a big moment for the region and a massive moment for Team Heretics. Can they overcome last month? Can they find revenge in this matchup? Split Esports on match point, just one away from going to yet another grand finals.
Angel Boy very early on with 3 consecutive swipes, gets enough to land back onto Guesty and keeps the pressure on. They're not playing the mind games now. They're going sheer aggression here. Nob from the right-hand side, trying to land this pinch, but it seems like Angel Boy and Guesty cutting their losses, coming back full HP.
Marco cutting off this right-hand side.
Dali im mekáč. Už to jde. Mekáč už mňamky. Guesty má akné, alebo je to špatný úhel kamery? Tak určite. Nemá úplne clean play, no, samozrejme. Málo kdo má.
Nob, low HP, poison damage preventing him from healing as well, but he gets behind this back wall for a little refuge. Chaos just doing his best to get around the corner. It's a standstill as the fog closes in. Nob's gonna have to rely on this super. There's no escape. iChaos bounces away. Doesn't have the gadget to pierce through walls. Nob had a fighter's chance. iChaos, though, just that much better.
I kind of feel like Nob should have secured it.
Komu fandíš?
It's really tough to
Fut.
call in those 1v1 scenarios, but he's got the legs. He didn't use them, chose to retain them.
Od začiatku som fandil fut. 3-0 som hovoril, že bude fut. Ale nejak im to nevychádzalo.
And they needed something of some momentum here. There's a hypercharge available for the squeak there.
Ahoj, Vixi.
Hiding behind the scoreboard currently, but Marco is there with a good amount of defensive support here. Hypnosis there for Sabine, also just waiting for this roll to come in. Heretics now with a real chance of getting a game.
Calm before the storm. Every single brawler on the map has a super. Several hypercharges as well. The cool heads are going to have to prevail once again. Put Wit on the offensive in round number 1. This time it's Team Heretics clicking the button first.
Tahaj čas pro diváky. Screen time aby mali väčší, to je pravda. Kúka, aj tak to vyhrajú proste. Na konci dňa to aj tak vyhrajú, chat. Takže zbytočne to tu zdržujú. Kúkaj sa. A? Easy win, ne? Easy. Ja, easy win. Vybavené. Vybavené, chat. Normálne zbytočná zdržovačka, ja som to tak vedel, že to vyhrajú. Aj tak to museli zdržať. Ty kokos, to bolo to, čo chceli sa vidieť. Angelboy má veľkú motiváciu.
This is going to be real difficult. Going to take a hero's effort out of Heretics.
Beautiful from Angelboy. Absolutely beautiful. He knows full well that Heretics are thinking they're going to be
Viděláno, chat, majú. Heretics majú viděláno.
And came back with the goods. 3 versus 2 now, and so much pressure onto Sabine to be able to defend because Chaos is really going to struggle on this Angelo pick once the arrow roll comes in. And Angelboy and Gesty are cooking it now.
Sabine has to be a superstar. This super needs to be perfect. Now a roll in from Gesty. The first hypnosis goes down. The second wave, not enough though. Foot Esports new era. They were tested. They were
Kúkaj, sú šťastní. Normálne chlapci sú šťastní.
This squad is for real.
Aj Gapa ide. Kúkaj. Všetci sú tam. Tak čas na ping-pong, chlapi.
It's so wild to consider that Foot Esports were completely open to the ball pick. They were completely open to going the distance and to really double down.
Kolik peněz dávají pro výherce na Worlds? Tak on Worlds a Monthly Finals mají rozdelený prize pool. Na Worlds to bylo... Nevím ani kolik. 500 000, 500, 300 a 200 000, alebo také niečo, ale nevím. Ne, nebolo to vlastne, ono to bolo rozdelené medzi 16 týmov. Ale prvý mal asi 500 000, mám pocit vtedy, no. MVP. Ach, to bolo. Ho, poď rankedy zatiaľ. Poď ranked. Tebo asi tu papám a víme tu, že ne, tak do rankedu. No nic.
I think both of these teams would have been very worthy of making that grand finals. To your point, this had all the recipes, all the ingredients of making such a quality match. It's frustrating me that Team Heretics showed up in this moment, but arguably more importantly, this was the first time we really seen Gesty and this new era of Foot Esports go toe-to-toe with somebody to really see if they can come out on top. And the fact that Gesty, in just his second month, is now in a second grand final.
No, pome. Pome! Ei mai tu enta. Matti. Rankedík. No nič, jede se babke na koláčik. Babke na koláčik! Koláčik od babinky. To by som si dal. Nejaký koláčik. Jupí, mám pin, ještě včera jsem měl 6 bodů. Crazy job. Jaj, prečo taký nudný mod, kámo? Neznášam Crystal Arcade. to bol MVP, môžeš dať kohokoliv. Dostaneš 100 bodov, tak či tak. Čo balneme? Nito. Som tady asi 4 hodín u Finals, koukám na stream a mám 775 bodů. Ty vogo, no. 1000 dáš ne dneska. Zdena. Už dostali McDonald. Ahoj Zdena. Tak čo si zahráme? Zas Leona, ne? Leon free pick. Easy win Leon. Zas. ZÍSKAJ. No a last pick uvaríme chat, že dáme Mortisa. Uvidíme čo piknú oni. Food vyhral? Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, 3-2. Čo mám piknúť? Humble alebo Novo? Humble. Humble free win chat. 3-0 bude pre Humble. Humble vyhrá 3-0, uvidíte. No tak Mortisa nepikujem do tohto, sorry. Tak čo dáme? Zapikne, papi. Mina. Ricko. Hráme Leonika zase. Čo z toho eventu je one random event rewards? Leon main? Asi Leon main. Potom to už. Když nestihnu dneska ten emote za 1500 bodů, můžu to ještě nějak získat, jest, další týden. A tak díky za odpověď. Já nevím, o co kecáš. Prostě klemni všechno. Nebo co se řeší. %21% na Novo, 79% na Humble, tak to je jasný, ne? Humble free win prostě. Kámo, tak to jsem z toho superku, my bad. Dobrá ho, dobrá. Tak čo to je? Dobre, tak to celko. Jak můžu dávat to MVP na těch 100 bodů? No takže klikneš. Prostě když se ti zobrazí, tak klikneš. No dechy. Yes! Haloško. Počkaj. Kámo, tam, Maty čo uvaril? Jaký zázrak? Kámo, on prežil ani nevie ako. Má 500 životov z HPček. Ne. Skoučili. Prehrali, hele. Joj, daj čo to, chlapi. Joj. Tak jsou z toho star dropy, ikony, pin a mezi tím mám one random event reward. Aha, to jsou house dropy. Tak. No to čo bolo? Je dobré, ne? Dobré? Leon plays. Ja neznášam Leona, by the way. Neviem prečo posledné 3 zápasy ho hrajem. A na Brawl Ball bol super. Na hit. Ha, mrtvý. Já to debilko, joj, mute mi dal. Na hit. Jak som utekol? Tá gadetka je mega strong. Mega OP. Mega OP vecička. Tak sa delá, brosky. Easy win. Jaj, fričko. Bohužiaľ, chlapi, prehrali ste. Legendary Z sa losuje. Máš hnusný skin? Jaj. Musíme zmeniť. Os. Easy win. 90 chat. 7000 elo. Sneaky 7000 elo. Tak zmeníme skin na Leona, ukáž. On nemá ani dobré skiny, Leon. Leon má také. Však graffiti Leon je dobrý skin, čo je? Však Leon nemá dobré skiny, chat, žiadne. Leon má také trápne skiny, že konec. Kam Luna teď tryhardí 1000 trofej denne, fakt jo. Až tak. Až tak. Ranked díky. Koľko máme času, chat? How many time we have? Už hrajú? Už nestíhneme ďalšie? Asi ne, že? Už hrajú, chat.
People still clearly started to get a bit more faith in Novo after that quarterfinal.
It was also a bit more clear in our previous semi-final, I feel. Team Heretics versus Foot had 84 or something like that.
Počkaj, Novo porazilo Totem? Je to tak? Novo porazilo Totem.
Should be a fun one, and based on the global bans, I expect to see them on gold specifically. But as we work our way down this map pool, Bull, Crow, both end up surviving, I believe, which is really interesting because they're two very frequent ones.
A myslím, že Griff je dobrý.
Yesterday for East Asia, they were thrown out.
Griff je dobrý.
So this time both of them escaped.
Záleží kde a jak, ale overall je dobrý. Považované za dobrý.
So some of these buffy rollers that are very meta are sliding through.
Čo dáme ďalšiu gambičku?
You locked in your predictions because the match is starting now.
Gambička, chat?
Humble versus Novo. Can
Cože? Špatné kódo.
Or is the experienced Humble gonna stop them here? Humble, of course, this is their third year playing together. That's a lot of time in Brawl Stars.
Gambička?
Humble on the right hand side as the first pick on the Golden Gulch. Something we see, let's say, not too often, but it can definitely work.
Ja, ďalších 5% chat, tak to tragédia. Tohle je finále, semifinále. Semifinále stále. Ja neviem, jestli mám kúpiť emoji ikonku a spray repli totem. SK Gaming a Foot eSport asi kúpil oba dva týmy. Když môžeš, tak proč ne? Koľko máš Elo? 7k. Humble kúp? Humble. Chat. Humble vyhrá 3-0. Uvidíte, chat. Humble vyhrá 3-0. Veríte tomu? Či ne? 3-0 teraz vyhrá na novom. No. 3-0. Uvidíte. Novo vyhrala Totemem, je to tak?
There's the same function. They can open up the map now. Are they going to go with even more range trap? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
Crazy Recon Cosmetics.
I mean, the Pierce is going to be good with the map broken up as well. That's the thing. And the Grey kind of not out of it, especially against a Meeple. And
Golarma.
I mean, more map break wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, though it's going to take a bit of time.
Ten černý tým to vyhraje. Černý? Ktorý je černý, prosím ťa?
I think both solid. I'm just curious of why it goes specifically into something like a Pierce and a Gray, because Bo going to be more of that mid-range, and assuming that they're landing the shots from Pierce.
Bude dneska ten Zixov stream.
To cover themselves if that's the case. Here comes Daryl once again. It's a brawler that I don't think
No, Zix zapína.
much at all, and I haven't seen this brawler a ton in practices across the world leading up to
Dneska zapína stream.
because Daryl can charge that super passively.
18:45 zapína stream Zix.
He's not going to be empowered by something like a kit when we saw it with Foot Esports, but I still think as a standalone, he's not the best brawler in the game. What makes sense
Rico could be picked up here just for that lane. It's going to be something directly targeting.
To tak.
Daryl on the right hand side. Charlie kind of come in here as the tank counter. Right hand side, usually you pick up those.
Jaký je najlepší tým? Jako jaký? Hraje nejlíp? Humble je najlepší tým.
Map slowly breaking up. I don't really know what the Meeple super would do for them. And on the other side, Daryl gets super anyway. So super interesting come from me at least. Let's see how they make it work.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. It really is. I think Bo, you know, you're going to be playing for those mines in the late game, trying to just.
Aký tým je Kvelosa?
You know,
Kvelosa neviem, nepoznám.
You know, Ark's been saying, I don't know how pros are falling over mines, but we saw
Americký nejaký asi.
times in one game yesterday. He's a world champion, so I don't think that's something we can really be saying that much anymore.
If Tensai can trip over a mine, I'm allowed to trip over a mine. Sorry,
Myšte, že som nestihl Zofovo stream. No, Zofo dostal ban.
Juggles his way up this right-hand side, inching his way forward. The bow shot's going down from the distance. I'm sure part of the influence for this pick, too, is the extra vision that you can get from him.
Absolutely, got to be a little bit cautious here of this walking cane in this portion of the map, but they do have a totem down to kind of stop that from happening.
To je finále, nie je finále ešte.
To block off Boss's pathway, and that just kind of gets rid of some more of that grass. So they're going to be able to sneak back and forward down that left-hand side from this point.
Food miss. Čako food miss. Tak to čo robia? Čo robia? A to iba rozhrávajú sa, vieš ako.
Yeah, great call as well. Just a veteran decision there, just to ensure that they can work towards that next round. He's even got a.
Za čo dostal Zofo ban? Že nemá 16 rokov. Že je to kido. Proste, Zofo je kido, takže dostal ban. Nemá 16 rokov a streamuje. Nemá čo streamovať. No.
Knowing Daryl's there with the roll, putting yourself alone in that situation is definitely not going to be the play. But slight mistake and it needs to be rectified now with a round back on the board. But Novo at the moment in the lead. Luki just trying to scout out where they are with that ammo and try find some shots. But Meow has a super of his own and with that might be able to get two in there. Just gets the dunk but pulls him through. I don't think he's going to be able to
ranke stejně dostane Novo 3-0. No zatím to tak nevypadá, ale. Zatím to tak vypadá, že Humble prehraje ešte. Jak dopadlo Food, 3-2 vyhrali.
Something like Filippo, that's a Daryl with so much HP to boast. I don't think there was a real chance there. Novo Esports doing a good job of playing the mind games I called him to. You could tell that Charlie on the top left-hand side of that map was just extinguishing ammo, just looking for anybody, trying to figure out. Here comes Daryl rolling down the middle of the map. The walking cane was connected from Boss, but it still wasn't enough to deal with the onslaught that was coming.
Please, zapni to, seš moc veľký borec, klidne friend. Libetli Oskiny zás. Zavolaj mu IRL. Ak tu zavolaj Zixovi chat, aby to zapol. Zásaba mu zavolám.
Trying to get that finished off. Meow goes in for cover but will fall. And a shot with the super tanked by the bow totem, so won't be getting the ammo back for that.
Lol. Lol.
First time we've seen Humble with an advantage for one.
Doma ísť prvá teď Prime.
They definitely need it.
Zofo nemá 16? Jasné, že má 16. Ten YouTube proste je mimo trošku. Ale Zofo sa odvolal, tak uvidíme. Abo uvidí.
Some great shots towards Hypercharge there for Boss as well. You know, when they pinned him in and he can't go back to the spawn because he's feeding Luki a super, he can't go up because he's feeding Boss a super. Just a really difficult position for Filippo to be in. And in the end, Boss has the super already, so it shouldn't be too far from a hypercharge now. Gotta be cautious of Meow throwing out this gadget though, because Terry, with mines on top of it as well, can really punish you for being pinned here.
Semantic once again doing his due diligence, scouting out that left-hand sidewalk all the way up the skinny line of grass, so therefore knows, especially with that wall break up top,
Nemám už čo piť. Vypil som už druhý Moondrink. Však ničo.
Dodging out shots. They do have Filippo super on that right-hand side that you can see. Terry, of course, can drop mines too, but I think they're just being patient. It's very clear that Nova want this in-game.
I mean, Terry surely going to be throwing these mines and hoping someone goes in a bad direction unless he saves them for the late game, but Boss having the TP at the
Ale má 15, 16. Má. Dobrá. Simantek. OK, zajímavý portíček. Nice. Humble pod kontrolou. Krása. Pod kontrolou.
But they do come out with the win nonetheless, and that's a great response from Humble.
Simantek, chat! Simantek! Oh,
The greatest stumble of all time.
Simantek.
Every single one of them. Much better stuff out of Humble though. The adjustments in round one especially, they're really making sure that Semantic walks down that left-hand side. Early though, right. I mean, there's a lot of decision making that goes into this, but of course the one time Semantic goes right, Filippo is going to go left. Luki does not know this yet though. Filippo bravely popping a gadget, didn't have that super, maybe a little
No,
bit
prostě říká slovenská houska. Nikdo mi takhle neříká. Jediný, kdo, tak Zofo. Takže vlastně nikdo. Momentálně.
Just seems to constantly be out of position, not having the help of his teammates. Semantic pinned forward, Luki boxed in, and he's just going to kind of, I think, walk on top of that mine, if anything.
Já to čo robili.
Starting that with a round and one more needed for this first set now.
Boss definitely making a mistake there because they
Hráč nebo sráč, jestli hráč, tak udělej kurzet Edgar účet. Jo, tak to fakt nebudu dělat. Proč všichni máte rádi Humble? Protože je tam Simantek. Je tam Simantek, to stačí, ne? Máme rádi Humble kvůli tomu, že je Simantek. Jednoduché. Kámo. Tak to zaposral. Kámo, tak to je joke. Já, tak to dá na hlavu, chat. Tak to je skutečné.
It's just not something that you'd expect a team like Humble to be doing.
Last month, it was very clear to me that Foot and Humble were the best teams. No questions asked. I mean, in the quarterfinals, very convincing stuff all the way through the semifinals across the board against some quality rosters, I might add. And now we're seeing both of these teams falter. Sure, Foot Esports are in the grand finals. They're still obviously very good. But most importantly,
Lazar, máme
didn't make top
Simantek tučík.
popping off that are now in our semifinals. This is a testament to this region. I feel like it's always an internet debate. Is EMEA really the best region? They didn't win World Finals last year. This is how it works in this region. There's always teams on the rise. It is never easy to win. Humble, of course, longtime veterans know this, and early on they're going to face a deficit. This is a big pickup for Nova Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to start strong against a team like Humble. You really do. Get a first set on the board, put some pressure on them. I mean, stats-wise, 1 kill, 64 DPS for Semantic. Didn't see a lot from him. Boss was just getting picked off so often. And I mean, Luki actually did his job and actually played well. So 5 kills and 252 DPS for him, but so many
Koľko
times.
je Moondrink? Ja som mal veľa Moondrinkov a Moondrink taký mitno. 6. 60.
Boss with 0 kills, and I'm never usually worried about DPS too much in a mode like this, but
Ja sa bojím, aby Humble neudělal stejný comeback jako nová Totemu. Tak je jasné, že Humble vyhraje. Nemusíš, že nová. Humble nemusí dávat žádný comeback, on už vyhrál. Chápeš? Nemusí žádný comeback dávat, on už vyhrál. Humble. Dokedy sa to bude hrať? No, ešte tak hodinu a pol. Vyhral 2-1. On už teraz vyhral Humble. Už je 983 elo od Masteru. To je celkem v pohode už.
Bull's going to be the first pick coming in from Terry. It's been kind of slipping through a few drafts here and there.
Stále môže byť 3-0? No môže, na opačnú stranu.
Going to be able to get this M's in return.
Potom je ďalší tým, potom to ide finále, chlapi. Jede on na novú, nová nevyhraje. Vidíš, není šanca.
Been a frequent
Simantek už je naštvaný, takže už prostě, už to prostě pôjde teraz.
And I believe a Chester all banned out, so IMS I think is the next best thing. Once again, the range game, wouldn't mind Luki on that brawler once again. He popped off in set number 1 despite the loss. I think this is well rounded. I'm curious what they match up in the middle with for Novo Esports specifically, because Pierce is such a long range brawler, of course. If Bull can run at him, it's going to be a very tough one for him. But at the same time, I think with enough control, I still see the vision for why, while Humber are going to be able to make this work.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just always got to be super cautious with that ball. I mean, regardless of how cautious you are, he still does something every game pretty much. You can't stop him forever. Meg's going to come in, and I just love the fact you and Art were just laughing about how many kills he was actually getting with just the little gun in the last one.
It's delightful.
Yeah, but they bring it back. Novo going to show up with that brawler, and we've questioned it a few times in Hot Zone, and it's paid off a couple of times as well. Gray going to come in, and honestly, this is half the reason why these brawlers are, global banned a few times, because there's so many maps where Gray can just...
Proč všichni banují Globerta? To právě nevím, ale asi je mega strong. Zjavně. Zjavně asi mega strong. Nevím proč. Glovy. Není to Glober, ale je to Glovy, by the way. Hej? Keby náhodou si myslíte, že to je Glober. Je to Glovy. Glovy.
Pam going to come in as the ringer here for the left end. I think having a Scrap Sucker gadget is going to be really nice. The healing station for the backlines. I don't think there's a real easy way unless Bull sprints at it, which why would he do that? And then on top of that, unless they're exhausting a walking cane or something.
Simantek není moc šťastný nějak. Simantek, like, šo?
For me, like, the Scrap Sucker is just great, because
Glober je absolutně crazy, když nejsou zdi. Co chceš jako dělat? Je OP a otrávné. No a neraz sa ho nevideli dneska. Právne.
Surely you're going to be able to deal with him at least somewhat more, but he's just going to be very cautious about keeping those gadgets, allowing him to just stay on top of those matchups, because if he's wasted it, then he's going to have a real tough time.
Humble have been at the top of this region for a long time, but are being tested by a team that didn't even make top 8 last month, that are fresh with a new roster change. It's a world champion at that, so credit to them. Terry starting things off hot.
Glober tak global banujou.
Rocking the new brawler that's at the top of our meta right now. Gets the pick up early. Luki responds. He's just so good on Pierce once again, just popping off already with the double frag.
Yeah, Filippo knows he's going down there, but they do actually just accept that. He goes in, takes out the turret, makes sure it's still not lingering there at the back. And
no čo, ty win. Máme to. OK, easy. Vybavené. Oh!
Double hypercharge from Meow just swings
Tak to
twice and takes all of Humble out as they all respawn at the same time.
Triple kill.
Disgusting. Filippo led the charge, dove in right at the enemy team, and then just a big old baseball swing, a home run coming out of the Meg there. Filippo not going to play his cards too well here. He's going to go down early, doesn't use that super. I believe even may have had a hypercharge circling around his name too.
Sirius je bannutý, no.
Still have the lead now, a hypercharge going down perfectly timed too, but Filippo overpowering them. Semantic cleans up, and somehow they're able to push through all of this, but it's a constant Novo aggression. Anytime you have that gray TP, the dimensional door is such a powerful tool just to get right back in the middle.
Yeah, well, the M's had an answer to it that time with the hypercharge, and they only need to have a few more answers in general, to be honest, because they've got so much of a percentage lead, 20%, if they can just stay around the zone, and Filippo getting hit so hard every time he comes in. Meow tried to come around the back of that and get some work done, but it's just not looking possible for them. Terry TPing in now, and the Bull will be after that, but they can just stay on little by little. He can't do anything.
Border byl tak ob, že mu zvanili jméno. Glovy. Aký je tvoj favorite color? To zistíš. To zistíš, keď pozrieš. Na farby. Zistíš. Ľahko zistíš.
They can just cluster up together. They got IMS for the hairspray that can fan out and make sure they're covering their bases. Pam with a Scrap Sucker. If somebody pops up, she can immediately take away their ammo, and Luki, I need no further explanation. I mean, the early game here, he just is going to be a constant killer.
Blue? Je to tak. Je to blue. Vlastne asi môžem dojesť tie pistácie, aj jo. Asi dojem pistácie, no. That's a much earlier teleport this time, I won't lie, set up on the zone, so it gives Novo at least a bit of a chance. They've got a great comp to deal with these guys. Čako, Max.
Novo are just eating bullets, and they've got a healing station now established. super early in this game too. I mean, same can be said for the great teleport Filippo.
Budeš někdy streamovat s Rixem?
That's one of the more insane things I've seen.
S Rixem se streamovali veľakrát už.
Not gonna get a kill. It's left to Meow to swing away. Now that was very needed.
Prineseme pistácie, ja už nemám práve. Už som už vyjedol skoro celé.
The whole construction of this really comes through, but Humble also have a response of their own. A hypercharged turret going down, which means they'll get shields. This makes them even more deadly.
Yeah, need to get that hyper super down, to be honest. I'm sure Bull will just kind of fly in now and try to get it done. Didn't get knocked back there either, surely. Must have been mid-super.
ZDARMA to nevím. ZDARMA spíš méně pravděpodobně. Spíš s Rixem, no.
Novo's barbaric composition is going to have to just punch its way through because
Vadí ti, keď ti niekto povie aha Číňan? No, skôr je to najviac primitívna vec, čo niekto môže povedať. To vypovieda o ňom. To vypovieda o ňom, že sa s ním nechcem baviť.
Bull trying to do what he can, but he can't do a lot. Goes down again and another healing station established. That's going to be close. Can he get the supers off? Gets one, gets two. Boss still really low, but stays on for now.
Bez stresu, chat, win. Bez stresu, win.
Humble get the answer in set 2 and bring this scoreline back even.
I respect the strategy coming out of Novo, but Humble were just ready for it. I think anytime you see Bull escape the ban stage, these teams clearly have a thought of how they are going to answer it. Love that they still go for the Pierce, and once again, Luki played excellently, but I think the team as a whole was really playing around each other. There was no individualism here. Luki was landing his shots, Semantic was making sure that he fanned out shots to get that healing station. The earlier he gets that, the more he can carry. Meow was getting some great hypercharge team wipes, but it was going to take about 3 more of those if they wanted to win that set.
I mean, for me, I don't really respect the Novo comp.
You're not a great guy. You're
Halo, otázku, ja bych chtěl vytvářet Brawl Star content, ale nevím jak udělat první video. Máš nějakou radu? Takže zapni nahrávání a natoč to. A nerež nič okolo toho. Prostě zapni nahrávání a natoč svoje prvé video. Urob ho. Nerozmýšľaj nad tým. To je najľahšia rada.
Look at the kills on the other side. 10, 10, 15. Just great kills across the board. Good DPS.
Doporučuj mi nejaký tablet na BS-ko? To neviem. Samsung tablet. Hociaký tablet so 120 MHz, chlape. Takže to mám prosím ak skúsiť? Yes. Ja aj moje prvé video som omylom nenatočil, ja. Proste musíte natočiť.
It is crazy, it really is. Novo, they started strong, had a bit of an issue there, and to be honest, like, you know, when you're faced with that composition and you kind of already committed to this composition that you wanted to go, like, I don't know if they'd have
Ako sa vyspal?
play that matchup off the start, but
Fú, na nič dneska, popravde. Dneska som išiel spať o 5 ráno, totiž. Takže moc som sa nevyspal, čo dneska. Dovezím ti mekáč, objednajte mi.
a bit more to my liking.
Hociaké jedlo.
No Leon, no Spike, no Glowy. Those are ones I'm looking out for from the global ban stage. I mean, sometimes you see Mortis come in here, but I don't necessarily think it's the top tier choice. Chester more what I'm looking for. Anti-tank off the rip. Something we've seen all day long, whether it's in East Asia yesterday as well. It just makes too much sense to me. I think equipping yourself with a safe selection first overall. Chester has been that for a lot of teams today. By the time it's all said and done, when our grand finals are over, wouldn't surprise me if he was the top brawler pick of the day.
Skoro 47 000 odberov máme, by the way. Crazy. 50 litrov za chvíľku. 50 000.
I like it as well. Novo definitely not wanting to face that ends again, let's be real. And I can't blame them for that either. Janet going to come through as the mid. I think it's a really solid mid. It's seen less here than it is on like double swoosh or something like that, but still really solid nonetheless. Can do a good job against those aggros, the jump away, the flight as well. It's just really.
Oni by mali sásky byť na e-sport, oni sú? Reálne na BS-ko. Myslím, že na Worce normálne byli niekde. Na nejaký stránce.
Like along those lines of the versatility we've been seeing all day.
A lot of the popular lanes have been removed from the equation, whether through global bans or the regular bans. Chester already gone, no Rico, no Ruffs, Spike out of the way, Leon no good, so they're just going to go ahead and grab a tank here. Lily
Halo, zavediem ti, že nemusíš chodiť do školy, lebo zajtra píšem z biológie a zo slohu. No, uvidíš, školička je super. To každý hovorí, že školička je super. Uvidíš, čo bude, keď vyrastieš. To bude horšie. Ale ty klameš? Ja neklamem. Já neklamem. Je to horšie. Chodíš do školy, nemusíš riešiť nič aspoň okolo. Nemusíš riešiť, či budeš mať na druhý deň čo jesť. Nemusíš riešiť, že či budeš mať ďalší mesiac kde bývať. To je podľa mňa lepšie. Leon pick? No Leona by mohol, a ne, Leon je bannutý, global bannutý. Známky musíme riešiť. No to je v pohode. Nemusíš riešiť, ty chceš ich riešiť. Ty ich nemusíš riešiť, ty ich chceš riešiť.
Or they have to be able to win these lanes individually, and I still feel like they need a little anti lanes individually. And
refresh máš to o 20 sekúnd. A to, nemám to ani o sekundu. Ámo. To vždycky napíšeš, Kubik. Tuhle správu mám pocit. Prostě na téhle stránce to je takhle. Dostajem 5 a bývam pod mostom. To je top 5 vecí, čo sa nikdy nestane. Aj kebyže dostaneš 10 petiek, tak stále by si nebýval pod mostom, lebo rodičia by ťa nevyhodili. Známka je len číslo a papiery, je to tak. 9 minút a bude 5 hodín streamu, to je celkom tough už. Kubík kecá. Je to tak. Fú, tak to si už celkom dobre progresoval. Winstreak máš, ne? Honzis teď. Máš dobrý winstreak.
1-1 overall, though, despite all of this, despite not being seen as one of the top-tier teams, especially after a blunder last month, Novo are still very much in this. Let's start things off a little sneaky. Filippo down this right-hand side. Just gonna see what happens here. A little sandstorm. Oh, nice contact with the Sweet Dreams. They're able to make it work.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it seemed like Luki kind of just swapping sides with the Lily down that bottom, but he did come back to help out his team. Yeah, with 5 gems off the start, nothing that Humble at the moment can really keep hold of. They get the kill, and that's just feeding Boss a lot of super, in my opinion. Meow there and forced to jump away. It leaves him a little bit susceptible to Luki, but I'm sure he'll be fairly close to super.
Bude Brawl Stars? Toto je Brawl Stars. Čo je to tu?
Oh, a vitamin booster kept him alive a little.
To je Brawl Stars? Nemôžu ti dať ban za to, že streamuješ? Proč by mi mali dať ban za to, že to streamujú? Oni sú práve že naopak rádi, že to streamujem. Alebo ako oficiálni kreatóri, tak to nám vždycky dávajú, že to máme možnosť streamovať. Že budú veľmi rádi, keď to odstreamujeme. Ale od tebe? No, my hráme medzi pauzami. Medzi pauzami, když čekáme. Ale inak dneska je hlavne spectate. Kúkame na profi zápasy. Učíme sa takzvané. 2 killy nič. A tam vieš, Terry ho ešte zabiť. Kudaj. Terry. Ujaj, tak to nič.
Such a powerful start from Humble, and somehow Novo are still able to grab that game. There were even mistakes from Lily, and not
mne sú známky jedno, dokud mi nebude vychádzať 5. Zaujímavý mindset, ale neviem, či na základce by si miel mať takový mindset. Na základce by si miel držať nejaký štandard ešte.
Otis versus BB off the start is not really going to be BB's favorite matchup. And Boss needs to try and scout out Filippo here. Doesn't see him yet, but now finds him with that shot. Should be a pitch down between Semantic and Boss, but unnecessary for Semantic to move off his mark as Boss cleans that one up and gets a good amount of supercharge early.
Filippo dies, but keep in mind, Lily has a ring around her which charges that super, so she's got to be pretty close to it, especially if she encroaches a little bit further. Boss, though, he's just a menace, man. Just a great player.
To divný, že sú rádi, že to streamuješ, poväčšinou nejsou rádi. Cože? To máš odkud? Proč by nemieli byť rádi, že to streamuješ? To není Clash of the Stars, ani fotbal, ani hokej.
At the moment, he's got no gems to even protect, so he can be that aggressive. 9 gems now to 0. And Novo started
Ani Octagon. Bobo, ahoj, vítaj.
Tall order for Filippo, who has charged a super. Luki swings that baseball bat, takes a crack at a second one as well.
No, to majú. Tam tá predošlá hra iba trošku to pokašľali. 7 výher, 1 prohra. Fú, to je dobrý pomer.
Terry throwing out a fat splatter just to try and reveal where the enemy team is. Meow in the skies finally, but Semantic way too healthy to get anything done. A nice match there from Humble in this set.
I mean, that was great from Humble, it really was. Really solid stuff. You know, that's kind of what we expected from them off the start. I was thinking that Lily was going to struggle even more than she did in that first game. She had a few moments here and there, but BB in the second seemed to ignore a little bit more and allow the Sandy to focus down on that Lily and get a lot of supers off the back of it, and so many supers.
Ja som dostal na pol roku 1 dvojku, hádaj z jakého predmetu, dám ti na pol. Čo to ešte písmeno je? Je G, geografia.
They know it's inevitable. It's going to be a matchup they face with several tags there. Filippo flashed that super, don't think quite got it up, so I think he'll have that recharge and ready to go.
4 gems then for Novo Esports, getting a lot more this time. I think Filippo must have supered in there or caught him off guard in the bush, couldn't quite see. But Semantic gets a super of his own, trying to fight back through this mid, and the heal it will be, but he gets peppered down so hard there by the Otis. Filippo throws out another super and gets nothing back from it again.
Sirius na 3K je mega easy pushlo, už mám 2900.
That was completely blind, and he was already
Co hráš, Shadowny? Kámo, 7-0 na gamey. A Bibinka tam je hore. Dobrá bublina, kámo! Tak co je? To je škoda, že dala invis, no. Filippo zobral všetky gamey. Ale teraz tá Lily nemôže až tak moc rašovať, no. Máš sa tu teraz dozbierať. Čau, quiz. Ahoj. Nice, dobrá faciska.
And it's 6-6, but all the control with Humble, and a Lily with 6 gems is not what you want.
Need a bounce back from Filippo. He hasn't been the best with these supers so far. The decision making has been questionable to say the best. There's a kill for
oj. Tak to teraz stratia kontrol, no. 8-6 ale.
Any of the enemy's side. Finally, Nova with a semblance of control.
Great way to reclaim those gems, though. Now,
Sandstorm dali. Krása. 9-7. Aj, Filippo! Kámoško! To bol dobrý play, no. To bol celkom hustý play. Ja ten boss nič. Semantic má hypercharge. A to si aj dozbieraj, takže pohoda. Celkom zbytočná hyperchargeka od Semantica, no. Taká hodne v mide.
Tense moment in the mid here. Meow also has a super saved up, so if they grab a gem,
nice. Oh, not good. Not good, guys. Not looking good. No. GG. To je dosť na hovno. Úprimne. Žaren má superku. A dala invis Lily, kámo. Tak to má poser. Kámo, ten Novo dneska nejak moc ide, ne? Čo je? To čo je dneska? To čo je s tým Novom?
Even a set of Humble's incredible. Being 2-1 up is a big thing for them, and they need to take advantage of this situation.
Nevadí, chat, stále to bude 3-2. Otázka? Which player is the latest addition to Novo Esports? Terry. Je to Mew, chat. Mew je správna odpoveď. Rekti pápa. Humble nevypadá, že Humble vyhraje.
Even in our discussions coming into this weekend, we kind of talked about EMEA, you know, it's going to be Humble versus Foots in the grand final again. But now, not only Team Heretics has proven that maybe there's some other people in the ring here, also Novo. 2-1 up
Novo
now,
to nie je. To nie je Nova. To je Novou.
They would actually make it into the grand final. I always like the underdogs to make
Novou.
it. Again, I think I would have even preferred a Novo versus Team Heretics, a grand final in the end. If it's Humble Novo, still good, and we get once more an Italian derby.
Yeah, I mean,
podľa teba to skončí 3-0? No, to je Humble vyhraje, takže chápeš. 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, to je to isté. A na čem hraješ bez? Momentálně na Galaxy S26 Ultra. WTF, jak? Však Humble mají bez hráče, je to bez týmem prohrála novém názor. No, plus minus. 5 hodin streamu? Ty vogo, no, už mě vypíná chat.
Potentially to make it into the grand final. Foot Esports is just waiting there and they are probably hoping.
Simante, to čo si taký sklamaný? No taky takto hrajete. Tak jasne, že 2-1. Nebudú peniaze takto. Peniaze nebudú. Idú na kick? OK, Tom.
So on the maps where he's actually good, he's usually bad.
Nani going to be the selection here. I'm also in the long term going to look out for something like a Bell for either side, to be honest with you. It doesn't do great into Nani, but it was a double ban yesterday in the semifinals when this map appeared. And also when I see a Gene composition, Gene loves to surround teammates to provide magic puffs of healing, so Bell's bounce shot naturally is a way to combat that.
Well, what will they add to the Gene? I mean, as you mentioned, the Ziggy's a great option, but, you know, if there's so much to aggress it, then it can struggle occasionally. So, got to be a little bit cautious, and it might be a good, you know, third and final pick.
Hideout. Teraz mapka, ty logo.
It's going to be the meeple, so the ability to box people up, shoot through walls, is a big help on a map like this, on Hideout. When, you know, even if walls are broken down, you can build up some of your own, but she is going to struggle if fighting people at range, but you just got to get in those really good positions, you know, behind that wall on the right-hand side or left-hand side if you're attacking. You can do so much from those positions.
Novo rated this meeple quite highly. Have already picked him up on Goldarm Gulch, that first set. Carl now coming in, another brawler we haven't seen too much of, but he can actually compete with Kaze in the race of the Blue Star. He's actually even faster, so Blue Star probably going the way of Novo here if they decide to follow that strategy. With the meeple and his gadget, Meeple's Mansion, they can also use that Gene pool even better. So
Čo som ten Tom z YouTube? Á, čauko Nanu. Čauko Tom.
Maybe something to support the Kaze. Never mind. Of course, it's going to be the Pierce again. Luki's favorite brawler at the moment, it seems.
Put the ball in Luki's hands. I love it. It's going to be a Blue Star victory, I think, to your point, for the flying hook on the right-hand side. And I think that makes that Kaze pick a little less valuable. It's still a great brawler overall, though, so I don't think it's a complete loss. It's nice to have an assassin.
Fajne hamblujem proto, aby prohrali finále a ja miel clean vše správne predikty. No, v finále vyhrajú samozrejme, Humble tiež. Ale nevíš, kdy bude Zix streamovať? Zix nebude streamovať.
Definitely disrupts that brawler a bit more on a map where you kind of have to be pretty balanced in terms of when you want to go aggressive as an assassin and when to play defensive, help out your teammates. But desperate need of getting this set, or if they are going to be knocked out of the competition, and Nova will be going to the finals. We'll see if that's going to be the case. The Blue Star actually still did go.
So
I'm not sure if that's just a bit of an oversight or if, you know, she actually does beat.
Ukáže teraz uvaria.
I was doing brawler math in my head. I really did think Carl Flying Hook would win, but it's got to be close regardless. Maybe it was a misstep to your point, or maybe it was a calculated decision not to. We'll find out in round number 2 here as the fishing barrel goes down. Luki going to push the enemies away. Semantic rushes up that right-hand side. Filippo low HP. Confirmation that it is the Flying Hook. So Humble just off to a flying start. Blue Star plus a kill.
Yeah, really good stuff for them. You can't complain about this start for Humble. Meow has the super though. Expecting a gadget to come down shortly and the shots with the super to be thrown out. Samantha just hiding behind this wall. Carl got some good positioning and, you know, Nova aren't going to complain about this position, but they've just got to make use of it now. Super available, but actually didn't manage to get anybody in the box. Terry coming far left all the way around the gadget, trying to pinch in and get a super.
This is where Nova can dish some serious pressure. Vengeful Spirits going down. Semantic with a nice dodge. Filippo, though, rushing in. A bounce back there. Now low HP for them as the super will make contact. Luki once again.
Easy to. To proste nemusíte ani kúkať, to je proste win pre Humble. To je proste win pre Humble. A teraz ich dobre vytlačili so superkou. Á, to sú dobré v pasci. Ja, a poď. A poď si Bautek, uvar niečo. Hop, hop. Pána Beka, tak to čo robia? Á, dobrý kill. Boss. 20 sekúnd majú. Boss pôjde superkou. Yes, superečka. Rozbíja stenu. Aby ich mohli lepšie zatlačiť. Terry má superku. Luki má superku. Luki myslel superku. Dáva tam nejaké strely, nestihli to, kámoško. Čako Elalisa. Tak to, čo to je? Napísal, nemám sa čoho napiť už, už som vypil všetko. Nič opiť. Som bez vody. Soudil si Mantek. To ešte vyhrajú, čaj, to ešte vyhrajú. Ani upozorne mi nechce prísť. To je tragédia. To je veľká tragédia, ale sa. Jeho hodiny streamujeme dneska už. A máš Discord? Yes, vykričím deco. Vykričím deco. Kámo, tak čo je s tým novom? Novo nejak moc jede. Novo nejak moc. Moc sa rozbehli dneska.
I think that's a dangerous thing unless Gene can get a super or something along that to follow up. Oh, there comes Filippo flying in the tailspin.
Hell nah.
And now the heals coming out of Terry. What a great synergy coming out of this composition.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy to have those heals. Terry with the super as well. A minute on the clock, so we've burned half the game down already. Kaze super goes in, but Meow just stopping that right-hand side from progressing with a really nice Meeple's Mansion. Super for Lukey, but Terry going for the pull, can't quite find it. He's going to be so low, Peep coming in, and he's going to have to be forced to tank that. Heals coming in from Terry, and Filippo trying to stay alive.
Boom, boom, superka, boom, a je to tam. Je to tam.
To make those shots, too good of a player. Novo had to have understood. And when their backs are against the wall and there's that
30 sekúnd, dáme a pánové. Karo má hyperchargeku, čo nie je úplne ideálne. Á, Boss má tiež hyperchargeku, Haouseek. 17 sekúnd, na pohodičku, držia si to a jedu. Ten Karo bude nebezpečný, kámo.
They're going to probably be looking at him boxing Semantic, but nobody's got the super to be able to tie that one off. They get the shots in.
OK, to nevadí, toto kill nevadí, yes, dobre to dali, dobre si to tradeli. No, si Mantej sa modlil, kámo, dobre. Dobre.
I was thinking this might have been the match right there. All they had to do, I think, was flank and then
ale nelutuješ príchod do slovensko-českej komunity? Príchod? Jakým štýlom príchod? Ja som bol od narodenia z československej komunity, ne? To bol môj osud. Ja som rád, že som v československej komunite. Celkovo. Je to super. Československý rybníček je fakt super. Poznáme sa tu každý s každým skoro. Na YouTube scéne. For 3 straight games has had that blue star and it's been swung a few sú zatlačené dosť, no.
Nice,
dobre, boss. OK. Je spike skill alebo no skill? Je skill. Máš modov? Nepotrebujem modov. A máš plánu pušnúť Prestige 3? Jo, určite jo. Koľko si mal rokov, keď si prvýkrát zapol Brawl Stars? Fú, asi 12? 13 rokov? 12-13 rokov, no. Aj, superku má, Jin. Á, dobre využili, dobre chlapi, aj, krása, vidíte, a už sa vezú chat. Eleváci sa už vezú a ďalší kill. Není, škoda. Vybol sa mi sluchatko. Si veriaci? Ja verím sám sebe, no. Nejsem. Ukaj sa. Poď. Simantej, daj šoto. Nice, krása. Boss os. Osak. Easy chat, 2-2. Som vravel. A pre Pierce je bad pick? No, vidíš.
being challenged on all sides. EMEA rising throughout the ranks.
Ja som hovoril od začiatku, že Humble to vyhraje.
I mean, EMEA has come out with fireworks this month.
I'm really loving what we're getting delivered today. Both semifinals go all the way. Both of them could have been our grand finals too. And we see some really interesting graphs coming out of Nova. It almost worked out, Trev, in this one as well. Here with the Carl and the Meeple, two brawlers we not see too often, especially that Carl didn't have any showing today.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Carl, you know, it's got potential there. And honestly, I thought the same as you, Kenny. I would have assumed that the Flying Hook would beat him to the first start.
Jaký tým si hral e-sport? Necrorazers.
100%. 100%.
A ešte nejaké týmy občas. A to Necrorazers som bol najdlhšie.
Yes, he's probably going to get hit in the face by a nanny super, but you've got to try it. You really do. The other two aren't getting there.
Again, it's easy. I'm backseat brawling a little bit, right? But I can do simple math, and you know, in these big plays, in these moments where there's 15 seconds on the clock, there's a shot clock in front of your face. You know you have to.
Vyhral si nejakú trofej? Nejaké medaile mám, trofej asi nemám.
So I'm not going to absolutely attack them for it, but it's those little mistakes that might just.
Včera som mal preslič na Shelly. Dnes na Edgara. Fú, hezky. Prečo nehráš e-sport? Neviem. Už som slabúčkej na to. Môj prime už odišiel. Už natáčam videjka iba. Platili te? Na Československu sa nikdy neuživíš Brawl Starsom, chat. My sme mali Brawl Pass zadarmo v tej dobe. To, že sme boli v e-sport týme, sme mali Brawl Pass zadarmo. Dobre, ne? Hra za 3 mesiace nám kúpili Brawl Pass. To bola celá naša výplata. E-sport tým. Adresy sme mali ešte. Dobre, ne? To je hrúza. A urazí sa, keď ti poviem, že sa čudujem, že ti ešte kuchyňa nezhorela. Mne nemá jak zhorej kuchyňa. Keďže nemám oheň v kuchyni.
I'm gonna take a gander here that this is going to be a tough match.
Máš súrodencov? Mám.
Very important. Semantic going to be taking charge here. And this roster, a very good one. I think what's plagued them in their history is going to be
Vyhral si niečo e-sport? Ja čo mám tak earnings v Brawl Stars, tak z turnajov, tak 100 eur možno. 150 eur no. 150 eur som vyhral možno na celú dobu. Tak nejakých 4 000 korún. 4 000, 5 000 korún možno.
Were the top two teams it seemed coming into this in terms of watching scrims. EMEA is easily.
Ale cítil som sa celkom dobre, keď som vyhral nejaké peniaze, lebo chápeš, že akože ty ako 14-ročný chlapec alebo 15-ročný chlapec vyhráš z hry nejaké peniaze. To je crazy, kámo. Vyhrať z hry nejaké peniaze. Takže akoby. To nie jen tak. A kolik ti je? Fú, veľa už. Ja už do dôchodu. Bibi, konnichiwa!
It's going to be BB coming in for Novo Esports, and I think it was pretty telegraphed that they wanted something aggressive. They had Otis, Nita, and also Cordelius out of the way. So I think just grabbing that early is their way of making sure they have claim to the brawler.
Bicák si nechávam na letnú formu. Ale ešte vám nemôžem líknuť.
They probably had a plan behind it. Otherwise, yeah, kind of a mistake here. They also banned out Crow themselves.
Si ďalej prdel, že mi behom toho streamu vypršal člen. Jo, protože ty si to kupoval na minulom Monthly Finals GMI totiž. Ja som koukal dátum a tam bolo taký 15. presne. Presne 15. to bylo. 15. druhý, no.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't mind the rush out at all because I think Kaze's a lot more capable out in the open than a BB would be. RT for me is a really solid role as well, just being able to get, obviously because it's heist, it's more aggressive, you're going to be in people's faces more, you're going to be able to get more super hypercharged charge, and that's going to do a lot of work. For me, I think the hypercharge is what wins games for Humble here.
Nemám nejakú vodu, neviem si nabrať nejakú vodu.
his legs behind on your own save, go ahead and attack the opponent's save. He can both defend and attack at the same time. That's a super neat strategy, I feel.
I'm wondering if Ziggy finally shows up here when it matters, because escape the ban stage, the only thing I'm looking out for is if anybody shows any signs of wall break, because otherwise, EMEA pros especially have taken advantage of the buff out of him. It doesn't necessarily seem like an intuitive heist-safe brawler, and there's a lot of aggression coming on that right-hand side, so it may stray them off it, but the area control it has is so good. He's definitely taking a step in the right direction and back up
Testoval som si zabral pre vás.
because of the recent balance change. So I'm curious if this is finally when we get to see the guy.
I feel like they now have two options. Either they break open the map, Colt is super strong thanks to his buffies, or they go with Rico as well.
Hao, jaké je tvoje meno? Ja sa volám Hao. A idem na záchod.
That Kaze and Humble still technically has the option to go with.
Jak získam ty free odmeny, co tam máš napsané? Tady. Musíš mít body zbírat na stránce.
I'm not gonna cheat.
No cheating.
But no, I like that. I really do like that Novo draft. I think BB is a bit of an oversight to leave open here, no matter what you're going to be able to play against it. It's just so good through the grass, around the sides, really solid. And she doesn't need to predict. She doesn't need to cheat. She gets it right anyway. And Rico comes in as the last pick for Humble, and I do like that as well. The control that these guys should have should be really solid.
Yeah, I was doubling down on it too. I think Rico is a clear pick there, especially with no wall break going down. Sure, as a squishy brawler, it's not necessarily in a one-on-one interaction up close going to do well into some of these other enemies, but nonetheless, it's still going to get so much high save damage.
You thought that too? You should have said so then.
I couldn't say it out loud because you were talking.
All right, guys, let's not argue.
It's me clicking.
It's the last set between those two teams. Novo versus Humble.
Díky, díky za člena, za korunu. Díky za nic vlastně. Děkujeme. No a... Hal, ty používáš ty slivy na prsty? Hot potato, nice, dobrá mapka. Hot potato, nepoužívám slivy na prsty, nepoužívám. Majú Rika reálne, easy, ne? No čo majú animáci? Oni nemajú ani wallbreak, ne? A fakt nemajú wallbreak, čo toto je easy win? Rico pick, easy win, ne? Zapil sa na to člena 90 korun, protože jsem měl Google Play body. Aha, takhle. Já nevím, co z toho dostanu plakala. Já, že si to kupoval cez nějakou argentínskou menu, že tam to je levnější, jo. Takže proto si to napsal.
With that BB hypercharge, now the vitamin booster coming in as well. They get a takedown. Semantic not going to love that interaction. Tries to climb his way up towards Terry, but a cocoon will shut him down.
Yeah, he's going to want to use this hypercharge bubble and there's more people around. Maybe try and get a bit of an angle to bounce it back.
Jsem hrál proti Masters 3, já tu hru nenasnáším. Tak. Kámo, ale tak čo to? Nebraňa to moc efektívne. Pome, Humble, trošku obranu, lepšiu. Kámo. Hoši, brosky, broskas. Tak to čo je? No. To je nič moc už, úprimne. Ho, je mulebuj dobrý, já nevím, čo je mulebuj, kámo. Nevím, čo myslíš, mulebuj. Nevím vůbec, čo to je. Mulebuj. Ale kámo, comeback is real? Čo si blázen? 10%. Bublina tam posiela sa. Semantic, pay... Oh, baby. Kámo, damn. 5%. Cool haircut, ha. Ďakujem. Koľko máš bodov sú pro celé ID? 13 asi? Asi, to je.
Possible Berlin spots on the line, and Humble could be a lot
scarier. Proti Mythic trojke, aj takhle.
To win 2 straight games, Humble with an early elimination. They're going to let Semantic loose on this top-hand side. Novo making a complete choice, all offense, willing to make that trade is now 1150s, raining down on the high save. It took him a really long time to get rid of.
Ale dobre, teraz dobrý trade. Začiatok dobrý.
Baited out that RT super and forced him to put his legs really far back, but not really you know, defending the safe too much at all. Terry getting beaten down now. Filippo
Nice, to bolo dobré, boss.
and that's never going to go in his favor.
Ne, Hambo, more, hrajte na, no práve, hrajte. Nepustím ti to rohlistek, bohužel. Streamujeme na YouTube.
Percentage points away from getting that 50% marker. Every layer of this high save counts. Hypercharge for Filippo. Oh, that was not good decision making.
Kámo, tak to, co to je za hyperchargeka do prázdna? Joj, Luky. Tak trošku počkáme, ne? Väčšiu istotku treba zahrať. Kámo, ten RT Hyper je crazy, ne? To je crazy damage. RT Hyper. Nechávajú tam Bibi na trezore. Chápem. Idú tradovať. Je to lepšie. Op, 24% už iba na trezore. OK. 20%? Luky tradol ešte. To majú. Je to ich chat. Luky za chvíľku hyper bude. Že jo? Jaj, si Mantek GG. To máš Luky, to máš. Poj. Nice. No, si Mantek, musíš. Hrašli dopredu. Hop. Skim dim. Damage. Oh, Silantek. Je to tam.
We're getting yet another one. Novo Esports still with a chance to take down the caliber of team like Humble. And Humble also with an opportunity to
Posledný set.
to say that they
Oni tie slívy majú tiež nejaké custom, či random stemu, to neviem. To vôbec netuším. Takéto detaily. Ale stemu asi nemajú. A dáme jak čauko, Nigaflow. Ja, to neviem, no. Bolo najpodarenejšie. Dobre, si Mantek, dobre sa prepašoval a ideš. Krása, obrana je Luky, dobrá, obranka. Nice, Mantek, zabil ho ešte, 25% fukotom. Obidva 25% dali, obidva týmy. Superka, nice, 15% dole. Nice. Luky, Ricko. Damage? Jaj, shield je tam. Jaj, Karol na trezore. Nice, damage, 25% chat. A pome. Humble, Luky, hypercharge. A jedeš. To sú guličky, to sú tie guličky, dôležité guličky. Ešte. 7%. Ne, wow. Simantek, superka. Damage. Je tam. Simantek normálne. Skoro infarkt dostal, že vypadol. Lehal, skoro infarkt dostali, že vypadli, kámo. Už je šťastný, Simantek. Už je šťastný, čas. Ja som vám vravel, že to vyhrajú. Už sa smeje. Kúkaj, jak je šťastný Simantek, no. Čo si viac priať ako šťastného Simanteka? Svojte za kusek? Tak. Easy. Krása.
Not gonna lie, I already crossed out Humble on my list.
Yeah,
I
I need
was
shit.
so sure after that game number 1 that Novo would actually make it. Humble, they just have so much.
Simantek to vyhrá celá, no. Bohužiaľ, Humble. Finále, chat. 8 minút. Napínaj Hao. Napíname rankedy zás, chat, prej. Môžete dať MVPčko za 100 bodov zás. Nemáte dač? Kámošku. Brousky. Rankedy jedeme, chat, další. Brousky. Levandovský. Easy. Ja som vám vravel, na začiatku som vám vravel, že Humble vyhrá. A ste neverili. Hlavne, že fandíte. No. A uděláš tutoriál jak natačíš v OBS a hraješ ho na mobilu? To asi neudělám. Za mě zbytočný tutoriál. Oli, Mina. No, nestihol som bannúť. Dobrý odpoveď. Kedy sú cca otázky? Počas zápasu. Koľko máš elo? 7 litru. 7500. Ne, 7005. 7050. Leone bannutej, ok, tentokrát bannuli sme Leonika. No tak čo uvaríme? Čo uvaríme? Hodzóny, dobrá mapka. Túto mapu sme dneska videli na Worlds. Hrali tu Megu napríklad, Boa tu hrali, také tu postavičky sa hrajú. Kámo, ale dobré, animácie idú dobré piky. Zatiaľ Spike je voľnej ešte, jestli chceme. Spike je voľnej. Neviem co iného. Ešte. Dobre, máme Spikeoša, chat. To je ten pick. Alebo môžeme ísť Mortisa. Kámo, som ohluchol skoro. Spike alebo Mortisa môžeme ísť. Ale ne, oni last picknú potom counter na Mortisa. Takže zoberieme Spikeoša. Takticky. Máme vianočného Spikea. Aj tie slivy pomáhajú, záleží, jaké máš prsty. Či sa ti potia prsty, či máš šlepkavé prsty a tak. Napisa. Nekupujte sa napisa, lebo nemám sa čoho napiť. Nemám chat. 77% dalo food? Jaj, tak a to sú amatéri, chat, to sú amatéri. Amatérstvo. Humble vyhraje. Amatérstvo. Čau, Golinko. Humble nebo food? No je to pade na pade. To si tipnite sám už. Food zase vyhrá. Humble vyhrá, chat. Fandíme Humble. Humble do toho. Os. Jaj. Toto hra není pre mňa. Get out, presne tak. Dobre, vyhrávame. Chillik. A Penny je moc hrot. Hodíme jej to tam. Boom, Spike. Nice. Zabil som niekoho? Alebo hitol som aspoň niekoho, dobre. Vyhrávame. Ona sa tu postavila ďalší kanónik. To je svinstvo. Zomre. Bing, Spike Power. Easy. Zničený kanón? Kanónik zničený. A máme to. Master sa rysuje, chat. Dneska bez prehry rankedy. Žiadna prehra, zero prehier. Master sa rysuje bez prehry. Tuto season bez prehry do Masteru. Aj zvane. Easy. Prečo ja nutia toľko piť, veď budeš ako jazero? Čože? To aké prirovnanie si dal teraz, Lukáš? Ty koky. Ako jazero, že vraj? Prečo ťa nutia toľko piť, však budeš vyzerať ako jazero? Tak to je crazy. Nevedia, už ste prehrali chlapi proste, zdajte to. GG, go next, no. Bohužiaľ. Slabý tým. Net. Krásna pracinda. 50-0%. Není o čom chlapi, není o čom. 50-0% proste, to. To je jasný dôkaz, že ste cooked. Takto presne Humble zničí foot, chat. Takto presne Humble zničí foot, jak my, týchto chlapcov v rankedoch. V jakej časti Číne bydlíš? Ja tam asi pojedu. Ja bydlím v časti Číny menom Plzeň. Kámo. 77 elo? Double dotaz. Crazy dotaz. Tak stihneme ešte jeden ranker, ne chlapi, poďme. Či nestíhame? Stíhame ešte jeden, ne? To je dali quick. Ukáž, jak to tam vypadá. No, oni tam majú ešte nejakú showku. 4 minúty máme ešte, chat. Easy. Času dosť. Rankedík ešte jeden. Další Mythic 3 proti mne. Mythic 3. Pohodička, ne? Mythic 3. Leona chceme piknúť, Leona pikneme. To je cesta. Ja som bol prvýkrát včera v Laser aréne. V akom meste? Jo, když mám 7250, to je tough. Mythic 3 proti mne. No tak free elo, no. 63 elo je taký elo. V Trnave som nebol v Laser Arene ešte. Kamo to finálke je proste úplne stejný jak minulý mesiac, no. Ale hrajeme, podľa mňa streamujeme dlhšie ako minulý mesiac. Minulý mesiac sa streamovali kratšie. 5,5 hodiny už streamujeme Monthly Finals. Rustic Arcade. Čo uvaríme? On má ty banov. Tak úplne easy chat, ne? Čo tu treba variť? Mortis. Tu netreba nič variť. Easy Mortis. Easy Mortis. Jaj, Otis. No tak to bude zábavička. To bude zábava. Ak sú 4 minúty dosť, tak ja žijem na Marse. 4 minúty sú dosť? 4 minúty veľa času. Za 4 minúty môže sa stať toľko veci. Za 4 minúty sa narodí tak 5000 detí, možno. Keď ne viac. A za 4 minúty zomrie tak 20 000 ľudí. Možno. Easy. Easy chat. Easyčko. This game is so easy. Boring. Ďalšie viem chat. To proste není konkurencie. Ja som mal byť dávno pro rank. Dávno som mal byť pro rank. To čo sú za hráči tu? To čo sú chlapci? To čo robíte? To čo hráte? Si myslíte, že je to to? Hráte proti škôlkárom? To detičky v škôlke hrajú lepšie. Ako vy. Detičky v škôlke. No čo si myslíš teraz? Čo dokážeš s týmto pulom? Máme win. Už odpočet máme. Hopa. Šipipipirim pam pam. Skibidi rum pam pink. GG. Ďalšie win. Ale Mortis skill nebo no skill. Mortis je jeden z veľmi skill brawlerov. Mortis je velice skill. Musíš vedieť tak, aspoň ako ja. OK, už sa switchli, už tu mám Otysa na mňa. Ale nič s tým sa nezmení. Lebo situácia je istá. Tak či tak dostanete úplne na hubičku, chlapi. Viete, takýto pin máte? Rank 35? Nemáte. Není takýto piník. Jasne, že prehráte, keď nemáte takýto piník. To je jasné, ne? Hop, hop. To shot to, chlape, shot to. Nejak to nefunguje. Takýto piník dáme, chat. Tajný flexíček. Tak ten Jin si myslí moc. Jin si myslí moc o sebe, chat. Mute mi dal, ale nič z toho. Paľno vy, easy peasy švízy. Hop, 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 opa, ping ram pam pam, mŕtvi. Ďakujeme. Opa, bing. Pink! Hopa! Prim, prim, prim! GG. Rolex. Ďakujeme chat. Free viník. Free viník. Free elo. 60 elo. Free 60 elo. Free 60 elo. No je nič, ale máme už nám chýba iba 1000 elo a máme mastra. Mortis je skill, Mortis je skill. 53. lokál. No, jak nič, môžeme aj sledovať chat. Dostal sa 60 elo. Tak. No, akurát sa začal zápas chat. Úplne calculated, lepšie calculated to nemohlo byť ani. Akurát sa to začalo. Dve ranked hry sa stiahli.
No surprise there if it does slip through the ban phase, then it's probably going to be picked pretty early on, and it's very good on sneaky fields. So no complaints from me with that first pick. Nita in return has been one of the more consistent ants that we've been having to pull with just endless bruises coming down.
Yeah, but is it the best? I mean, it would be the worst thing to double down with the Gale, honestly, at this point. They've got the agility now, the max coming through, but the Otis is banned, the Shelly is banned. They've really kind of got limited options to tackle this bull, and they can really 3 versus 1. So despite Foot's ability to be able to handle it so well earlier today against Heretics, I don't know how solid I am on this particular map with those bushes.
Sleduješ Peppa Pig? To fakt nesleduju.
I feel like Humble already has the best card in their hand to win any ball set at the moment. Let's see what they pick up next here. Either a bull counter to make sure that Foot Esports doesn't bring him in themselves, or some heals to go alongside it. Rico, it's gonna be super, really a lot of DPS on the side of Humble so far. Rico is super strong here. But yeah, at this point, I wouldn't really know what to pick. Once again, either you go with a lot of damage to counter out, to make sure for Esports doesn't have the counter. Spike would still be in the ranks for that, for example. Or you go with a solid mid here, maybe a Gus.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the damage route. I think that's probably the way I'd go, because you can play Rico through mid regardless. Pretty good at pinching as well. So, Adam they're actually going to go with the Gale. Yeah, I guess that's probably just, protecting themselves against something aggressive that Foot can come down with. But I don't feel like the Gale's going to do masses if they don't go something kind of tanky and aggressive.
I just want it away from Foot. It's as simple as that, because that was my concern. And I did kind of
No, sorry, že som bol ticho. Už ide na to. Ale komu fandíš? Fandím Humble vyhrá chat. Trust, Humble vyhrá. No a nemám vodu. Ale ja som na tom tak špatne, že nemám ani vodu. Nikde proste, chápeš? Ten left foot win? Humble vyhrá. Uvidíte. Uvidíte chat, uvidíte. Neviete vôbec. Humble vyhrá dneska. Uvidíte. Kúkajte a učte sa. Kúkajte a učte sa. Budeš niekde ďalať plagát sa svojou fotkou? Plagát? Ako, jakým štýlu? Lebo jak to myslíš, plagát? No Humble vie, jak nabral bol. Chat, Humble vie, jak nabral bol, to bude. To vyhrajú. Kúkaj, už dostávajú. Furt už dostáva chat, už jeme. Prosím ťa, Simantek hraje toto, Bula. Ja nič, už sa vedú. Už sa vedú chat. 30 sekúnd, jeden gól.
Yeah, might have been able to get it without, but it's just like, let's just secure a goal and go for it. Nita back on the left-hand side, speed puts him in a
Už sa vezú.
early on, the shield onto it as well, and Guesty just
Už sa vezú proste, to vidíte.
does a nice job surviving there. Ranger Boy coming around with the pinch. Boss will get the ball just past Knob, not going to get it too far, but it'll delay it for now. A lot of hypercharge available.
Hypercharnita. Ajaj. To je veľký Maco bude problém celkom, no.
They've just got so much and the need to bear cycle.
Like that from Foot. Taking no chances, just taking their time as well. A game of composure for sure, but now that...
Ďalšiu hyperchar má, Gesty, čože? Dobre, a už sa vezú. Futko sa už veze, chat. Už sa veze, opa! Tak co je? Kde je full chat? Kde je full chat? Kde je full? Treba, že si dáš masku Spine nebo něco takového a uděláš plagát nebo kalendár? To takhle? To nevím vůbec ještě. Jako možná na Vánoce nebo něco takového. Uvidíme, jaký merch vymyslíme ještě. Kde food? Chat, kde food? Kdy bude hrať Lounge? To vôbec neviem, to je americký tým asi, brazílsky nebo ja neviem vôbec. Vôbec ma nezaujíma Loud, popravde. Úprimne. Brawl Ball je proste aj pre Humble. To je ich mod. Pome. Hej, jak dostal Angel Boy. A poď, si mal tak uvarík, uvaj. Bim. Jeden kill. Je tam, prihrávočka dopredu. Prihrávočka. Nemôže strieľať, bohužiaľ. O, ďalší kill. Je tam. Jak ničet. Kúkaj, jak sa vežu. Jak sa vezú, chat. Easy. Ja vám hovorím, Humble free win. Bing. Kill, jak nič. Hypercharge. Bing. Taká trošku do prázdna, nevadí, Luky. Nevadí. A Luky, to nebol Luky, to bol boss, nevadí. Simantek, a poď, bing, jaj. Shot! Dobrý pokus, Luky, dobrý.
Guesty getting healed up nicely by that bear with me star power. Luki gets the kill in there as well. Guesty picking up a power up. He's going to enjoy that one against the ball. It's going to put him a bit more in this matchup. Knob looking for some shots around the right hand side. Wants to get this super and empower his team that little bit more.
Yeah, Semantic just deviates into that right-hand side, trying to avoid Guesty. He knows it's not a great matchup, he's going to be feeding into that Bruce.
Ja, to padne gól asi. A Guesty, nevie chytiť loptu, Guesty! Guesty nevie chytiť loptu! Guesty, joj, ten shot to. Kde food, chat? Kde je food? Tak. Guesty nevie chytiť loptu. Proste do ruky.
Just pushing this ball up into the corner, 30 seconds left, so they can play for time for now. The little hypercharge available here for the Gale, and that's a great kill in there. Just stacking up now, trying to get the supers and the hypercharge available. He's going to throw it backwards.
Ale nemôžem moda, nepotrebujem moda.
Semantic coming forward.
Kde food, chat? Si mám, tak jak tam pojazdil. Ja, nič. Food není, no. 1-0. To bude proste lahúčka hra pre Humble. Neviete ako na to. Tak to sú tým Humble. Kde je food, Dominik? Kde je food? Ja sledia Humble. Jaj.
Before even getting into the match, before the match even started, I think the problem was quite apparent.
Yeah, that's it's definitely the case. I mean, it's just something you can't leave open, I think, and especially when you've got guys like Semantic.
Nukaj, Semantek ako bulík. Musí byť proste. Semantek zabula.
Not sure if they were just massively confident that Nita was going to be able to deal with it, but
Kde je Zeta? Zeta prehrala včera, alebo vyhrala, alebo niečo také. Nekúkal som Áziu.
At least on Brawl Ball right now, they probably win this one. And they did in the end. Semantic will have a whopping 8 kills on his
Jak je tvoj neobľúbenejší brainrot? Tung, sahur.
And arguably, Food Esports is the better team than Novo. Can Humble beat him today? It's the huge question for me here. I would be happy once more. I want to see different winners.
1-3 proti CR.
So far, East Asia is fulfilled. I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough. This probably was just due to drop. Yeah.
Ukaj sa, jak to uvarili.
I feel like the curse of Humble, though, could equally be a deciding factor in this grand final still. I mean, again, that's the moment for me. It doesn't seem like much, but there is, if he was able to get that ball immediately upon the pixel, time to get that.
Gesty proste už prevarený. Už veľa varil dneska. Už je prevarený.
To me, he didn't even seem that close to the ball. Like, it didn't even seem
Je
like
prevarený, no, gesty. Bohužiaľ, chat. Čo je teraz ďalší mod? Nejaký Haouseek by mohol byť?
Let's see how they will do on Dueling Beetles.
Dueling Beetles. Oh, Hodzone, dobrý. Hodzone je dobrá. Dueling Beetles. To majú Humble tiež, jak nič.
He loves to play those snipers. We talked about it before. Pierce is his #1 pick brawler today.
Ale tak sa má hrať Brawl Ball, nie že jak ja, neviem ani hrať. No natočil som ti tutoriál, ako hrať Brawl Ball na YouTube. Pozrieš a vidíš a už budeš vedieť hrať.
It is just absolutely disgusting in the hands of Humble here. But for Dueling Beetles, you've got to see that ball ban. Chester as well is definitely up there as a consideration. Gale, jump pad, we've seen some cheese from that already today, but it's definitely on the horizons. But Ziggy, you know, I think that brawler, for me, Fink's probably the biggest deciding factor. And, you know, Humble are a team that absolutely know
Leon,
how important that
Globby je
is.
badnutý.
Ban it. That's really
Finks!
surprising. The first pick worthy every single time.
No, tu Fink sa pikuje reálne vždycky.
Was actually that Chloe ban because has been global banned every single round apart from our grand finals today, and now he's just banned out in the regular brands. I don't think we're gonna see him today.
Food win a food nevyhrá chat, proste neviete.
Slowing zone just makes it so you can dodge those shots quite easily while still
Humble je inde. Humble je humble.
I usually would shout for
Humble.
Spike at this point, but both of them have been
Chest
banned out. Another really good brawler at the moment in the meta, of course, is going to be Chester. He's so good against tanks and assassins, and we are in the meta of tanks and assassins, so it makes a lot of sense to pick him up here.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like he's decent.
Môžeš to je pridať do friendu tolik bodu? No, protože to je rare.
Hypercharge, super good, super easy to cycle. You can throw down a couple of those at once if you just catch like.
Potom ešte chvíľku zahráš? Asi ne, už streamujeme 6 hodín, chlape.
Hoping they've got an answer for it this time, Mark. That's all I need to say.
The thing is, if you see that Chester come up and ball's not banned, you're thinking it's the next follow-up pick. There's just no way around it. And there are some options here. There's still time. They could go for a break kind of concept and idea, but I think Gale could be problematic, you know, if they want to just choose this opportunity to pick it. And I kind of feel like that is the play for me. You know, there are other options. I mean, Kenji could come in, but against the ball, it's going to be really tough to make that kind of brawler work now. Ruff's going to come in for Foot. Always a good brawler to have, has the wall break potential. I mean, for me, it's just feeling like, again, Esports have got to answer this bull, and they're leaving it unbanned, so I need to see more.
We need to see an answer from them, but it's the same exact strategy they have.
Dnes jsem dal crazy clutch, testujem 1 ve 5. Si hrál 5 ve 5 kill. Kámo, normálně oni zobrali Bula. Čo si blázen? Dueling Beetles Bull, jo. Otis Foot, no. No, ten si man tady nevyzerá moc nadšeně. Moc nadšeně nevyzerá. Podľa mňa Bull, keď už mal byť pick, tak možno last pick. Ale neviem. Nie som expert.
Novo trying to do that on a bit more of an open map with a lot more counters and it still worked. So it might be something that they do choose to go for. I do like the Poco shout. I think it's just so easy to be able to throw those heals out and not really miss any of them. You know, stop the effect as well.
Poco, let's go! Poco, chat. Tak jedeme. To bude zápas. Humble coach soon. Na chat, kúkajte chat. Uvidíte. Poco local play. Home. Home. Si mám tak trošku do náladičky s bulíkom a pojde. A kolik vyděláš třeba z Hamblu? Já? Já nevydělám nic z Hamblu, bohužel. Já jsem fanoušek jenom. Pome! Jaj, tak to nebyl nejlepší štart, chlapi. Hambláci. Nevím no, zatiaľ nič moc, jako. To co dá tričky? To jsou uvarený celkom, podľa mňa matchupom. Draftom sú uvarení, úprimne. Neviem čo chcú robiť proti tomuto s týmto draftom. A už jde. Už sa vezu. Simantek už je do pušu.
Semantic, another super in hand here, but just backing up, waiting for his Poco to re-establish it himself, but just didn't really hit
Kámo.
there. He does go down.
No neviem no.
Gonna throw a super towards the mid.
Jako bidoška.
But how in control for esports have been? They're already 20% ahead, and that's a fair amount, don't get me wrong, but it feels like it should be way more.
Yeah, hype charges all over the place. The rough supply drops. Every single member of FUT Esports now souped up, but not there. The big miss.
Zajímavý risk pick ball ten bull, úprimne. Ale ako reálne zero effect. No, to GG no. To bol zero effect.
I mean, to be fair, Luki didn't even heal him.
To moc neuvarili.
Luki heal him once throughout that game.
S týmto pikom.
I mean, I don't know if he's not
Draftika. Drafty nevyšiel. Potrebujú ťa nejaké kouče, no práve, toho bula nemali tak skoro piknúť.
Which does worry me a little bit considering that it's Poco.
Your job is to heal, not get the damage, yeah. It's not really the biggest of damage deals, is it? But ultimately, I think that where things went well for esports there was just the original setup. Those starting moments.
Dobre, lepší štart. Better start, hej. Lepší štart ako minulé minimálne. To neviem, či bolo potreba od Semanteka. Jaký team wipe dostali, joj. Tak to je bída, hambláci. To je ono, Semantek! To je vončo. Hilik? No. No, môže byť. Nice, Luky, to je ončo. Tak sa to hraje, chat. Šanca tam je. A poď, Semantek, bing. Je, on dostal mute, jaj. Ale vyhrávajú, Gaj. Držia to. Playable. Bavíte príbe späť vôbec. On zase niekto kúpil One-Piece proste. Nemám čo piť, chlapi. Kámo, Semantek, pome.
And now back on the zone, Humble. After that first game, I was thinking they were down and out of this set, but they're more in it than ever. 75% just over.
Dobre. Bomba. Od bossa, dobrá bombička. Dobre, percenta bereme. 90%, krása. 5%.
I mean, realistically here, they got defend for their lives.
I mean, he's got a super as well. This should surely just be.
Boom, má superku, pome. Hypercharge, super, a jedeme. Yes!
That's exactly what they needed to happen. Good game for Humble that. I mean,
Vamos!
at first I was thinking, as I said, game's over. Go to the next set. We'll play it out in the next draft. But I mean, it could be quite well 2-0 if it carries on like that.
Yeah, but just overly aggressing. Again, they need to retain these rough supply drops. The player goes down, has to reset, and then like it just has to continuously cycle over again. And Semantic knows that.
Koľko elo máš teď? 7200 asi? Pome fut. Gugaje chat. To je on čo. No, nič moc. Začiatok. Ale 20% jak minulá, no. Semantek musí niečo uvariť. Jaj, veľký špatný. Ale dobrá, superka od Lukyho. Dobrá superka. To bola dobrá. Ale ten kontrol sa ťažko drží, no, s týmto kombom. Jak je open mapa. A celá mapa, keď je otvorená, tak oni nemajú čo robiť v podstate. Tyvogo. To je ten problém. Dobre, healing. Efekt, ale dobre, držia to dobre. Playable. Kúkaj sa. Superka, jaj. Nič moc Semantek, no, nič moc neuvaril. Luky, poďme, aby ho aspoň. Ja, on prežil. Tak to je crazy. Zbytočná hypercharge, GG od Lukyho.
about the same as Humble. And again, that's what I'm saying. All three members souped up off the back of those rough supply drops. They can't.
Jo, to bude ťažké, to bude ťažké. To bude veľmi ťažké táto. Oj, Symantec, superka, jo, to je Symantec! Symantec? OK.
But he's pinned back in spawn and can't go up. Good kill in there from Nob as well. That's going to allow them to push back into this mid, but Semantics...
Jaj, vyzomierali celý tým. Jaj, 15%.
This is valuable time for the Eagles, especially if they can find Boston this time as well. Knock back, gets the low though as well.
Symantec?
Time is now. The tuning, protect the tuner's gadget there.
Upercento. Ty moje bláze, no nič. Hypercharge! Superka!
Huge from Boss. Hypercharge the chest as we know.
Jaj, tak to bola veľká škoda.
Staying on the zone and Hubble have got no time. Semantics got no.
GG's, no.
He can't go in.
Veľká škodička. Ale close.
Dangerously close for how many kills they were getting, how good their comp was, and how fast they bullied the ball in the first game. It seemed like
Close.
For that kind of.
Dáte začať do Brawl Stars Free? Dneska není ten deň.
Great job, Luki coming through with some good gadgets to be able to get those, you know, mutes.
Ten gapa tam.
It really was a great gameplay from both of these teams, but
Keď to končí? Keď sa dohrá finále, chlape.
managed them so well.
The 2-1 finish in this set definitely proves that it was winnable for both of those teams. Humble looked a lot stronger in game number 2. The Poco gadget even made it.
Keby si musel zoradiť Luky, Symantec, Boss. Symantec, Luky a Boss. Asi tak.
Things around that game number 3 are.
Yeah, it's like again.
House na tebou. Jo. To bola škoda, no. Ten boss dal zlú hyperchargeku tu na. Možno.
It didn't really kind of do as much as I was expecting, honestly. I mean, that is a really powerful gadget. Look at Nob. I thought he was having a tough game.
Symantec nedal, teda boss nedal ani jeden kill, chat. No nic. 0 kilo.
I think that he had his work cut out from it either way.
Guesty also with 516 DPS. Maybe Otis was better than Gale in the end. Maybe they do know ball and we don't. What is actually super interesting to me, Foot Esports is leaving ball more open way more often than any other team so far.
Enraged je správna odpoveď, chat. Otázka. Enraged je správna odpoveď.
They've only lost to it from that first set that I can remember.
Majú dve najobľúbenejšie týmy proti sebe. Symantec vyhral killa, že jo? Kill, že jo? To.
It still feels a risk to me, though. It always feels like a risk to leave that brawler open, but they are managing it well, don't get me wrong. And, you know, if that's their game plan, then, you know, it's worked so far.
They seem to know exactly what to do against him because, as you just said, they win more often than not if they play against a bull. So maybe you don't want to pick a bull.
Až pak jedna vec treba zítra. Ja neviem, co bude. Zítra, co bude. Pozítri. 1-1 si môžeš nakoľko zabody taky. A 1-1 asi nebudou.
I'm super excited to see yeah, a super close final, and so far it's on a 1-1, so that's exactly what we want to have.
Yeah, I mean, we want this to be close. After two semi-finals that were both going to 3-2, incredible games, we don't want a walkover at a grand final. We want it to be close, and especially between these two teams.
Enraged, ty zrodlo. No aby ste mali odpoveď. Aby ste mali odpoveď, predsa. Máš WhatsApp skupinu? WhatsApp skupinu nemám. Jako mám, ale nejsem tam aktivní. No vidíme, jak kúkaj teraz Humble vyhrá. Nevidíš, jak Humble vyhrá. Kdy streamuješ? Zapni si follow a zistíš. Follow a zvonček. Uvidíš. Už nemáme pick fázu, kámo. Normálne už zo šediviem. Ja už som šedivej. Kto je tvoj best friend z youtuberov, okrem Zixa? Asi Šteps potom. Šteps, Vapko asi. S Vapkom sa bavím celkom dosť. Vapko. No, asi takhle, Vapko. Don't mess with Jess. Neptunem sa moc nebavíme.
don't have their buffers yet. That's actually quite nice.
Vapo? Vapko?
Yeah, RT as well, big one for me.
Pepe.
It's, you know, it's just really causing problems. Banned out though. I like to see that from
Tak co, Zixu stream myslíš, že bude?
Ziggy, the kits, I think as we
Nebude. Proč by byl stream u Zixe? Máš Destra? My sa spolu v Samsungu s Destrom. Takže jasné, že poznám Destra, keďže sme spolu v Samsungu. My sme v jednej sekcii v Samsungu. Gaming sekcii s Destrom. Spolu sme. Vapuješ nebo užívaš nejaké návykové látky? Ani raz som to nikdy neskúsil. Ja som najviac clean človek na svete. Podľa mňa. Ja som nemal ani v ruke cigaretu. A co za fal? Zofom sa nebavím taký moc.
Snipers open, Gus Byron with a little bit more support. Gene does the same thing, and it's actually also one of the brawlers you mentioned. Gene has always been super strong on knockout.
Okay, David.
Kill once you have your super.
Yeah, well, we think that sometimes, and it quite often goes the other way.
Botrix je najväčší frajer, quiz. Nechaj Botrixa. Botrixom. Čo to je za mapku? Belzrock, jaj no. To bude zaujímavé. Zo zahraničných youtuberov, tam sa nepoznám s nikým. Zo zahraničných youtuberov sa nepoznám s nikým asi. Javi hra fut. Hambo.
Which way we want to take this? Certainly, I mean, Grey is a possibility here. I mean, it's not really been. Whoa, okay, that's. I mean, you kind of want to pair it now with the Grey, realistically here, because I mean, if you leave that one open, then that's a real problem. If Foot Esports do pick it up, but Sprout can be great. I mean, it's not a bad brawler, but at this stage in the drops, it's definitely a risk.
Could combine it here with Ollie as well to have something for the long game. RT usually my pick, but he's banned out here. Ollie is something that also has shown up.
Tu vidno, že nebereš Čechov ako zahraničných. No, neberem no. Slovensko a Česko, to je jeden národ. Peca. Odjak živa. Kámo, ten Sprout je zaujímavý pik, ale. Snake tu neviem proč skončil, vôbec neviem.
Pierce can do a decent job, to be fair, against some of those more aggressive units when there's so much ammo down, super cycle, gadget, everything kind of just falls. But Brock is the pick. They're going to break up some of this map, and you can't blame them for it. Yes, they're going to struggle against the Byron and Pierce at range, but at the same time, the Sprout should struggle a bit more. Going to be able to play some of his own walls, and the Unbreakables obviously remain here too.
I'll be honest, I'm not convinced they punished enough on this Sprout, but I mean, let's see how this will fare. But I mean, it's just a brawler which can get a ton of value. It can be just untouchable on maps like this, but gives themselves more maneuverability, which I quite like. Nice, interesting star power there on the roughs, bringing in the build promotion. Quite like it, some more HP over time. It's going to mean that
On to niekto bere inak? No práve.
The more time that passes, the stronger Foot actually get.
No ukáž sa, chat. Hambo jak nič. Kúkaj, gesty na hit, gesty na hit. Tome, gesty. Joj, pozor. Pozor, boss.
Look at how well Gesty is staying within that range limit and just trying to not outstay as well against this Byron. It's really close, this duel he's having with Boss here. Trying with the rocket fuel to get that connection.
Don't mess with
Jess! Very safe and stand behind this wall until Angelboy can have a magic hand. They haven't really got much of an answer for it.
Well, super available now from Gesty as well. Can throw that over the top of the wall, so might want to rocket fuel down.
Dobré, si Valtek, Sproutík. Ty no, to nebol najlepší play. Ale dobre, vyšli z toho celkom dobre. Jaj, nevyšli. Ale dobre zvolili taktiku. Ten Angelboy, Nevyšlo moc najlepšie, tak by sa trochu to pokašľalo.
Gesty now on the top break. The rocket fuel onto that wall means that the Sprout is going to be a little bit more delicate and exposed.
Holy Angelboy game sense.
This right hand side for that very reason. The Ruff's air support will make Humble have to separate themselves out. Continuous breaks.
Já si má... Komu? Dobro! Čo si? Čo si jak? Husté. Husté. Jedeme. Tak co?
I feel like that will be something which, when the buffy comes to Gene, that will be addressed. I feel like the amount of times that it can be detrimental to actually the very...
Symantek zavře, Angel Boy a poje to. Oh, hyperchargeka. Healuje sa.
Able to heal himself so well at the back of things. Gets low on the left hand side, is forced to heal. Boss trying to find the connections and does so as well. Gonna keep him that way. Tough spot now for Foot Esports.
Hyperchar od Angel Boya. Hyperchar od Symanteka. Velmi nízko. Hyperchar od Bossa. Hádže Hyperchargeku. Dá balové. Humble, je to tam. Já vám vravím. Vy všetci veríte futku, ale Humble to vyhrá dneska. Humble to dneska vyhrá, chat. To je jasné. Humble dneska urve. Home.
Dancing on that left hand side lane, guessing more than not, but that was just disgusting towards the end and keeps the pressure on, especially with the gas coming in. You know, what can you do? You haven't got the time to heal and everyone just dropped like flies. On the side then of Foot, some learnings to take in and this Brock...
Bubek, chceme gameplay. Ukaž. No.
Finds a couple of nice shots early on onto Boss here and not... He's been having a bit of a difficult time. Yes, he helps his teammates, powers them up. But at the same time, he's got range on no one. Even when the map's broken up, Sprout's going
to nedává tak clean.
So, you know, he's not been having
myslel to, Gesty. Aha, on chcel breaknúť kaktus, no tak, to je ne. Ja že chcel zastreliť toho. Toto, na hitball, boss.
Really pushing deep and pushing back Boss on that left-hand side, and guess he's going to be really scrutinized with Lukey now helping hand things, and there you go, the magic puffs on the G really are neat
dobre det!
to keep him alive.
Jaj.
It is lost by Foot
Easy winning, ne?
Now Humble should make
Takzvaně.
pickings, and there you go, it is just
Humble easy, chat. No. Dobrý večer, nazdar Oliver. Umíš aspoň trochu česky? Já umím plynule česky, já jsem jakoby úplně Čech. Kdybych chtěl, tak mluvím jenom česky. Já pracuji v Česku a mluvím se všema česky. Já jsem rozený Čech. Jakoby. Zkus to? Však teď jsem mluvil česky. Kámo. Doslova, teď jsem mluvil jenom česky. Doteď. Tak to je crazy. Mohl jsem kábolo na YouTube, čo mám kupiť? Ništ. Oj, Luky, aj. Oj. Simon, tak čo uvarí? Ty kokos. To neviem, to bolo prevárenie celkom. To skúsili trošku preváriť, no. Si to tam po abole 9? Asi mi to jedno. Ani jeden.
Yeah, Gene power provided, but it did seem like that win was kind of just like a tiny bit of a tile that allowed Angel Boy to hit that pull again, and I doubt, I'll say this, he's definitely going to hit. He'll make the same mistake again and move that little tile too forwards, but...
Podľa tebe je tu skill, nebo no skill? Už sa to niekto ptal, neviem či na ty. Ale je skill. Každá postava je skill celkem. Musíš vedieť skill. Pome Humble. Nefut, Humble, pome. Easy pass, to je proste pre Humble, chat. To vidíš. Nie! Joj. Poj! Dobre. 2-2. Krásna práca. Prácoška, Humble Boss. Poj, Bol, musíš hitovať. Poj, Luky, musíš. Jaj, tak to sú uváraní. Uváraní chlapci, 1-1. Tak to bude ešte zajímavé.
And that was such an important round for Humble to secure. It would have been a set. I mean, if it wasn't a splash, maybe something could have been done, but you know, it really comes down to this.
Ja ťa budem kúkať aj v sprche. To nemôžu prehrať. Poďme Humble. Humble.
But this is where things start to really count. These opening moments when the map is really shaped and catered towards Semantic. As time goes on, the game seems to go against him.
Yeah, I mean, the entire game just like resting on Angel Boy's head with that pull is huge pressure for him, especially with something so difficult to hit anyway. Knowing you've got to make that connection makes it even harder.
Angel Boy low.
Down here and there now.
Yes, still low.
Brought to one shot and he does have a splash. He knows if Boss comes to his range, he will be able to take him down.
Boss taky low.
Followed up with the rocket fuel again.
Guesty, gotta be so cautious. I mean, Boss has been tapping away, pushing himself forwards, has got the rocket rain, but there's also a splash hill available for Boss. Pops the gadget as well in the arm. Let's see now as Nob scrutinized here. One wrong move. And he
Okay, superka zajímavá. Ja, to bude ťažké. Superka. Ja, Luky jediný preživší. Joj, to je to šoto. Humble to malo skoro vyhraté. A to takto dajú. Tak to predajú. Lemu, ahoj.
Semantic doesn't want to be too overconfident on this right hand side. Yes, he's got some walls, but also Angel Boy with a punch is so punishing if he steps out of line. Now got the
Jo, ešte si dobral buff ten Angel Boy. To je blbé.
Gets the hyper charge available too, and that should allow him to get into a bit of a better position when used.
Angel Boy moving
Joj! Aha. No, až to skončilo chat. Tak, furt to vyhral. A to vyhrávali 1-0. Jaj, Humbláci. Za to šoto. Joj. Jo, prečo sa nezastavuje? To je kvôli sluchátku, že sa nevysúva. Súťaže o skiny? Budú. A dneska nie, ale budú.
They had full position in Humble in that game as well, and it's just so quickly flipped on its head. Really nice stuff.
Jak to, že streamuje 6 hodín? No, 6 hodín podáme Worlds, teda Monthly Finals. Bro, Master, ahoj.
Esports takes the lead here, 2-1 overall so far, but once again, it just proves that Foot Esports is not
oni mali
as
proste
far
match point,
ahead
víš.
more.
Match point, set point.
Close games here. They took this set in a 2-1
A nedali to.
and against Team Heretics, it was kind of the same.
Tom, díky za
Heretics
fo.
at least won a game in each of the sets that Foot won in the end.
Yeah, it's now really a tough situation for Humble because I felt like they probably themselves thought like that was going to go their way. I mean, look at that. I mean, as soon as Angel Boy initiated things with that magic hand, I mean, everything else was followed. But, you know, being one round away and then just coming short, I mean, and rightly so, Foot punished them. Look at Angel Boy, 10 kills. 10 kills on that.
To je top 1 jedlo.
I mean, and it's
Nemám na túto otázku. Neviem, čo je moje top 1 jedlo.
Nothing to write home about, at least. So, honestly, that was quite an amazing game from him.
So back-to-back win here from Foot Esports. They take 2 sets in a row. Again though, both of those sets have been won in a 2-1 series. Humble at least took some games off of their hands. In the last monthly final, it was a 3-1 overall. Trev, your call here. Is it going to be a 3-on for Foot again? Or does it mean these close matches that
Foot win.
still can turn things around at this point?
Humble. Comeback ešte. Tak co neznáš? Safe zone, kámo, hajstík, to mám rád. To mám velice rád. Hajstík je super. No neznám, lebo na čo mi je znať najobľúbenejšie top 1 jedlo? Ja neviem proste. Ja zjem všetko reálne. Mám rád všetko.
We're heading over to Safe Zone now. We're on Heist and Foot Esports can technically close things out here. Glowy banned once more. he's basically still global ban in this series as well. Chuck on the right-hand side, that's an interesting one. A brawler that we see often left open at this point because he's just not that good in the meta. Only really played on high stage.
Kýval hlavou. Penny je tam. Haouseek.
Pretty solid brawler, but also not one of these that we see too often, Orc.
Just surprised not Pierce. I mean, it's humble with, with the coin toss, and then they go for Penny. So, I mean,
Neznačal lečo. Já si dám všetko úplně. Reálně.
You're not allowed.
Nevím, či existuje jedlo, které nezjem.
But here, Eve can have a very good game. I'm kind of worried as well for the prospect of the Kaze, the Melody, the Chuck being banned. It opens up a lot of possibility. There it is as well for Foot Esports. It's just so dangerous. You know, it's kind of disgusting, really. But Eve making a bit of a comeback in moments like this. It's kind of interesting to see that EMEA have been favouring it more. So, especially with the Angelo ban, it does provide some options.
Hambo vyhrá, gamer. Hambo. Haouseek, Hambo. Už si do sušené pavouky, to jsem ještě nemal. To je pravda.
Yeah, I mean, Pierce is a great shout for me. It's surprising. Like, a penny is fine for me. I don't mind it massively, but first pick, that surprises me. Byron comes in then to provide some heals, and when you've got something as aggressive as the Kaze and still an option to go aggressive again for the third, I don't mind the Byron. So I think that's a pretty solid pick.
Jo, ani nechci.
Can't really fall for it.
Sušené pavouky, crazy.
You know, still better mids. I like a Bell, I like a Pierce, those kind of brawlers who are just a bit more versatile.
We threw a lot of names in the mix here already. Pierce and Melody definitely waiting for them to be picked up next year by the side of Humble. Again, Pierce just the brawler for them today. Maybe Carl showing pretty good on a heist overall spike, but yeah, so far they're following the script.
Pierce.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering whether they go for the Melody here, because if they don't, then
To bude zajímavé kombičko.
Kaze and Melodies are nice.
Dal bych si KFC, když na ně koukám.
Otherwise, the Byron can just heal them
KFC?
and the Kaze.
Já právě rozmýšlám, že pojem na jedlo teraz po streame. Lebo som nemal večeru. Ani na obed. Na obed som si robil sám nejakú polevočku. Ešte rozmýšľam, čo si pojem dať. Čo je otvorené? Nejaká azijská by som si dal. Taký rameník. Ale neviem.
But it would have been nice to pair with this more aggressive composition. We're going to see the Amber who's going to be able to track that Melody a little bit better. Have the same effect as well with those dancing flames to be able to maybe
Jako můžu jít tady do KFK, co tu je, a je tam zároveň i Kaufland.
Amber's definitely an interesting one. We haven't seen her today yet, I think. On Heist specifically, she's picked up not that often, but has a whopping 86% win rate over the last week of scrims. I know scrims don't really matter, but hey, there I go. Throwing around.
Podľa mňa toto prepínanie týchto scén robí priamo ten cápek vzadu. Čo je u nich? Ten Gapa.
But yeah, Amber, an interesting one for me. I'm super
4.
excited.
apríla ideme na Berlín. Ideme do Berlínu, bráško. Cože? What? Další vec? Čo je? V Berlíne něco prej. 4. apríla. Dogs comes to Berlin. Jdeme? Na otočku? Tak. Jako můžem? Tak jdeme, jo? Jdeme do Berlína. Tak, sobotička. Slovačka 4 ráno. Tak jdeme. A to není nějaké shit akce. Ale aspoň můžem koukolovi Berlín. Tak. Tam bude něco exkluzivního, si myslím. Nějaký pin nebo tak. Tyvo. Kvůli pinu, že by se išli nevím kolik kilometrů. Stovky. Jo, tak. Gamer půjde toto. Půjdeš do Německa, do Berlína. 4. apríla.
This is the thing with this Penny Tower is like the same thing is cracking.
Jakže ne.
Do it for you.
Proč ne?
He does not use the hypercharge. That was the correct move. He was going to pull.
Podľa mňa to bude něco jako měli v Ameru minulý rok. Quiet chat, easy prostě. Humble vyhrává, já jsem vám vravel. Easy, Humble. Koukaj sa, viníček je tam narysovaný. Eze peze. Fakt. Co dělá Kaze ulti? Dává damage a zároveň v té superke animaci nevidí. Nevidí ven, vidí jenom tu superku. Easy, Humble, 2-2 dorovnávania. Teraz hledí na YouTube. Zajtra na ranked stream bude viac možno, reálne. Spúzne to máš 470 km. To sa dá. 370 km. Tak uvidíme, jak vyjdú peniaze z Xy. Uvidíme, jak vyjdou finance. A môžem skočiť, když tak. Ne? Proč ne? Uvidíme, jak budeme na tom mít. Jak po 1. apríle budeme mít peníze. Tak. Mohli to dať do Prahy. Tak, nebo do Mnichova. A jo. To je z Plzně? Já jsem z Plzně.
Now the damage should start coming down. Penny turret there, Lukey on the mid, and Boss waiting in the wing to try and get some damage as well.
This is really good.
Budu se s nami přijel, jsem na lyžáku, a jo. Nevadí Honzis. Treba si užít lyžák, lyžarák je super. Krása, Humble, krása chat, krása. Humble.
I mean, Semantic getting beaten down, but this turret's still doing so much. There's the
Jde vino prostě, Humble. To ti povím.
Down to one shot, and there will be the final kill, and he doesn't actually go down either. Nice gadget to the right side.
Nemají s čím dávat damage moc. Futko.
Should be the crack, but actually they don't even commit for it there. It's going to be a real long
Jako mají tu Embru, no. Furt dobré ušel Humble, boss. Ohňu. On je tak spálený, what? To je divné. To on tu dodžil, ne? Ten oheň. Kámo, tak to čo to robia? To trolia. Dobre, vyhrávajú stále, pohodička. A poď. Boss, ču, dead? Mrtvý? No. Nice. Majú 12% náskok stále, to je pohoda. No, už majú iba 6% náskok, to už je na hovno celkom. A poď, boss, poď. Nice, je to tam. Humble, chat. Haouseek. Humble. Je to tam. 2-2. Já jsem vám vravil, že Humble to vyhrá. Vyhrá to. Semantic. Humble. W. No, čo to bude posledný mod?
So many 3-2s today. We definitely get our money's worth. This is the grand final. Worthy of a grand final. Humble, take this.
A koho mám puštěl? Já nevím, kohokoliv. Se mi to každý ptá tohle. Už to je moc nudný. Už to nedávám, tuhle otázku. Každý se mě ptal, že co má puštěl na Prestige. Prostě vyberte random, dajte do tabulky, do kolotoča. Někoho vyberte. To je úplně jedno.
it's a poor man's melody. It's not really going to do much.
Ultra sami si sehnal editora na svůj channel. Fajn jo! Kámo, bro, mám moc peněz už. Tento moc rozjel. Tak. Ultra sami robí milionový biznis robí. Teraz. A tak 10k na videjku, kámo, to je crazy, no. To je super. Ultra sami za chvilku bude mít bit. Za chvilku kupuje bit. Ultra sami.
Super well executed, well drafted. Humble is looking much stronger than in the semi-finals at least.
And this is the thing. I feel like every 3-2 today has just been so back and forward.
Ultra sami kupuje bit za chvilku.
And then coming back with a reverse sweep. It's been a really balanced 3-2, 2-2 though. I mean, it will be a 3-2, but I still think anybody can win it. It just really depends on this draft.
Ale já jsem teraz hrál Rakety s tím Mew od Novo a bol real a vyhrali jsme. Nevím, či tě mám very, ale verím ti. Honziček, díka follow.
Before today against Heretics, as have Humble versus Novo. So, both teams really put through their paces, and you can just feel it. The energy in EMEA has been elevated this month, and like everyone's been really pushing that sort of boundary and keeping foot on their toes.
We get 4 3-2s today. I'm just so happy. EMEA is truly delivering. Now they would deliver even more if Humble would actually win it all.
A kolik tě let? Je mi nad 20.
Very often mentioned wish of this month.
Mám tyčko, chat.
Shooting Star, old classic.
Shooting Star. To je celkom poňa mapka.
Chloe's going to be banned out once more, so it's now confirmed we will not
Kde býváš, ho?
a single time in EMEA today.
It's saddening. It really is. Pierce going to come in then, and no surprise then, I think we can guess who will be playing that. Luki has been popping off on it all day long, so would not surprise me if he gets that brawler once more. Expecting the long range here, not saying that anything too aggressive's ruled out, but the
Pamatuješ na ten play Simanteka z Lily? Už nevím, jaký je popravdě.
Surprised it wasn't banned, honestly. I mean, if they hadn't have done, they could have shared that gene ban. I mean, I just don't know whether gene is the best.
Kámo, celkom dlouho streamujeme dneska. Už další měsíc to nestreamuju. Kámo, 8 hodin jedeme, ne? Kolik? 7 hodin za chvilku. 6,5 hodiny. To už je overworking. To už není moc zdravý. Ani se nemil véču poradnou. Vážně býváš v Plzni? Yes? Já tu pracujem. Pracovně. 8 hodin, to je crazy. Musím připravit videjko na zajtra. Dneska jsem skipol. Lebo akože stream to nahraduje tým pádom, chápeš? Ale neviem ani čo chcem, a neviem ani čo môžem natáčať. Ve finále, yes. Neviem čo tam môžem natočiť. Hodnotenie YouTube účtov asi natočím, jak Šteps. Hodnotím YouTube účty. Tak. Hodnotím účty youtuberov. Čauko, Joško, ako sa mám? Mám sa primerane k svojmu veku. Inak jak každý glazuje food, tak aby nedopadli jak Tribe. Habo! Hamo, pome. Dopikujte už. Bol si niekedy v Senici? Veľakrát. Mám tam ketu.
I mean, that's definitely kind of where I'm looking out for esports now. Yeah, I mean, you kind of need something that's...
Jak uděláš práci? Sociální sítě. Pro e-sport ranku. Si chtěl to jedna věc s každým rankem, ne? Chtěl, ale natočil to Neptun. Takže nevím, jestli to chci už.
Cause an issue for that Kaze if they want to go in on the assassination attempt. I mean, pretty much you're a goner if you try it.
Tam poslali Meka, že tam bývám. Viem no, v Senici. Ja no nic, to je špiňák. Je to špiňáček.
it does seem like they're lacking quite a lot of DPS overall in general, as you said. The Weekend Warriors.
Jako asi môžu natočiť ďalší tutoriál, teoreticky, ale tie tutoriály nie sú až tak úspešné na pozretia. Je tako, no. A zároveň ako má to dobré ohlasy. Veľa ľuďom to pomáha. Gamerko ťa znám, ale neviem z kama. A môžu ti niekdy zestriať videjko zadarmo? Môžeš asi. Asi môžeš. Ako ja neviem, jak striháš, ale reálne ako nejaké Brawl Star videjka a tak, ja bych klidne potreboval ísť strihať, nechať, alebo tak. Som chvíľu delal dudový reakcie, to masívne nuda. Nuda jo. Kedy pôjdeš do sednice? Neviem. Neviem vôbec. Luky je z toho Pierce úplne vystrikaný. Tak ten Pierce je fakt silný, ale. Kúkaj, vidíš aký kill, kámo? Jak nic. Hambo, hambo, hambo. Ten žal lídera včera dal Siminovi kvôli neaktivite, to asi jedno. Asi mi to nevadí. Lež reál nikto nehrá už. Kúkaj sa, humble, jak nič. Napíš. Nego, chcelo by to už nejakého Slováka na Monthly Finals, how daj login? Ja nemám tým ani, aj keby, že dávam login. Kámo, tak to čo posrali? Pokašľali, Niceboy 140 životov, kámo. To dajú ešte. To dajú. Os! Guesti to trollol, tak, chat. Guesti troll. Os, hamo! Hamo! Osák! Felt a little bit overconfident in maybe 170 HP plus he was still alive, but posledná hra a je to. Ja som vám vravel, že to bude humble. Pome. Login. It's going to be a match point for Humble, and as you said, they rarely win monthly finals this early on in the year, so it'll be a big thing for them to do so and kind of put them back on par with FUT esports in terms of points. Pressure. Napísaná pensa. Co znamená polož to mango? Ty vole, to je mega old trend. Mango, polož to mango. Ty co ví, polož to mango. No, to je to, ty co ví prostě. Pome, hambo! Minuta 30 od Monthly Finals. Winner. Na jaký go? Na hlavnej. Now being singled out on the left-hand side. It's just such narrow margins of error for esports, and Humble just don't really feel like they are under that much pressure. At least that's how I'm interpreting what I'm saying. Ty se díváš na halové streamy. These moments here that if Niceboy gets can keep Semantic in this corner, they can maybe get something done. But Luki just really at the range game. Boss as well, a lovely cookie popper gadget there onto Nob, almost securing his death, but no one's gone down yet, which I'm surprised at. Just with that slipstream manages to evade the Pierce super. Dobrý shield. Ja to mám ťažké, to mám veľmi ťažké, ale. Ja, oj, wipe out, team wipe. Team wipe. But look at this though, realistically, this is going to get Gesty and one other, and that's definitely doable here. Dvoch musia zabiť, pome. Dvoch musia zabiť, come on. Dvoch, stačia dvoch, stačí dvaja. Poď si Mantek, superka. Hoď to tam, superko, hoď to tam. Nice. Luky, trafaj niečo. Pome. No! Jaj. That was the play. I mean, you know, if you can't keep going down, then you got to start going up. And Humble didn't really seem ready for it, and they just kind of left a bit of an open gap. And
Yeah, that was really the play because Nob was
Humble!
in a terrible spot.
Pome.
It only required one other really.
Humble.
Double match point. One a game to determine
Humble.
who's going to be our monthly final champion in EMEA.
Musím snažiť, Humbláci.
It's a question of whether or not they want to keep on playing this defensive game and eventually be caught out and killed, or if they want to
Ukážete, Mike, teraz vyhrajú Humble.
Looks like they're going to do
Gesti dobrá prasacia hlava. Tak.
If Humble loses now, they'll be absolutely kicking themselves for esports. Starting to scrutinize this spawn side. Semantic knows he's got to try to make a move.
Okay.
But that Master Fletcher.
Sú strašne zatlačení tí Humbláci, no. To je blbé. Keď sú takto zatlačení práve. Ono, jak ten Semantek je proste na blízko, alebo nemá taký range, tak je to proste výdažka.
Yeah, well, Humble know that they've got the blue star, so realistically here, could overextend. They will extend their lead. Semantic low here.
Jaj. Angel Boy je nízko! Pome! Toho musíte dať reálne Angel Boya, kámo. Strieľaj niečo, Luky! No! Chvala Bohu. Krásna práca. Kvaša pracej. Môže zomrieť jeden z Humble.
Now on the right hand side, still trying to take the same matchup, but a hypercharge available for Angel Boy now, so bit of speed and switch modes fast, and that's going to be good in the dying seconds when it comes down to.
Dobrá superka. Na odohľadnatie. Dobre. 30 sekúnd. Fokus, Humble, fokus. Superku máš? To bude veľmi ťažké. Nie! Dobre, vyhrávate stále. Pozor, Humble, pozor! No, nevyzerá vôbec dobre. Brávte Lukyho, poď! Áno! Humble! Je to tam, máte to tu, chat, Máte to tu, chat. Humble! Osák! Tady to máte, chat, Vy fuťáci. Jste mysleli, že Foot vyhraje, ale Humble vyhral. To bolo jasné, že vyhrá Humble proste. Gamer ti dal tému. Som ti to dal o Antemu. Jak nič, chat. Humble. Tady to máte. Ty, čo by ste stavili na Foot, tak by ste prehrali peniaze práve teraz. Humble na fríčko proste. To bolo jasné, vždycky. Vždycky to bolo jasné, že Humble vyhrá. No. Ja, Semantekovi to dávame, MVP, ocenenie. Je to tam. Krásna práca. Krásny deň. Po každý, když jim fandíš, tak nemáš hlad. Oni mají side effect. To bylo close jak svinia. Bylo no. Imagine nebyl na monthly finals. Co gádze? Dělaj, jak kdyby ubehli maraton, když jen hrali na mobilu. Yes, je to tam všet. Gapa dneska málo Aurinové vědí. Ukaž predikty, kolik máš dobré? 5 zo 7, chat. 5 zo 7. 5 zo 7.
We had tons of close matches today, 4 3-2s in the end. I'm super happy about this overall, and EMEA has proven to be one of the most...
Humble! Osák! Humble. No nič, ďakujem, Watchparty nešle. Ja som vedel, že vyhrá Humble. Od začiatku som vedel, že vyhrá Humble. Aj to vyhrali. Ako vidíte, proste viem. Čo? A toko. Ja si jdu lehnout. Yes. Dáme pánové, budeme pomaličky a isto končiť. Díky moc, že ste boli na streamičku. Díky moc. Vidíme sa pri ďalších streamičkov, videí a tak ďalej. Na YouTube máte kopec videí, začali sa vydávať totiž, takže keď tak čeknite YouTube, máte tam nové videjka, keď ste nevideli náhodou, tak môžete čeknúť. Krasota proste, nové videjka. Koľko máme odberov? Za chvíľku 47 000 máme chat. Chýba nám 250 odberov do 47 000. Takže bombos. Koľko sa dali? Dneska sa dali 100 odberov, to je dobré celkom. Ok, tu je krivka. Jedeme. No, dneska 100 odberikov. Do pohodičky. Kliky, 5 klikov. No, tak dáme ešte 5 klikov, chat. 5 kliky, bejku. Kliky, bejku. A neviem kde, ale. Joj. Get out. Dáme to. Dám to na postel, ale musím si upratať trošku. A keď na posteli sa to robí na hovno. 10 repov? A dáme 10 repov. Najprv. Hop. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Joj, nemám rád. No. Tak. Brosaci mi tam nasážali proste drepia kliky iba cez body. Tak. Nemám čo robiť. Určite si nebyl vo fitku dnes? No to sa nebyl, no. To sa nebyl. Čo tu všetko ste dali? 10 repov máme. ZX kúpil ďalších 10 repov. 5 klikov, takže 10 klikov. 10 klikov. 15 klikov. 15 klikov plus 20 repov. $30 repov. Tak 30 repov. A 15 klikov. 25 drepu. Aha, 25 drepu a 15 klikov. Dobre. No. Tak. 25 drepu. Jo, a to už mám bolé nohy. Dobre. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, osák. No. Napiť sa bejku, napijem sa. No. A kliky by som na zemi najradšej urobil. Ale nemám to ako prepojiť, to je jedno. Dám to na posteli. Plus 5 repov. Dáme aj kliky. Vy to nebudete ani vidieť. No. To vidieť? Ja aj tu sa ale na hovno robí, no. Jak je to madrac. Nevadí. Tak to budú také polovičné. Oko? 15 klikov? 15 klikov dáme. Ja vypínam YouTube vlastne. YouTube vypínam to, aby som tu nebol zbytočne na YouTubeku. Na Kiku budem teraz, jo? Papa. Dobre, YouTube vypínam.